Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deku 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 22 of our series, What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is DekuVerse from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. Moving on. Now that we finished the Vanguard Action Squad. Now to move up to the team's terror of the League, declared Nedzu for the room of allies to hear. Oh boy. Lemillion thought with a gulp. He knows that this won't be pretty in any way. He could see Dynamite groan to himself. Everyone else took it as him getting sick of messed up backstories, not already knowing what's coming. Stain was more of a formality to speak about. A former hero student who left his school, feeling disgusted by how it focused on popularity and fame instead of saving people. They talked about how he drifted into vigilantism and began to purge groups he found unworthy of their names, be it villains or heroes. They were alike in his eyes, for as long as he found them waning in the dedication to their causes. Knuckleduster admitted to being the one to cave his nose in, after finding Stendhal, which was the old name Stain used, unworthy of being called vigilante. How everyone thought that Stendhal was gone, only for him to disappear somewhere, train himself way harder and return as Stain. Even more fanatical and way more dangerous than ever before. Lemillion then narrated to them what Izuku told him about how Stain ended up joining the League of Villains. He was first scouted by Izuku after his first few murders. He didn't need to be told who, they were news headlines, and then Kurogiri and Reaper tried to recruit him themselves. Stain didn't really like Reaper, and thinking he was the boss, he was about to kill him and Kurogiri. Only for Karma to jump at him out of nowhere, outblind him with just his natural speed and strength, and Maruko and Knuckleduster whistled in amazement, slammed the serial killer into a wall. A small talk about motivations and goals with the real boss made Stain decide to join only on the condition Izuku joins him on few purges. So that's how Karma started killing heroes in their homes and uploading incriminating evidence about their corruption in the internet. He got the idea from Stain but refined it, realized Nedzu. Everyone looked at him questioningly, so he continued. Stain, when he first started off, didn't leave any evidence of the corruption of his victims, until he joined the League at least. Karma, after recruiting him, must have refined his standards on what true heroes are, while also increasing the effectiveness of his methods to spread his message. No wonder Stain follows him. Karma is helping achieve his goals, and in return Stain helps Karma with his goals. Yeah, that sounds like the common theme for people working for Izuku. Alright, sighed Lemillion. Izuku helps the League members with whatever revenge or goals they have. In exchange they help him with the symbol of evil thing. Explains their unquestionable loyalty to him. They're not in out of fear, threats, or anything normal methods leaders of villain crews use. They follow him because he promised them fulfillment. To have their life goals, dreams and ambitions come to reality. Night I let out a sigh. Trying to pull the League apart by members is out of the question then. If anything, they would take that as a form of practical joke that they would laugh at while having dinner together or while playing video games. Everyone grimaced at the description, and Lemillion just sighed in resignation. The League of Villains is a pain in the ass of a caliber they never dealt with before. Why couldn't they be a standard business-first group instead of whatever dysfunctional family they were? Well, I think now that next is Lady Nagant Dash, Nedzu started, but Lemillion raised his hand. Again. Yes, Mirio? Actually, it's Kota Izumi, now Shigaraki. Izuku and Stain found him in their first few days' escapades. You remember the video with him and Muscular, right? Flinches in the room. Yeah, that video was one of the worst crap they had seen in their lives. Muscular deserved whatever the hell Karma did to him. Nobody disagreed with that. Alright then. Kota Shigaraki. The first child Izuku ever adopted. Nedzu nodded before the hologram showed the little boy in his bigger normal form. I think you would be better to tell us about him, Mirio. My findings about this particular case aren't much. Lemillion nodded. To narrate to you how the two crossed paths, I think I should narrate to you the story of the 6-year-old boy who could take on most top 10 heroes. Kota was honestly just a normal boy. With loving parents. The water hose duo, if you remember. Who were killed by that villain that almost killed their son weeks later. Muscular, started Lemillion. F that guy with a chainsaw, grumbled the winged hero while munching on. Where did he get those cookies? Idiot preying on defenseless little brats just because he can, snarled Maruko. I regret never getting the chance to kick that guy in the face. Same here, I wish I could shoot his arms off. Just to keep punching his face with my fist until it resembles mashed potatoes. It's Knuckleduster this time. Dynamite gave him a thumbs up of approval and respect. So after the death of his parents, people kept telling him how his parents died heroes and they were grateful for their sacrifice and what they did was the right thing and they died heroes. He didn't take any of that well. He was a little boy and everyone were speaking like his parents dying was a good thing. And to him it was like his parents left him. People speaking like that didn't help that mentality. Lemillion sighed in exasperation. What else did you expect? He was 4 and a bit for F's sake. Dynamite isn't the only one exasperated and thoroughly pissed by this. You can't say shit like that to him. No one ever said sorry for your loss like normal human beings? He asked with a scowl. Nope, if anything it kept up like that. Then he was put under the care of his mother's cousin, Prohero Mandalay, and by default the rest of the wild pussycats, explained Lemillion. And everyone sighed at that. Putting a kid-hating heroes to live with a team of them was a bad idea, but considering the other options, there was any better alternatives. And he wasn't happy to be forced to stay with them one bit. But, and this is a quote, it was either live with shitty heroes in a decent home, or live with shitty people in a shitty orphanage. So I took the less shitty option and sucked it up, end the quote. But he made it clear he didn't like them in the slyest. And how did he end up with villains? I know the pussycats. They wouldn't hurt this kid or mistreat him, stated Eraserhead, and Lemillion sighed. They didn't. But they are rescue heroes with a very busy schedule who got a kid into their care out of the blue. Lemillion replied. They tried to take care of him to the best of their abilities. They would take turns to watch over him, try to be around for him, but they didn't know what he needed the most. He didn't want reassurances or pity, he wanted a family. And unfortunately they were a bit too busy to be that for him. They were called for emergencies quite often and were forced to leave him with nannies. And one day he had enough of it. He ran off. Knuckle Duster said flatly. Lemillion winced and nodded. Nobody could have a problem with the pussycats. This was a one messed up mess with not many better options. The pussycats couldn't just quit their work. The rescue heroes are to respond to emergencies at all times. Having a kid put into their care suddenly must have been hard. Especially that it was a kid with resentment to them and too much anger. He was way too young to just cooperate. What a flaming shit pile. Yes, he did. And for some reason, for some cruel joke from the universe or some really messed up irony, he ended up running while trying to find a hideout where Muscular of all people was staying. There were groans in the meeting room. Lemillion didn't blame them, it was utter bullshit in his opinion. Muscular let him run around for a bit while taunting until he had enough and decided to throw the finishing blow. And that's where karma came in, grimaced Ms. Joke before sighing. I'm happy the kid is fine, but am I the only one who sees the huge coincidence in here? Lemillion understands what she means. He actually accused Karma of staging all this, but unfortunately it backfired miserably as Karma gave him the biggest shit talk of all time that he would rather not bring up about him having standards and that he cares for his kids from the depths of his heart. Yes, Karma came in and saved the boy. They had a heart-to-heart conversation and Koda decided that he doesn't want to be weak anymore. That he wants to change the world that hurts people like him, the world filled with corrupt heroes and selfish villains that hurt others mindlessly. And then through few quirks and some really nasty science, Koda became the first Nomu of the third generation. Or more like a super soldier that could switch into battle mode whenever he wishes. He has few quirks that makes him very hard to kill. His physical strength in that firm is enough to apparently rip Muscular apart. When they were testing it out, everyone in the room flinched. Yeah, Karma admitted that it wasn't his brightest moment. And now apparently the kid that defeated Endeavor is the apprentice of the hero killer himself. And he calls him Uncle Stain, and their favorite activity is catching some really nasty corrupts and then giving them a trial. This is so messed up and unfashionable that I don't even know where to start. So can we just ignore that and just move on? Because I feel like vomiting. Best Jeanist looked around as he asked. Nobody argued. Great. Next is Lady Nagant aka Kana Tsutsumi. A former pro-hero that was very strong and popular. Or so it seemed, Nedzu said before sighing. She was scouted by the HPSC's former president for special missions. I guess our understanding of being a pet assassin and theirs is very different, unfortunately. Do you really want me to call you out on that one, Rat? You literally had one yourself and called her a mother executioner. Why do you have to be such a hypocrite? Dynamite didn't yell, but honestly his words had enough damage without them. He should change his hero name to the King of All Roasts. It suits him well. Hawks whispered to Best Jeanist, with the number 3 hero nodding his head. Nedza decided to not wince at the reminder of that and continued. But not before awkwardly coughing into his paw. As I was saying, she was used to eliminate dangers to the hero society on the form of corrupt heroes that could have been dealt with legally, but the Hero Commission didn't want to expose the corruption, so they chose to bury the problems. But unfortunately that went overboard. They then moved to killing villains who had points of view and ideals and a message for the world, villains who wanted to make a difference, and despite said villains not committing crimes worthy of being killed, they disposed off anyways. Then that wasn't enough, they had her deal with journalists, politicians, social activists, calling the commission out on their quirkism. And eventually, after trying so hard to tell them to stop and being ignored, Karina Tsutsumi finally snapped. In a glorious explosion of anger that led to her killing the former president and his council as well as his funders just to be petty, he narrated, "Well, I can't say I feel sorry for these idiots. But I feel sorry that this lady had to do the dirty work to get rid of them," Knuckle Duster announced. "There wasn't any arguments to that." "Anything else we need to know?" asked Deadshot. "I wouldn't say need, but I'm telling anyways." Lemillion shrugged. Everyone looked at him expectantly, so he answered. "Stain and Lady Nagant are a thing apparently. Izuku told me as much. Before even the start of the year. At first they were fighting for no reason, and when Izuku got overhauled they got truly murderous in their spars. He's not sure when they started doing more than just murdering each other behind closed doors, but things escalated. They ended up marrying each other, to quote Karma. There was silence at that declaration. I got images in my head that I did not want there. And I want to punch you for that." Knuckle Duster gave a fierce glare. Nedza coughed into his paw and they moved forward. But Knuckle Duster still looked pissed off. They then spoke about Gentle Criminal and La Brava. They discussed their individual skills and the things they did before and after joining the league. Denjiro Tobita was a known case, at least to them. He wanted to become a hero but he wasn't allowed to, so he turned to a small-time villain that would attack stores and other places, and oddly enough not steal anything. He was skilled in combat though. Skilled enough to fight multiple unranked heroes and win easily. He would then publish whatever he did on the internet. His quirk was a tricky one to fight against and he was very skilled at using it. Unpredictable and very crafty. But he's still a gentle criminal. So he would thoroughly but non-lethally dispose of his foes. His partner and apparently wife, they expressed concerns about the age difference, but Lemillion assured them that she was of age and they were happy together. From what Izuku told him, was an extremely skilled hacker that apparently let him hack into their group chats regularly, which by the way pisses them off, and cuts off the communications from the enemies in operations. Well, I get that she's good and all. But this lady is what? 22. Why the hell is she a villain? And how in the actual hell is she with a criminal? No offense to the guy, but I don't get how she turned to a villainy and ended up with Gentle Criminal and then the League. Hawks expressed his confusion while munching on. Where the hell did he get those cookies? The eyes in the room turned to Lemillion, who sighed loudly. This one is gonna suck. When Manami was a younger girl, she professed her love to a boy through a love letter, telling him that she was completely smitten. She seems to fall in love quite freely, and when she does, quite deeply. Which Izuku suspects is because of her quirk named Love. Unfortunately, this also made her sensitive to rejection, as she was heartbroken when her crush rejected her letter and even badmouthed her as a stalker. This caused Manami to fall into a deep depression where she became a withdrawn shut-in who had no aspirations, spending every day glued to her computer and even contemplating suicide. Everyone flinched at the image of that. Quirks could have some very negative drawbacks, they knew that already, but wow. That was a harsh reminder of how bad it actually was for some people. I am pretty sure he is still alive and well, and I, as someone who despite having recently started, am in a relationship, so I feel inclined to punch the guy straight in the face. So you better ask Izuku for a name in my stead in your next chat, declared Dynamite with a growl. Rejecting a confession is one thing, but ripping off someone's heart then stomping on it is a bad move even for villains. I mean, hell, who snaps at someone for liking them? The women in the room gave him a nod of approval and respect. They looked genuinely touched by him feeling insulted. Wait, you're dating someone? Come on, tell us. Hawks grinned cheekily. Lemillion isn't sure if the number 2 hero is suicidal or not. But Eraserhead looked thoroughly exhausted by the reminder. When did you get a confession? Dynamite, and Lemillion isn't sure if he was trying to bring up the mood or he is bragging for his own ego, just answered bluntly. Apparently I'm somehow in a similar luck to Izuku, and I ended up with 5 girlfriends last week. I went on a triple date once 5 days ago and a double one yesterday. Bring up your A-game, bird boy. Maruko probably chose the worst moment to drink some water because she just spat it all on the desk and sputtered. Hawks fell off his seat and yelled out a what of more jealousy than shock. Knuckle Duster expressed surprise by choking on his own spit, Ryukyu and All Might just snickered while Nezu whistled wistfully. Night Eye just looked at everyone's shock with evident amusement. You are dating 5 girls publicly without any of them having a problem with it? Hawks tried to confirm. Yup. Dynamite said with a loud pop while smirking proudly. You are officially my god-made flesh along with karma, and I ask for your divine wisdom please, declared Hawks. Yewa. Don't waste your time, my man. I don't know how the F did that happen to me, Dynamite said dryly. If anything, I am almost sure the nerd had a hand in this just to F with me. But I ain't complaining, that's for sure. Nah, just don't turn it into harem wars with the guy. We really don't need that type of reality shows, Lemillion said jokingly. He earned a middle finger in response, prompting everyone else to laugh or at the very least chuckle. The atmosphere is less gloomy than before. They could keep going. Upon seeing Denjiro's videos, however, her hope and energy were both fully restored, with Manami willing to help and accompany him even with the acts of doing so making her a criminal as well. And after a while together they became a couple, then got married. And then they scouted by Izuku to join the League of Villains. Lemillion finished. Everyone nodded in acceptance to that. Next one is Hypnosis. Real name is Hitoshi Shinso. Member of the Team Terror of the League of Villains. Nezu moved on. We currently believe that his mental quirk allows him to hypnotize others into following his orders for as long as he speaks to them and they answer in any way. This isn't a pure mind control, all he can do is issue a single command, which is obeyed in a trance-like state, hence the name Hypnosis. This ties in nicely with his interest in guns. He is a talented sharpshooter and has often used his quirk to force his enemies to leave their covers or deactivate their defensive quirks. We previously believed that he cannot issue self-destructive orders, but during the training camp battle he brainwashed an Apocalypse officer into committing suicide with his firearm. The wording of the order appears to be the key. He didn't tell him to kill himself, but to point his gun towards his head and pull the trigger. The video recording of the event seems to suggest that the soldier was capable of partially resisting that order, but not strongly enough to prevent it from being executed, only to delay it. This doesn't seem to be possible against non-suicidal orders. Sounds like a pain in the ass to deal with, Knuckle Duster replied with a frown. Unless you know how his quirk works. Then all you need is to not react to his taunts. Not quite. Nezu replied with his own frown. His mask is a voice changer that, with some small input from its user, can let him borrow voices of everyone who spoke in his vicinity. If you suspect him to be in the area, limit yourself to hand signs and do not reply, regardless of who is speaking. Well, now that's truly a pain in the ass, Maruko declared. So he just has to be there and suddenly his enemy's communication is all messed up. And don't have me started on people like me who require to communicate with others to activate their quirks, Ms. Joke added with a pout. He is practically my natural enemy. What about his backstory? His parents died early in an accident, Nezu replies. He was sent to foster parents. Very good grades at school, but suffered from villainous quirk discrimination over his apparent ability to brainwash people who spoke to him, which is a huge misunderstanding about his quirk. He became a shut-in and switched to online studies at some point around his 14th birthday. Less than 3 months later he murdered his 2 foster parents, and beat up his foster siblings half to death, 6 people in total, before vanishing. He didn't reappear before joining the League and they caged him like an animal. Lemillion interrupted the principal. Everyone stared at him in return. What? Sir Night Eye is the one to voice the unspoken question. His face blank in surprise. Dynamite grunted silently at that. They lived in constant fear over Hypnosis controlling them with his quote-unquote villainous quirk. Lemillion replied with a scowl. He apparently snapped at one of his parents during on of the way too often you are a monster rant and used his quirk to make her shut up. They panicked afterwards and switched him into online studying in case someone from school had some conscience left before they took that as proof that he is a threat and, well, locked him in a small cage while putting a muzzle on his mouth, enough to make his quirk no longer work. They thought that nobody would believe him on the internet, but Izuku shockingly did. So he had Kurogiri warp him into the family's house, where he literally delivered the foster father and the siblings that tried to fight him the beating of a lifetime. And then he broke Shinso out of his cage where Shinso practically burst into tears that someone actually came to save him. As that was happening, Mustard gassed the neighboring families into paralysis so nobody would call the cops, and Shinso finished the job on the foster parents. He is fanatically loyal to Izuku ever since, especially as he was treated not like a person, but as a precious adopted brother. Lemillion sighed. Hypnosis apparently tried to apply to the UA Heroics course to prove everyone wrong about his quirk, but his application was rejected. Izuku bets his quirk Thunderbolt did that behind your backs. The UA staff fumed. Nedza bristled in place and All Might buffed up on instinct. Eraserhead and Night Eye looked downright murderous right now. Dynamite just looked done with this. His announcement proved that. Few more backstories like that and I'm going to end up applying to the league myself. And probably invite my friends as well to the party, Dynamite announced with a snarl. Everyone flinched at how serious he looked. Lemillion and All Might stared at him in horror. He didn't notice that. Jackass Endeavor, this is one of the most messed up things I ever heard about, and trust me, I heard about a lot of messed up things. I went to Aldera. I should have said those words 10 years ago. All Might said bitterly. I knew that people were discriminated against for having villainous quirks, but I didn't know that things took a dive to this degree in the past few years. Nedza sighed loudly and they resumed. Next up are Mahoro and Katsuma. Shimano now Shigaraki. They're twins born and raised in the Nabu Island. Mother died during the birth of the two children, leaving and their father on their own. Father Sasuke Shimano, a worker in healthcare field, used his quirk to make money for his family but was often away leaving the two kids to be looked after by the neighbors and such. That changed after a while after somehow he started working with transportation company that took care of all his expenses and had a teleporter. The league, everyone deadpanned. Yes, then he started spending more and more time with his children and things were working out for some time for the small family. From what I could gather, Mahoro and Katsuma both wanted to be heroes, but Mahoro's quirk in the past was nothing but a simple hologram projection quirk, while her twin had a stronger version of his dad's healing quirk. Not only does it activate the cells in other people, speeding up their healing and improving their perf for some time, but it gives him the same benefits but in a better way. The little girl didn't give though, and she said she'll be a hero too. Katsuma is a shy but kind-hearted boy while Mahoro was the older one and the protective one. Energetic and cheerful but fierce when it come to her brother. I am afraid of asking, but what got her and her brother to join the league? You said everything was fine, so what happened? Asked Hawks while he was holding to his mouth some. Where the hell did those nachos come from? The Quirkless Liberation Front happened. Nedza replied mournfully. Everyone had a look of horrified realization. Mr. Shimano was able to sneak his kids out through a small boat and then he was, like everyone else in the island, dealt with by the QLF before they took over the island. This shows that the QLF had some huge developments in the past years in the morals department. So Karma found them by chance as their boat landed in Japan. Completely by accident. This is getting increasingly repetitive, mused Best Jeanist. I really wish he found the poor kids right away. I really do, sighed Lemillion regretfully. Why do I feel like I'm going on a crusade after their story? Asked Deadshot with groan. Everyone else followed his example. Well, when they first landed in Japan they didn't know anyone and they were all alone. They didn't have IDs or anything else on them since they escaped on a hurry. They also didn't have money, which unfortunately had them living on the streets for a couple weeks. They depended on each other's quirks and skills to get food and water and escape the heroes. Including rank 41 hero Mr. Brave, explained Lemillion. Dynamite, Maruko and Knuckle Duster let out almost synced whistles at that. The rest were as impressed too. How did they do it? Hawks asked in surprise. He was the most curious apparently. Katsuma's quirk enhances performance. And Mahoro had illusions and holograms. The two synced their movements and used trickery, acrobats and some firecrackers apparently to always give the police and heroes the slip. They were doing great until unfortunately their success came to an end. Lemillion trailed off before taking a deep breath. A hero ended up catching them. They tried to ask him for help. And told him that they had no one. But unfortunately the hero thought they were nothing but future menaces to society and should be dealt with immediately. He said just that before he proceeded to beat up two 5-year-old children to almost their deaths. And finding genuine pleasure in doing so. The two kids cried for help, anyone, for an actual hero to come and save them. But, well, fortunately or not, depends on who you ask, Izuku did hear their cries as he was dealing with a fake few streets away. He went to the source and he got pissed. Oh, he was probably in the top 10 occasions his blood boiled the most. Lemillion shrugged helplessly. Whoever the hero is, he probably was begging to die by the time Izuku was done with him. Serves right. Dynamite snarled. The problem child should stop killing people like that. Everyone looked at Eraserhead in surprise. Otherwise we'll end up turning into piles of murderous intents without any outlets for our fury. Or turn villains ourselves. I am this close to being a government-hating vigilante. Dynamite wasn't kidding, it seems. For F's sake, the HBC should burn in hell with its president if they keep these idiots on the streets. They couldn't fault him for that thinking. Now I see what Karma meant by, my children only see heroes for the bad ones and the corrupts. Their first experience with a hero up close was almost dying from sheer beating, said Nedza bitterly. Next and probably last is Melissa Shield, now Shigaraki, aka Shield Maiden, announced the rat. All Might at the reminder, causing Lemillion and Dynamite to pat his back in sympathy. We all know her as the daughter of David Shield, the sidekick of All Might when he was in the States, and one of the most brilliant minds in the world who then went to I-Island after All Might retired to Japan. His daughter seems to have similar if not greater talents in support gear making and studying quirks and its data, and is possibly more brilliant than her father. Yeah, that's already old news. Then Karma kidnapped her from I-Island and had her join the League members after Karma bribed her with a quirk. We already know that. Edshot spoke for most of them. Not quite. Apparently she had been severely bullied in the States before I-Island, never got physical before because of her father, but she was pushed away by her peers, and treated like a disease in human form. Didn't really have friends except for one Christina Peachtree, daughter of David Shield's best friend from college. That also extended to her life in I-Island. It was much more bearable, but she was definitely framed as cheater, and somehow having her father create things for her. Her grades were slightly lowered, whether it was a fluke by other students or teachers I do not know, but apparently Izuku Shigaraki didn't really need to convince her much. He just showed her a taste of how quirkless are treated worldwide and she was in his team. The whole thing with the quirk amplifying device was the last straw. The League accepting her despite being quirkless only increased her loyalty. Great. So to sum up, just another case of discrimination and bullying is the root of our problem shit. We already know that much. Thank you much. Maruko obviously heard enough discrimination bullshit for one day. Lemillion surely sympathized. Yes, that is the case. However, Shield Maiden went into a psychotic break during the training camp battle, which unearthed some rather worrying things. And that's why I didn't wish for Mr. Shield to join this meeting, said Nedzu with a grimace. How much is rather? Ms. Joke asked. I heard that she caused so much destruction with her gear that her quirk might be just a small thing to worry about. How true is that? Shield Maiden began to see everyone around her as her old bullies and some bad teachers of hers. Nedzu replied with a wince. She immediately switched from using her normal gear to weaponry from the, collection she called special packages. Before Karma had hypnosis knocked her out, she showed 5 of those. The list includes anti-personnel white phosphorus missile launcher, a form of a vehicle with arm-attached chainsaws at the ends, a grenade launcher with grenades that didn't explode but instead irradiated everything within 10-meter radius with instantly lethal amounts of gamma radiation, and a crowd of real-life-sized tiger-like robots that swarmed their victims before air performing lobotomy on them. The silence in the room is complete. She named each and every of her tools. The last one on the list, the Crowd Control Robot Beast Pack, was apparently the number 40 on her list of special packages for the record. So we're still missing 35 of them. That's if that was the highest number actually. Oh, my God. Ms. Joke, Queen of Smiles and Sunshines, didn't look like she was going to bless them all with a joke. As I said, rather worrying. Nedza decides to become the master of understatement and continues talking while everyone else in the room is still mortified. She was also quite vocal, almost constantly talking to her teachers. If my understanding of her rants is correct, no matter how better than her classmates she was, no matter how better quality her gear was, she always was out down a grade beneath the others. Also, if one part of her rant is to be believed, her mother are with her in her head and she is telling her new ideas for special packages and keep urging her to show them to the world. Okay, this is officially the most messed up thing I have heard about in my life. Dynamite announced after the silence became too unbearable. And I'm not sure what's worse, her backstory, Dead Mamang whispering her ideas for new horrible weapons of destruction and pain, or crowd control tool in the form of tiger robots performing lobotomy on everyone in the vicinity. Dynamite grabbed his water bottle and emptied whatever was left of it. I now have images in my mind that I never wanted there and you're to blame. Thank you. F me, here I thought Cross May was crazy. The last part was a whisper but Lemillion heard it pretty well. If that makes anyone feel any better. Lemillion decided to speak. Karma made sure that those specials aren't for sale. But several hundreds of Melissa's normal inventions are. Half of those will make her dad scratch his head in disbelief. So yeah, he sighed. I'm kinda surprised that considering what she showed thus far, she is at least an SS rank while quirkless. And don't get me started on her twin. Everyone turned to him robotically. All Might looked as white as a sheet. Did you say twin? asked Best Jeanist in confusion. He wasn't the only one. Apparently Melissa's shield had a dormant, well-hidden and sentient Class 6 intelligence quirk. Lemillion explained, causing everyone to give him a look of shock. Nezu was almost salivating. A quirk so smart and self-aware that it practically avoided detection by Izuku, to the point that even when he was transferring a quirk to Melissa, her quirk stayed undetected by him. Her quirk is sentient as I just said and, apparently, fed up on her anger, bitterness and loneliness and every single negative thought. That was an episode where Samantha and yes the crazy evil twin introduced herself to Izuku, wants revenge on the world. But just like Melissa she loves Izuku. Honest and deep love. So she promised to behave and be a good girl if she was promised some time with him and got to have some of his affection as well. But she is not afraid of taking over and murdering every single living thing in the vicinity with weapons of mass destruction and horrible pain if Melissa was in danger, because Samantha's survival depends on Melissa's, or so she said. That is both fascinating and terrifying in the same time. Nezu settled on saying after a whole minute. Another brilliant mind joining Izuku's kindergarten for brilliant if unhinged or fully insane youth. It's regretful that such a talent didn't come here though. More explanation on the quirk other than that it's crazy? Hawks was polite but he was freaked out as he was chugging down on. Where the hell did he get that large bottle of soda? Because I learned to fear Class 6 quirks by now. Well, as I said, Class 6, it practically gives Shield Maiden to limitless amount of information that even she didn't know to build support gear and code devices and create programs and make plans and whatever else comes to mind. She gets details and knowledge practically shouldn't know. And the only drawback was that overuse could cause Samantha to take over, but it's not an issue anymore so we're dealing with the smartest being alive because she is not limited to conventional knowledge. Lemillion explained. Then perked up as he remembered something. Oh, and Samantha says hi to her papa and favorite uncle. All Might gave him possibly the least plastic smile of all time. But at least he tried so that was something. Now that we have finished, some comments? Nezu looked around him at everyone. I have one. Miruko announced as she stood up. Table of Rejects will officially refrain from participating in any operations against the League of Villains, even after the alliance ends. From now on, for as long as they are okay with it, we have a non-aggression treaty. Feel free to tell him that, Lemillion. Nezu stared at the rabbit woman openly. He isn't the only one. Excuse me? He asked finally. He didn't expect those words. Nobody, it seems, expected those. Do you know what's the best part of being a bratty idiot like me? Miruko asked. I can say what I want and nobody gives a shit. So I'll say what I want and then piss off. She leaned forward a bit and glared daggers at Nezu. Quirked and quirkless fought for 2 centuries before the former one, but neither side ever gave shit about mutants like me. I'm the first complex mutant quirk bearer in the top 10 hero ranking since its inception, and do you know why I got that high? Not because I'm strong, not because I save a shitload of people, but because lewd drawings of me are popular on the internet. I could fight Endeavor to a standstill, and I'd be still popular because rabbits F like rabbits so I obviously have to as well. And don't have me start on heroes with quirks perceived as villainous, because you won't see them in top 15, and they are at the table as well. And this is just the surface level of bullshit people like me have to face daily. So if you think that me and the rest of the table aren't one bad day away from going spinner or hypnosis on society, then you better think again. You can't be serious. Sir Knight, I decided to speak. Those are villains you can't just... They might be villains. Miruko grinned, baring her teeth threateningly at Sir, who stopped talking. But I relate to them more than I do to you or All Might. The only reason why I bothered coming to this war council is because I know that Nezu's past is messed up and he has faced a similar crap like we do. And because of his recent reforms in the UA, as let me tell you that I also represent 2 quirkless heroes and 27 quirkless sidekicks in Japan that somehow managed to fool everyone and now live in constant fear that their nature will be discovered and their career and lives will be over. I also know that atrocity has to be stopped. League of Villains? I don't care about their subsidiary groups, they are mostly standard criminals and I'll continue trying to apprehend them. But the League itself? I don't see a villainous headquarters of Karma's evil empire. I'm seeing a safety net that I'm not sure if this messed up society deserves. Safety net? Lemillion was the one to ask. Miruko looks at him with something hard to read in her face. Dynamite raised his hand to her. She was gonna snap something at him, but he spoke anyways. Looks like someone found their rival. They decided. People like Vampire, Reaper or Mustard could become a threat beyond your comprehension. Dynamite started. How many people could Vampire assassinate with her quirk? Without anyone knowing that's her? All she needs is to get a few villain friends, shank Eraserhead a few times and bam, she can enter Ned's office and stab him through the eye with a pencil. Probably framing Eraserhead in the process if she plays it correctly. Dynamite grabbed a new water bottle and drank it like it was alcohol, letting the vision float in the room. Reaper and Mustard are practically living weapons of mass destruction, with murder towards the heroes. Now, a thought exercise. How much damage could they cause if vengeance got to these guys first and talked them into overthrowing the world as we know it and ending the concept of heroics with it while burning down the country into ashes? The room became deathly silent. Lemillion was now imagining the PLF's Warper dropping Reaper into crowds of people on the streets in the middle of Tokyo, where he just touched the floor, and goes Deku against HPSC Walls 2.0 then shivered. He then imagined Mustard unleashing his poison clouds on some suburbs during the night, hundreds dying in their sleep before someone would notice the attack and warn the heroes. PLF wouldn't even need to move their army or the monsters around to cause devastating casualties. Karma picked up people that this society broke. Maruko continued as Dynamite gave his own 2 cents into the matter. People that had skills and enough spite to use them against everyone regardless of whether they hurt them or not. People that would have never looked to heroes for help, because the heroes failed them or were the reason for them breaking apart. And instead of using them to murder thousands of people, he got half of them a therapy. Not to mention giving them all a cause that isn't mass murder of civilians and heroes. And if you think that the AU Villain Academy isn't the same thing but on a grander scale, then you're all dumb. Anyone's willing to make a bet with me that Usagi Atsuki is getting more psychological and emotional help as a villain than she did as a law-abiding civilian? Dynamite and Knuckle Duster proved to be petty as they slammed heavy stacks of bills on their tables while looking at everyone challengingly. This changes nothing, save for the League's place on the list of priorities. Sir Night-Eye to not be scared by her. They are villains. Their victims might be mostly other villains, but those villains are people as well. Not to mention the fact that their subsidiary groups have way less issues with going after random civilians. We are heroes. It is our job to stop people like that. Their motives and psychological problems influence their prospects on rehabilitation and length of their sentence, not the fact that they have to be apprehended. First of all, Mr. Smarty Pants, you are a hero. Maruko replied venomously. She is increasingly angry, but it's still manageable. I might be working as one, but I stopped identifying with that profession long ago, since it never tried to identify with me. I'm the leader and representative of outcasts hoping to survive in the society that hates them. If I thought that becoming a villain would help them, I'd walk into the Hero Commission's president office tomorrow and dropkick her through the window with a glee on my face. Silence in the room. Best Jeanist and all might stare at Maruko as if they saw her for the first time in their life. Meanwhile, Dynamite looked amazed, like he started considering it himself. Lemillion is so intimidated by his junior these days. I might work to uphold the law, but if I'm supposed to choose between it and my conscience, then screw the law. And that's why I'm not going to fight against the League. Because I'm not going to kill or apprehend people whom I relate with to this degree. You do whatever you want with them. Lemillion quickly looked around the room. Knuckle Duster seemed to agree with Maruko. Perhaps unsurprisingly, vigilantes long ago made a choice between their conscience and the law, and their choice was identical to hers. He was probably more concerned with Karma's ties with the All for One. Dynamite was as stated on full agreement with those two. Something very worrying actually. If anything, Ms. Joke's calmness was surprising. She didn't look particularly moved by Maruko's words, but it was less, I'm not interested in what you are saying, and more, I'm not shocked by your words. Did Ms. Joke agree with her too? At least somewhat? Lemillion decided that Nedzu and the rest of the UA had grossly underestimated how angry the table members were. And if they get the Vigilante Alliance and the Underground Network to agree with them, things won't be pretty. If the UA don't placate those groups, then they might get another coup soon. And with the current fragile somewhat peace before the storm, it could cause even more chaos. Hopefully things go well. I'll make betting pool. Shoyuta sighed as he entered the teacher's lounge. Great, his biggest problem child got, and what the F, who would have thought? A harem that would probably be more headache than before. Hey Sho, why the gloomy expression? Come on buddy, be more cheerful. Present Mike is as loud and annoying as ever. And as irritatingly cheerful too. Which is just more reasons for Shoyuta to strangle him. But he held himself back a little. Let's decide how to cash out the money for the students' betting pool. Shoyuta announced to everyone in the room. He was the last teacher to arrive like usual. He would have just went for a nap, but he wants to get some money in his pocket to get Emmy something tonight. Everyone, as expected, perked up at his words as the adrenaline junkies they were. Oh really? What betting pool? We have more than you know. Midnight said with a grin. Ah yes, there was the who is the most popular boy bets, the cutest girl in 3 years bet, the best class in 3 years bet, and then there was the shipping wars. Yes, Shoyuta participates, sue him. Apparently he is very good, and the pocket money is, as stated, going to be used to make his wife happier. Believe it or not, Ms. Joke is way less happy when not at work. And it's not pretty. The shipping wars? Shoyuta declared before giving them a shit-eating grin. And please don't throw garbage at him in a bit. Really? Who got together, Shoyuta? Are our weightless super-strength explosion god ship finally sailing? Midnight was vibrating in her place. Oh, Shoyuta Aizawa really pitted her right now. Oh, come on, Namuri. We all know that explosive blonde is going to end up with May. Trust me, no other man can handle her. Power Loader shook his head while grading some papers. Oh, stop it, partner, this ain't adoption with benefits, it's a relationship. Snipe said as he was cleaning his revolver. Shoyuta hates the term adoption with benefits with passion. Maybe because it represents his relationship with a certain green-haired woman. Oh, come on, you two, I am at this point almost sure that both Yui and Itsuka have a thing for Bakugo, and they probably worked it out like adults, said Vlad King with a sigh. Like sharing him in the bedroom? Offered Mike. Shoyuta isn't even surprised when Vlad grabbed the sound hero in a chokehold and started strangling him. Such a dad. That's not nice if you all ignored his friendship with Arisher. But I already know, so I won't spoil it. Night Eye was grading some papers casually, but Shoyuta could see the phantom of a smirk on his face. WZ, why did you mean decide how to cash out the money? Asked Ectoplasm with confusion. Eraserhead gave a shit-eating grin at the question. Because I win the bet. Bakugo ended dating more than one, the room exploded into uproars, he activated his quirk and glared, and just like his students they all shut up. 5 girls, I didn't specify, but I did say more than one. Now it's Kendo, Kodai, Arisher, Hatsum, and a girl from CI that he befriended on the internet. So technically me, Nedzu, Vlad, Power Loader and Night Eye were technically right. But we should think of splitting it up, he explained. That's not fair, moaned Midnight in despair as the rest of the teachers cursed quietly. Uraraka and Bakugo would have been amazing together. Why didn't she join in? I thought they had a thing considering how much time they spend at the gym. Your punishment for being too lewd, shrugged Eraserhead. From his capture scarf, Nedzu popped out. Ah yes, humans are full of surprises. Usually I win the brats perfectly, but this is our explosive wonder boy. Even I can't predict how things with him would go, grinned Nedzu as the winners started splitting the money. Wait, why are we keeping a pile? Asked Eraserhead skeptically. And it's bigger than ours, added Vlad with a frown. Ah, you didn't know? All Might predicted this outcome with 100% accuracy. Apparently he watched so many movies in America to not miss out on All for One's references that he saw this coming since Island. Nedzu explained. Everyone stared blankly. Eraserhead didn't find the words. All Might was lewd enough to imagine this? Mirio Togata. Maruko seems to like you. Usagi Midori. I'm like 99% sure this is a name of some H comic on the internet. Usagi Midori, and I'm 99% sure that she would kill me for mentioning this if she ever heard about it. Mirio Togata. Probably yes to both. Mirio Togata. We're planning the assault on the CRC basis. Mirio Togata. Still in the room but I'm kinda zoning out. Mirio Togata. She is impressed with you picking up people she can relate to and fixing them for as much as you can. Usagi Midori. Oh. Usagi Midori, did you mention the Samantha thing to everyone, the thing about my beloved twins beaten almost to death and my precious adopted brother being put in a cage like an animal? Mirio Togata. Yes. Mirio Togata. Katsuki said, and I quote, few more backstories like that and I'm applying to the league myself. And probably invite my friends to the part. End the quote. Usagi Midori. Usagi Midori. Holy shit, I knew he would feel righteous fury in their stead, but that's a new one. Mirio Togata. Maruko told me to relay to you that she wants a permanent non-aggression pact with you. Mirio Togata. You should probably talk with her about details. Usagi Midori. Oh. Usagi Midori. Why are you telling me about this? Usagi Midori. Shouldn't you try to limit my contacts with her and act against me on this? Mirio Togata. Because I have some very bad feelings concerning her and I hope I'm wrong. Mirio Togata. Very, very much. Usagi Midori? Mirio Togata. And I don't think I can hope on Sir and Nedzu to uncover this, since they aren't in a position to do that. Mirio Togata. So it's you who is left. Usagi Midori? Mirio Togata. You'll probably figure it out yourself. Mirio Togata, and then you'll figure out that I meant it. Mirio Togata. If I'm right, then be so kind and tell me, alright? Consider this a payback for this. Usagi Midori, I'll consider this a challenge. Usagi Midori, and I shall accept it. Usagi Midori, when I figure out what you mean and find out if your very bad feelings are correct, I shall tell you about it regardless of the league's interest. Mirio Togata, alright. Katsuki kicked the door to the dorms open before he stormed inside. His friends were startled, and maybe it wasn't the best idea to kick the door open like it was a villain attack. But considering his shitty day, he thinks he had a good reason to be pretty pissed off at the world. Bakugo, why did you kick the entrance door like that? You startled if not scared your classmates and friends. And let's not mention the damage you inflicted to the door. Glasses snapped at him like he was responsible on reprimanding him with those head motions. Katsuki turned to him and tried his damn best to not explode at the guy and let out the anger that built up the whole meeting. He knows better than snap at innocent people. He learned that much. He could let out his anger in a fight tomorrow. He should just manage to sleep until then. So now he pulled out his stress ball, "Thank you so much, hound dog," and squeezed it tightly with his hand before replying as calmly as he could. It unfortunately still came as the growl of an animal. F his anger issues, damn it. Can we have that conversation later? I am probably the most pissed I was in my life, and honestly I'm trying to not explode at someone literally. Yup, he literally growled the sentence. ABD. Then everyone started looking at him in concern. It pissed him off even more. It made him feel pathetic. He was pathetic. He was bothering his friends when they should worry about their exam. Are you okay, bro? You said you're going for some meeting about something but didn't specify what. Is something wrong? Did you get in trouble with the school? Asked Shitty Hair, because of course he did. The idiot redhead who stuck to his side most of the time, which he appreciated, and quote-unquote best friend. He also asked about the school, not the meeting. It felt nice that they're actually willing to go with him if shit actually hit the fan. But it also made him a bit more pissed. No. I went to a meeting discussing the league as representative of us since 1A were attacked before, he said a bit more calmly. He gave himself a mental par on the back on job well done as his friends flinched at the USJ reminder. He then continued. It's just that. It gave a lot of things to reconsider and ton of crap to be mad about. Mostly that we are dealing with a kindergarten of mentally ill rejects then criminals. He started walking to the stairs intending to go to his room. He was too pissed he wasn't even in the mood to eat. He just wants to sleep all night and to the morning. He'll ask All Might for a spar in the morning and work out the excessive anger he had. Where you going, man? You know you can speak to us, right? We're friends after all, offered Dunce Face. I know, and we can do that tomorrow. I just want to sleep. And make dinner yourselves tonight, sorry. I don't trust myself with a mother knife, he scowled as he left them. He just wants to sleep, damn it. Right as Katsuki vanished, the students that were in the common room looked at each other in concern. They know their friend is, well, angry lost of the time. That's a default state that it was now him being calm. Now they saw him angry by his own standards for the first time. And it was worrying. So, what do you think happened that made him mad like this? Asked Ochako in concern. She couldn't even ask Deku-sama about it, because they don't have surveillance cameras on the UA grounds anymore. I don't know, but it's a source of concern. That much is obvious. This is the first time I see him angry and not willing to talk about it. And considering we knew him the longest, it's a source for concern. Momo let out a sigh. He said he will talk about it tomorrow. Is someone who values honestly, so we should just let him relax for today. But it's not right to leave him like that, Yamamo, protested Mina. He is our friend and we should help him feel better right away. Not leave him to sulk alone. That was also true. But the problem was that they didn't know how to approach the matter at hand. Katsuki didn't like people to treat him like he was weak, so if they pushed too much he would consider them looking down on him. He was improving, but you don't get rid of inferiority complexes that easily. If anything, their friend was doing great on that subject. He stopped acting like he was better than them. Liquor the start of the year. Yes, in a fight he would give mockery and other things and still refuse to have his opponents underestimating him. But on everyday life he was surprisingly a pleasant person to live with. He never complained about having to cook for them, and now he did trust some of them to help him cook. He also does hang out with them in the common room. He even come to their movie night they had last week and made snacks for that, and great ones at that. Which made them feel even worse because they didn't know how to help him. What do you think happened? Wondered Sen, expressing what they were all wondering. You think he got in a fight with our principal? Surprisingly or not, our hothead friend is he one who's willing to call him out on anything that's not right or too much. That. Or maybe it has to do with the League of Villains. I mean, he said they were a kindergarten of mentally ill rejects then criminals. You think some unpleasant revelations were revealed? Asked Tenya. That made the most sense right now. I mean, the league members are mostly teenagers our age, there are adults too, but mostly teenagers. And kids. Possible. Itsuka hummed softly. Considering how pissed he was discovering that he was mostly groomed by those MLA schools was a hard pill to swallow. Katsuki was mad for both himself and Karma, still is actually. So hearing that similar things happened to other people must have pissed him off. But we can't confirm .it without asking him, which we just established that it might be a bad idea, so we could either ask the teachers or wait. She shrugged helplessly. The students lulled over their options for a bit before Mira sighed loudly. Everyone turned to her with a questioning look and she grinned. Leave it to me. I know how to make him feel a bit better than now. Just don't bother him. She started walking to the stairs before turning to them. I lived in the States before coming here last year. I know how to deal with an overworked friend and help them. She flashed the AV sign and went upstairs. Her face cheerful but her smile mischievous. I bet you 3,000 yen she has a hidden stash of drinks in there, declared Saya. Everyone turned to her and she shrugged. She's American. The hell else do you expect? Honestly, I would have been more surprised if she doesn't have one. Tenya was gonna open his mouth, but Mina pinched his arm, causing him to yelp in surprise and look at her in surprise. If you don't have a better idea, then please bless all of us with silence, Ida. Mina deadpanned. Ida was her friend, but he seriously needs to learn how to chill the hell out. I mean, Bakugo just admitted that he might stab someone. That's a way better alternative in my book. Tenya stared at her for a few seconds before sighing and nodding his head silently. I hope they use protection though. Everyone else choked and looked at Cozy Eye with red faces. Tenya's classes cracked at his suggestion. What? Come on guys, you know I'm right. And you saw how she was smiling. Plus they're dating. And she was with a cold war with Kodai for a while now because of that. Yui shot him a glare. There was so much violence and fires and blood in those stoic eyes. Cozy Eye couldn't help but jump far away from her. Oh, are you sure? Denki challenged. I say it won't happen. Wanna bet? Challenged Setsuna with a grin as she grabbed a small handbook. I bet 500 yen it will happen. Oh yeah. Add 1,000 yen from me, lizardy. Saya grinned in amusement. 1,000 yen it won't happen. Idru had full belief in that. And it was just 1,000 yen, so it wasn't a big deal. I don't know guys, there is alcohol in the equation and a girl with a crush All Might couldn't left in there. I say it will happen. Hanta decided to be an ass and not stand up with them. Although I'm broke 200 yen. Bakugo won't do it. He would fight Cords of Nomus, every single supervillain in the country at once, tell the government to go F themselves, and call Nedzu out on any of his bullshit. But girls are, as his girlfriends testify, is one thing he would back down from. Tsuyu put her finger to her chin. 500 yen that it won't? Are we seriously having a betting pool over if our friends are going to have intercourse? Have some shale people. Momo Yaoyorozu sometimes hates being the mature one. 10,000 yen it will happen. Ochako Uraraka chooses to be a little shit and sides against Momo for her petty amusement. Everyone looked at her with shock. We are horny teenagers and she has booths. What else do you expect? The rest of them started throwing bets left and right. Uraraka and her group won the bet. When the two next morning looking like a mess, but Mira beaming like the witch was crossed and set on fire on live TV. Katsuki was smiling for possibly the first time since they met him cheerfully, and he made Mira's favorite for breakfast. Ida decided to have a stroke on them, and some of the boys kept staring at him like God while Itsuka and Yui were busy interrogate Mira on last night. Katsuki told them to not worry about yesterday. And if there was a need to tell them he will. It wasn't ideal. But at least he didn't look murderous anymore. And he was right when he pointed out that they should worry about their exam in few days. Which is why they decided to up their training. Kirishima and Tetsu in particular was excited for Ochako's idea. Katsuki Bakugo, I one-upped you in something. Izuku. Usagi Midori, what? Mirio Togata, what? Usagi Midori, in what exactly Katchan? Katsuki Bakugo, how long did you have girlfriends? Usagi Midori, months now? Katsuki Bakugo, congrats, I nailed one of my girlfriends before you. Katsuki Bakugo, live with that nerd. Katsuki Bakugo, you're supposed to be better with girls than me? Usagi Midori, is this a prank? Katsuki Bakugo, nope. Mirio Togata, how did that happen? Katsuki Bakugo, you remember me storming out of the meeting room when we were done, right? Mirio Togata, yeah, you looked ready to commit arson on the HPSC HQ. Usagi Midori, he would be a hero more than before in my eyes. Katsuki Bakugo, Checks, but when I went to the dorms I was too pissed. I went straight to my bedroom and slammed my door shut. Katsuki Bakugo. Mira came 30 minutes later after everyone had dinner and brought me some, but instead of leaving she stayed. Katsuki Bakugo, and she had a bottle of champagne with her from God knows where. I knew she was American, but F me, how did she smuggle it? Katsuki Bakugo. She said she is a good listener, long ranting later and few glasses and yup. Katsuki Bakugo. I one-upped you. Usagi Midori. This is so humiliating considering how long I am married. Mirio Togata. Great job my dear junior, high five. Katsuki Bakugo. High five. Usagi Midori. F this. Usagi Midori. Anything else interesting? Katsuki Bakugo. I wanted to ask for few more tips for myself and classmates. Usagi Midori. I have so many ideas. Mirio Togata. I can't believe you are the best source for heroes to improve. You are the strongest villain. Usagi Midori. I don't play to get rid of you, Mirio-kun. I play to control the gale itself. And for that both sides should be good, or balancing it out would be way too hard. Mirio Togata. Usagi Midori. Let's start with Kaminari because his quirk is just super cool. Eraserhead was never so close to expelling his problem children as he was on that fateful day. He told Bakugo to stop using Kirishima as his personal exploding bag. Honestly, the whole howitzer impact cluster testing thing was only a small bit of what was happening around him, because he was repeatedly used by his classmates as a quirk training dummy. And Tetsu as well. Uraraka created a super heavy axe kick that she called Falling Moon. The destruction she caused was disastrous. Todoroki used his explosive expanding too, and the results weren't pretty. Kirishima apparently agreed to this wholeheartedly, because the monster trio told him that he would impress Mina a lot if he did this. As for Tetsu, it was just the same case unfortunately as well. They told him that it would impress Tokage a lot if he could stand all the punishment. Did it stop them? No. The day after that, Eraserhead followed the sound of shouts and explosions to run into the monster trio, technically still following his newest ban. Technically. He found them sparring Tetsu and Kirishima. They weren't punching bags. They were sparring partners. The only reason why he didn't expel them on the spot was because Nedzu would re-enroll them, as he found their hijinks hilarious and was too afraid of letting Knuckleduster take Bakugo and all their powerful students as his soldiers. Honestly, Eraserhead agreed. Knuckleduster could and would overthrow the HPSC with a warrior, multiple monsters, excellent tacticians and many heavy hitters. Oh, and a deranged but still genius support engineer. That would be a nightmare. He also didn't, because if he somehow managed to blackmail Nedzu into not re-enrolling them, then pretty much the entire first year would have followed Bakugo into exile. And that would be a massive blow to UA as a whole, as previously established many times already. There was a reason why Lemillion referred to the King Problem Child as King of the First Years on many occasions, and why Hawks adopted the nickname. Because that's what he was. Even if the king remained unaware of their power, that was still the truth. 1A was his personal court ever since the Hosu incident. 1B de facto joined it after he started giving them quirk development tips, courtesy of Deku from his kidnapping, with his help in getting them spotlight in the Interfestival. The general course students got converted into the hero course because of him. So they were fanatically loyal to him and were the closest thing that Kingdom had to a standing army, really. They would absolutely kill for him, no questions asked. The support course practically worshipped him for being the only power capable of restraining Meihatsum. Practically as in literally. Power Loader showed him the shrine. And it was right besides the shrine where students were. Yagi would instantly get a heart attack if he saw it, worshipping All Might behind his back. Eraserhead is dreading the moment once they get in contact with Meihatsum and Mira Erasure. The last thing he wants is the Church of King Explosion Murder, the ever-merciful and badass and powerful, developing an actual theology. Only the business course was even theoretically out of Bakugo's realm, but let's be real. Those guys are business savvy and their religion was stocks. And they realized long ago that their first years are a future gold mine needs to be claimed as property. They would have rather hired an assassin to eliminate Eraserhead than let him expel said gold mine. And yes, he knows that because he received an anonymous warning that they will do that if he keeps pushing against their beloved soon-to-be money printers. From someone in the business course. The fact that said someone managed to cover their tracks well enough that Nedzu failed to identify them was actually rather intimidating. Considering what classes 1A to 1C did during the Interfestival, every hero school out there would have been ready to enroll them. No questions asked. And would probably include the Gen Ed, support and business courses as well, even if they had to go into debt to achieve that. Eraserhead wouldn't be surprised if Bakugo persuaded All Might to open his own school, just to enroll them all and finish their education. Toshinori Yagi had adopted Katsuki Bakugo and Mirio Togata in everything but name, and is absolutely enthralled by his almost favorite student, and all that Bakugo would have to do was just ask him for it. Also, expelling them would be admitting that he lost. Eraserhead will persevere. He can do it. 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 He can't do it, damn it. What do you mean? Eraserhead sighed painfully as he had his phone on speaker in the middle of the teacher's lounge. That I should come get my students Tsukachi? The other teachers gave him a look of sympathy while he was counting the cons and pros of committing seppuku right here and now. Well, funny story is, it seems your supposed monster trio from their story that I already confirmed by the way, that they went on grocery shopping but then they found a bunch of people ganging up on AM3 complex mutant kids. Tsukachi sighed painfully from the other end. Meanwhile the teachers were busy fuming in fury. The gang got the ever-living shit beaten out of them. No quirks by the way, so it wasn't vigilantism. And they did try to placate the situation first, so it was self-defense. Eraserhead could take condolences at that at least. They did try to not get in trouble. He couldn't even be mad that they meddled in that scenario. They were hero students for F's sake. And what happened exactly? Eraserhead asked as the other teachers leaned in to listen. Well, your trio of problem children delivered a beating to 23 adults that fired their quirks by the way with nothing but their bare hands. Honestly, you should be more impressed than mad. I sure am. Eraserhead was impressed, but he was still pissed as well. What the hell can he do with these brats? They got arrested while grocery shopping for F's sake. Debatable. But now, how much should I bring to bail them out? He didn't give a F about money. Nedzu will pay from the UA funds. He will just get the rat to cash it. Nothing really. Todoroki phoned his mom somehow and she transferred the money through the internet. Just come pick them up as stated by protocols, answered the detective. Meanwhile Eraserhead was busy questioning his hearing. Did you say his mom? He needs confirmation. Well yeah, technically Rei Himura never committed any crimes, neither Inko Shimura's. They could literally come and pay in person. But she transferred the money from her home. She even spoke to me and formally apologized for the trouble, confirmed Tsukachi. I'll be there in a bit. Eraserhead groaned. I take it that if I expel them you'll just re-enroll them? Eraserhead shot a glare at the rat who was busy cackling over a cup of tea. You are perfectly correct, Eraserhead. Nedzu chirped enthusiastically as he drank from his teacup. All might and God help him, was beaming with pride as his students, despite them getting arrested. Eraserhead is so done with that idiot meathead filled only with blind heroism. He wants coffee and cats and his sleeping bag. The headache is insane. Well, at least we know they don't quirks to kick ass. That's a good thing, right? Midnight is trying to be positive, but it barely does anything to Eraserhead's mood. Yes. But it also means they won't shy away from picking fights if they can't use their quirks in said fights. It means this might happen again. Vlad King decides to be an ass and points out. Just go get him out and be done with it. Why do you have to make such a big deal out of it? Asked Night Eye as he was sitting a bit farther away looking through some case files. You're just being salty he hooked up with your second most favorite student's partner. Snipes snickered, just to F as a seal almost hit him between the eyes. Eraserhead stood up and left the teacher's lounge before war broke out or something else he didn't want to deal with happens. When Eraserhead reached the police precinct he was painted into the cells to find interesting sights. 3 cells, each of his students locked up with some criminals. But each one a different scene. Bakugo was sitting in the middle with the rest of the criminals huddled together in the far corner of his cell, while looking at him in fear. Probably the guys he beat up. If you leave that corner I'ma F your quirkiest asses up, ya hear? His problem child practically barked at them, and Eraserhead could swear he saw him foaming at them. They nodded fearfully. Eraserhead is so done with this kid. Todoroki's cell, while everyone was crowding around him as he was narrating another conspiracy theory. I'm telling you. One of teachers has a secret love as a villain. I mean, think about it, Vlad King and Vampire look very much alike, both have blood quirks and both LOL like vampires. How can we be sure it's not true? Mused Todoroki loudly. Eraserhead will tell Vlad King just to see his reaction, it would be hilarious. Small mercies in his nightmare job. The inmates seemed amused by his theory, and even started arguing with him. Uraraka, and God please have mercy on this teacher, was nerfing out on their quirks and he wasn't sure if it was a good idea to have an amateur quirk analyst speak to criminals. I mean, you said you can summon anything you touch to your hand? Why not instead just touch people's wallets and then summon it from a distance? Stealing old-fashioned way sounds dumb. Eraserhead knows she is into quirks, but she really shouldn't encourage them. The inmates were begging for her to do them next. Problem children. You're out, he called up to them as the officers opened the cell doors to them. Bye guys. Later. Uraraka waved with her usual way too bubbly smile on her face. Well, this goodbye I guess. Todoroki nodded at he inmates. Finally. Hey idiots, you better not start causing trouble again around my school or I swear to All Might I'll kick your asses. Bakugo decided to be Bakugo and threatened them. They sure as hell took the advice to heart it seems. Eraserhead gave them a tired look. Why are you brats like this? He really wants to know. He really does. Simple. We were arrested. Todoroki decides to make his heart wrench at how utterly socially undeveloped he is by not getting the hint. If you think we'll pass by people needing help and not try to deal with the problem, I think you really don't know us. Bakugo shrugged his shoulders. Eraserhead really wants to expel him at the moment. But even if he dies that, he'll be re-enrolled. Or worse, he will take that as an excuse to go join Knuckle Duster. Along with Uraraka, Todoroki and all his friends. Not worth it. Sorry sensei, but we can't let innocent people get hurt without interference. We are heroes after all. Uraraka gave him a pout and puppy eyes. Adorable brat. Why were his kids students such problem children? Whatever. Follow me, we're going home. Did he just sound like their dad? And it's detention for you three, he added. That wasn't affected in the least. Rabbit was surprisingly happy. What's surprising is both the degree of her happiness and the fact it actually exists. She wasn't used to being happy. Before AU and Sensei she never felt so safe and well cared for. And wasn't that irony of all ironies? She was living in almost constant fear when she was a civilian. A part of society. But when she became a villain and a Bondin said society, her life became better. Rabbit was confused. More than she already was when she first joined the school. The league members are strange too. They seem supportive of her. Especially Karma-sama and his, wow what a man, wives. Her current keeps complimenting Rabbit for her questions and ideas, and doesn't discourage her from speaking. In most cases he pointed out flaws in her logic, but he didn't seem angry at her for making mistakes. He was just making it so that Rabbit would lower her guard and let him steal her quirk, she knows it. He was just like Sensei, scary from the outside, but if you look close enough, you'll see how truly well-meaning he is. There was a lot of strange things around. Like the discovery that Lady Nagant and the hero killer Stain were a thing. Discovery by walking on them making out in the training room. She ran for the hills while squeaking apologies loudly. What Rabbit didn't know was that Izuku Shigaraki gave the two a shit talk of the century for traumatizing her. And then banned them from the training room for the rest of the internship. Then discovering that Reaper and Maruko were a thing as well. She has no idea how the hell did that happen. But she thought it was cute. In a way. Somewhat. Although she feared what those two would create in the future. The idea of blue-haired bunny people that could kick anything to death and turn anything to dust was terrifying. Toxicity and Juggernaut seemed to enjoy the place so far. Karma-sama got to meet them properly with Magician and asked them their quirks, before he gave them a small lecture on how to use them better. Which was awesome. Magician was having the time of her life with the levelers and declared she will join them with joy when she graduates. So in the end of their third year. Just like high schools. Rabbit didn't think she would ever got to high school. Howler and how much she changed in these past few days is probably the strangest thing ever. She was happier and a bit more open. And for once she didn't look scared. Or at least that's what Rabbit thought until Karma-sama suddenly looked at her over a map of Maria's main base. Would you like to be adopted, Rabbit? He asked. And Rabbit was very startled. In her defense it came out of the blue. By some actually nice people. What? Rabbit somehow managed to reply to that. Somehow. Sensei's training is paying off. Sorry, that was a strange thing to ask about, said her boss, scratching his chin with a smile. Do you remember the principal? Mr. Principal? Rabbit repeated. Of course she does. Yes? I mean he picked Lu up as his personal student and said it was my skills and talent. And do you know his secretaries? He asked once more. Why yes sir. They teach us how to cook on a budget, how to fix our costumes ourselves. How to use electricity and water to the minimum to suit our needs. How to pick good ingredients from bad. How to generally on a limited spending. Rabbit replied. She didn't notice the surprise in his face. They introduced themselves as your mothers. They had. To pick up villain names, so Ms. Inko calls herself Mischief and Ms. Ray is known as Ms. Freeze. Those two were certainly a favorite of all of her classmates. And he other students too. Only Kurogiri played in the same league when it came to popularity. But it was a fierce competition honestly. Yep. Karma-sama replied with a smile after few seconds. It's true. They happen to be my moms. One biological and the other adopted. And I think they like you. Mr. Principal does the same. So the three wish to have joint custody over you? Rabbit didn't know what to say, or what to think either. She just stood there in silence, staring at him in shock. Okay, first off, that came out of nowhere. She remembers them cooing at her. The principal seemed very fond of her. They all a family. But were they serious? Or was this a trap? She can't tell for sure. Yes, she wishes it was the truth, but that doesn't mean she would just let her guard down. It could end up battle. Relax, Rabbit, I was just asking, replied Karma. Rabbit must have made your confusion visible. You don't have to agree if you don't want to. How would she know if it's nefarious? How could she tell for sure? And without looking confrontational? She likes Mr. Deku and Mr. Principal. A lot. But she had enough betrayals to last her a lifetime, thank you so much. She ain't letting her guard down. Is this about my quirk? She asked slowly, her eyes locked onto his face. Wah? Karma stops mid-word and freezes. Oh. Wait, did you think that I brought you here because of your quirk? Rabbit nodded. She's prepared. She had time to hide some surprises in her new clothes. She isn't sure how he'll escape the building, but she will. Her personal made bomb should open a hole in the wall. I didn't know that you have a dormant quirk until I tested you in my office. Kurogiri? Rabbit replied calmly while remembering the vents and grates and everything she could possibly use to run circles on them. Then she could blow up a wall and escape. They made a huge mistake underestimating her. She was trained now. And way more dangerous. He probably found out somehow and told you. She isn't backing down. He stepped out, so he is sticking to it. This is highly unlikely considering the fact that he doesn't have an appropriate quirk. Karma replied. He actually knows that you were quirkless, but still asked me to take you for an internship. He was impressed with your smarts and planning and decided that you'd benefit from this. Same with the principal. She really wants to believe him. But she can't. Why are they actually nice to her? Does All for One want her quirk? Did he spend all that time teaching her just to take her quirk? What was their true motives? What are they planning for? They really messed you up in the head, didn't they? Karma said with sadness. Rabbit was even more startled this time. She looked at his face and saw, not a villain, but what you would see as your older brother feeling sad you were hurt. No matter how many times I honestly state that you are smart and resourceful and a great help to me, you still think I'm just trying to have you lower your guard, steal your quirk. Right? Rabbit didn't answer, she is too afraid to answer. So, back to logic. If not Kurogiri, who else would know about your quirk, Rabbit? It's the principal. All for One. He is our principal. Rabbit muttered. Karma gave a surprised look. He stared at her for a second. Then his face bloomed into a smile full of something she couldn't identify. Oh really? And what makes you think you are right? How do you know it's All for One? Rabbit took a deep breath. Well, for starters, I found it weird that despite you being the principal of such a place, I couldn't find any telling details about him, and we didn't get his real villain name. Asking around was obviously a big no. And his skills as a mastermind, his many stories and knowledge is just impossible to be gained in a couple decades. Plus, of course, I never believed the quirk thief to be dead. How many quirks out there let someone survive fighting All Might despite the injuries? How many quirks out there let you survive having your head caved in? My guess was that he retired, and then I was called into his office. An incredible mastermind picking interest in a quirkless kid and offered his knowledge, again might I add, explained Rabbit before she deadpanned. Plus, it was obvious he had a thing going on with Mischief and Miss Freeze. There was a pause. The room was absolutely silent. Before Izuku went to her, which startled her, then gave her a hug. See, Rabbit? Asked Karma with the same smile. You are possibly the first person to figure it out. Everyone else believed my dad is dead for certain. Nobody even had the thought my dad is still alive. They all think that he died to All Might or died after giving me his quirk. Even Nedzu himself thinks it's the truth. And he has one of the strongest intelligence quirks in history. But unlike you, Nedzu got to witness the fight and he knew my dad in person. And yet he failed to put it all together, my dear. Rabbit just stared at Karma in shock. She really was the first person to figure it out herself? Nobody else did? Really? I didn't bring you here and had you work alongside me because you have a dormant quirk? Karma continued. Dad mentioned you to me because even without a quirk you still have a brilliant mind. And I agreed because he told me what you did with your school and I was extremely impressed. Your quirk, whatever it will be, is just an added bonus that I discovered when I tried to give you a quirk to help you with your lack of confidence and assertiveness. I tried to give a quirk, dear. Why would I try to steal from you? I could copy it if I wanted. That last bit was surprising, but reassuring. Besides, I made a decision to only steal the quirks of people that managed to really piss me off. Rabbit was greatly startled by that. Did she qualify for this? Of course she did. She shouldn't have said all those things after all. Thus far the only people to qualify for it did so by either torturing my adopted daughter for more than a year or by being fakes unworthy of their terms as heroes and villains or committing massacres for fun or being quirk supremacist idiots. You really don't make the cut for that, Rabbit. If anything, I just want to shove you in onesie and give a big hug. She decided to graciously not comment on that one. Rabbit is incredibly confused. Is he speaking honestly? Was Karma her friend after all? Like Toxicity and Juggernaut and Magician? Did he really want her in his family? Listen, Rabbit. Karma interrupted her thoughts. Think about what you heard for a while, alright? The offer is still on the table. So, if you want a family, an actual family, all you need to do is to tell me. Alright? And I'm not going to be angry if you say no. You are free to do whatever you want, darling. Oh, Rabbit wasn't sure how to reply to all of that, but she felt warm inside. I see. I'll think about this. And I'm sorry for overstepping my boundaries, sir. Nah, I don't mind. If anything, you should be more confident. And if you were willing to run, better hide a smoke bomb in your sleeve. Throw at people's faces, he replied. Rabbit knew he was super awesome. I'll make everyone's reaction. Rabbit faints. So why are we here? Asked Stain as the rest of the League of Villains were seated in the living room. Even the interns were present. Izuku was in the main couch using the remote to set up something on the TV. Oh, I had Melissa and Manami hack the UA security cameras. We're watching their meeting. I have a feeling this is something we need to witness to not blindside it. Izuku explained wastefully as he was aware of the painfully nervous Rabbit by his side. I see. As expected of our leader, you are always ahead of your enemies and allies in the same time. You truly are extraordinary, Deku-kun, Compress said. Magician was sitting beside him, and she looked like she was going to float from sheer joy. The screen started showing everyone getting situated. Then they opened up with Nezu congratulating the heroes on the successful raid. This is going to be interesting. Izuku hummed while looking at the TV in interest. Later. Everyone stared at Rabbit blankly. What is it? Rabbit asked while fidgeting in place. Under everyone's gazes, which was filled with awe. Holy shit. Being an escape artist. You're an escape Leonardo da Vinci. Dobby was the first one to speak their collective thoughts. And you can make makeshift explosives. That's super cool, Koda added. The kids had stars in their eyes. Rabbit started stuttering in shock at that. Katsuki on the screen asked Night Eye about Rabbit's age, to which Night Eye confirmed. Katsuki snapped his fingers in disappointment while lamenting that if she was a couple years older and he knew about her a bit sooner, he would hunt the academy down to take her for dinner. The commotion stopped instantly like it hit on brakes. And then everyone started laughing. Loudly. I knew Kat-chan had a thing for explosive girls, but I didn't know it was like that. Izuku wheezed as he tried to catch his breath. Can't even blame him. A girl bringing down her own school? What's hotter than that? Mustard cackled. Well, at least the boss's childhood friend has taste. Shinso said with an Aizawa-style grin on his face while of course hugging his new wife, who was giggling to herself. You're awfully quiet, Bunny-chan. What do you think? Himiko said playfully before looking at the mentioned girl. Everyone stopped laughing when then noticed that she fainted, with a tomato-red face. Adopt her already, boss, she already got the fainting you have. Tamura decided to be an ass and jabbed Izuku, who was busy fanning his assistant's face. Meanwhile, why do I feel like someone's making fun of me? Wondered Katsuki as they kept talking about the league members. Mirio Togata was begging to get used to coming to the realm of One for All at the third time, especially that he focused on that really hard when he went to bed. He imagined himself meeting Nana, and he did close his and keep the thought in his head. He didn't expect to do it from first try, but he found himself in the very familiar void of One for All. His body mostly smoky again. But, this time from under his chin. In front of him was a man. Maybe 20 or so. White hair, green eyes, frail but his eyes filled with determination. An aspiring smile on his face. He had some sort of calming aura that if reassurance. And would have Mirio realized even without the flashbacks from the first dream that he was standing in front of the first wielder. The man looked excited as well. More excited than just for being able to speak for the first time. And Mirio decided that this is going to be good. Hello there, Mirio Togata. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, the 21st wielder. I didn't expect you to try to rush another meeting so soon. But thank God you did. There has been some developments in One for All. The first wielder tilted his to the side before smiling. You'll love it. It's gonna be actually something to have an edge against Izuku if we play our cards right. Mirio now felt the same level of excitement the man was displaying. Oh, really now? Talking was still hard. Maybe because his vocal cords weren't fully materialized yet? It's going to be a pain in the ass to speak, isn't it? It's okay, you don't have to force it. We can talk. You know that you got Float, the quick of the 19th wielder, right? Mirio nodded the question. Okay, you were already told this, but you are going to get all of our quirks bit by bit. From every single quirked bearer. That's 12 quirks in general, 13 with the power stockpile. But it seems that there is a 14th quirk that we didn't count. Mirio's eyes widened at that. Was a surprise. Is there a wielder of One for All they didn't account for? Or did Izuku slip something into him without his notice? Izuku, he forced through and first shook his head in negative. Don't worry, Mirio. Izuku is not the person. It's actually something that was always there. But it was a one-time use. The transference quirk hit the singularity point. First leaned into him, giving him a wide, overjoyed, almost childish smile. You can, by physical contact, transfer some of the stockpile in One for All into others, temporarily of course. Mirio gave a look of genuine shock at that. His eyes were as wide as dinner plates. And his barely formed mouth was wide open. This opened a new realm of possibilities. We don't know the full scope of the transference quirk, it's not fully matured yet, but if I have to guess, we possibly could transfer even a quirk or two temporarily to your allies in battle, explained first with a grin. You know what this means, right? We could, with proper strategy, maybe some very powerful allies, and ones that already could handle high percentage of One for All, actually overwhelm Izuku in battle. Granted, he has erasure, but there is only so many people he could look at once. Mirio was now as excited as first was. This was definitely huge news. Gee, great. Is super cool, he forced out. It was effort. But he was going to share the much older man's joy as well. This is something phenomenal. And it could give him an advantage on not just Izuku, but other people from other villainous organizations. Now that we are done with the whole heroic zeal thing. First smiled awkwardly this time and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Now, do you think you can do something for me and Nana-chan? It's not mandatory, by the way, but well? It would mean a lot. Mirio could already guess what this was about already. Why was his life so weird and awkward? On one swing he should smash Izuku in the face and drag him to Tartarus, on the other hand he should see if he and his family are happy? This was way out of his pay grade. And he wasn't getting paid for it yet. Nephew. Grandson, it wasn't a question. It was a statement. Yes, can you ask about his domestic life? How he lives with his kids. How Reaper lived with my brother. Believe it or not, but when I was a kid, brother was very dotting. First winced, it was more of reflexes than intentional. And Mirio decided there was history behind that. History he sure as hell didn't want to deal with. But still a control freak. I think now it was more his quirk, very possessive. But still caring. I heard from through you that he was taking care of a kid. Learning empathy again. And Izuku seems fond of their time together. Can you do this small favor for this 2-century-old ghost? Mirio nodded. This was going to be awkward, but he might get some amusing stories out of it. That would be a win. And it would give some good heroes their closure. Another win. It's a double win. Sure, he nodded. Then he woke up. Floating to the ceiling of his bedroom. With his girlfriend giving him an annoyed pot. After that wild ride he ended up asking All Might, Gran Torino, Sir Night Eye, David Shield, Katsuki and finally Detective Tsukachi for an emergency meeting. The last one is there because, well, Mirio was going to speak about some hard-to-believe things. So, having someone with a lie-detecting quirk who is also in on the secrets is a good idea. Lemillion thought about borrowing the cat cafe that Eraserhead uses usually, but Nedzu and or the League probably have it under surveillance already. School was right out because he doesn't want Nedzu to know, at least for now, about the new developments. In the end he settled for a meeting in Sir Nightai's agency. Katsuki was escorted by All Might thankfully. He didn't want to miss Katsuki on this. Mostly so they could test together. He refused to mention what the meeting is about until they find themselves in a mostly empty meeting room. They are all curious, obviously enough. They don't take him for someone who would call them all like that without a reason. Katsuki though looked a bit disappointed by being here. Maybe he had a date? Mirio could relate to having to cancel one. Making it up would be a nightmare. So, he started while facing his 3 mentors, almost brother and a living lie detector. I have a confession to make. For close to a week I've been in contact with karma. But you guys already knew that from yesterday. So I thought I owe you some explanations on how that happened. Sir Night Eye was startled, but scarcely. All Might is much more expressive. Gran Torino stares with just a small hint of hostility. Katsuki rolls his eyes as he already knew, but he had to be here for appearances. Now that's something I've been meaning to ask about. Tsukachi speaks for them all. What sort of contact? We talk on the internet and play games together. Lemillion replied sheepishly. Everyone gaped at him. It started because, apparently, he has relationship problems, and after thinking about it for a while he decided that I'm the only reasonably sane and normal person he knows to ask for help in that field. So he came to me asking, what do you do when few girls are plotting how to practically take your surname and claim your bed over? That's an exact quote, by the way. Scold me, but this is hilarious. Relationship problems? Sir Night Eye is rarely shocked to the point where it becomes this visible. Lemillion shared the idea of being appalled by the very concept of a supervillain asking All Might's successor for love tips. Katsuki was just snickering in the background, and everyone decided to not comment, already used to Dynamite being the sarcastic sadistic deviant he is. It's complicated. Mirio decides to become the emperor of understatements. We made a deal, as I already expressed in the meeting. I don't mention our contacts unless he agrees to it, but if he makes a slip-up and tells me something useful in catching him, then I'm free to do whatever I want with it. I've been trying to milk him for information since then, but I finally got something useful today. Together with an agreement to come forward with the general issue. I see. Sir says. I'm not going to say that I agree with having contacts with villains, at least not without telling your superiors about them, but I understand the reasoning behind it. Gran Torino and Naomesa nodded. All Might is much more scarce in expressions and seems to be thinking about it deeply. David Shield was just being silent, since this, honestly, was way above his pay grade. Mirio relates so much right now. Katsuki was just there, not very interested but still focusing. Mirio must admit that his junior was definitely something. Is it about one for all? All Might said finally, catching Lemillion off guard. I see neither Eraserhead nor Nedzu among us, only the closest ones, and... Well, yes, but not only that. Mirio replies. We had another session of emergency court counseling, and results are groundbreaking, to say the least. And now I've made few discoveries, ones that would give us an edge over Izuku in the future. But I also got some concerning information. How concerning are we talking about? Gran Torino scowled. He really doesn't like All for One Jr. And he also doesn't like how he royally let down the kid. Honestly, he would really like to just ignore this whole damn mess and retire. Because the kid is, to put it simply, not a concern but an eldritch hero version of All for One. He has the heart, but got so messed in the head that I really pity whatever therapist in jail that would try to UNF his messed up head. Everyone winced at his words. Because honestly speaking, about Izuku always made him less optimistic about their society as a whole, if not the country. Concerning as in, Izuku was sandbagging and could probably wipe out a small country on his own. Mirio replied. And now he gets to see everyone pale at the information. How do you know that? Asked David first, surprising, but Mirio still replied. This will have to go to my quirk to be explained properly. Mirio sighed. So, it has to do with One for All? Lemillion nodded his head at All Might. Yes, but this is going to be pretty wild. I think we should all sit, Mirio advised. They nodded. He doesn't want Gran or All Might to land on the ground due to their legs stopping to work right. He isn't sure how they will react to Nana's presence in his head. The meeting room in general is too large for 5 people. So they take 5 chairs and sit in a circle. It really feels like some sort of group therapy. Lemillion suspects that some of them might need group therapy after the talk. And funny enough, the only person who does bother with it is the youngest and most hot-headed in the room. What an irony. Karma asked me a few questions about my mental state. He said that he neglected to speak about One for All despite it being an extremely fascinating quirk. And as apology he made few theories for me. Lemillion starts when everyone is seated. They blinked at him in surprise while Katsuki snorted in amusement. I mentioned certain dreams I've been getting since Hosu. I never remembered more than a scene or two without context, but I'm certain that I saw Nana Shimura in some of them. Something flinches on Gran and All Might's faces, but it lasts for too short of a time for him to analyze. And that incident during the training with the mental quirk user that got knocked out when he tried to use it on me? Plus the fact that unlike All Might, I can't use it properly right from the start. Mirio? Sir Night Eye is horrified. You can't be saying things like that to a Vil dash. All Might's hand raises up. Mirai, stop. He said, and Sir obediently stopped. Before his head turned towards the symbol of peace. I understand your reasoning. But whether we want it or not, our knowledge of One for All is extremely limited. Karma, no, his daughter knew much more than we do, and now that her master and mentor is willing to share information, confirming some minor things is a small price to pay to actually learn something that might be important. All Might concluded, having no idea just how important the thing Mirio learned was. Young Mirio, please continue. Gran is somehow still silent. He is probably still irritated at the events of Hosu. He is normally stable about it, but sometimes he does get rather frustrated at Karma's overwhelming presence and power. And his very villainous existence. Karma made an educated guess about One for All, started Mirio. Awkwardly. And for some reason after said conversation it happened. I'm going to start saying a lot of crazy and almost unbelievable things from now on. I want you to know that I have confirmed all of them. And I have asked for Detective Tsukachi to be here, so that he can confirm that all I'm saying from now on is true. Nothing you said thus far, including the last few sentences, was a lie. Tsukachi confirmed with a nod. Grand Sir, All Might and David all have a rather complicated expression bordering between interest and worry. I'll stay silent during that talk unless I detect a lie. David Shield nodded his head, indicating he'll do the same. It was probably for the best. These two were slightly more of outsiders in the subject despite being in on everything. Very well. He spent the last few hours figuring out how to explain things to them. He had more or less a plan. To begin with, it appears that I'm excluded from the damage under strain mechanic. One for all damaged past users due to being fundamentally immature and still growing into its true form. I'm unable to use the full power augmentation potential of it unlike the prior users because the growth process of the quirk has concluded, meaning that what I have is something fundamentally different than what the previous holders dealt with. This explains why Recovery Girl found nothing out of place in your body. Sir was visibly relieved and overjoyed. This is wonderful, Mirio. Lemillion agreed. His 15 years of lifespan left has significantly expanded, at least unless a villain killed him first. He doubts anyone other than Izuku potentially could. But he wasn't holding his breath. What is this true form of One for All? All Might is focused on it. He is a bit more invested in this quirk than the rest by the virtue of still technically using what's left of it. Katsuki is also interested, and Mirio remembered that he wasn't in that part in the chat. He'll get yelled at for withholding info later, isn't he? Crap baskets. Izuku speculates that One for All doesn't only stockpile physical strength. Lemillion started. He was met with confusion. It stockpiles. Well, everything from its users. Memories and personalities. Or even souls, his words not mine. And quirks? He doesn't give them time to chew through it and ask, so he continues. He said that the dreams were probably the past holders trying to communicate with me. Nana confirmed that everything Karma said was correct few days ago. He didn't give them time to chew through that too. He can see the shock on the faces of All Might and Gran Torino. Shock and disbelief. So he makes one last push, and activates Nana's quirk. His control is lacking, but he does start floating towards the ceiling. Take this quirk? All Might managed to utter. Gran Torino just stared, looking like he was on the verge of a heart attack. Mirio can see tears in their eyes. Yes, it's hers. Lemillion replied with a smile and after some struggling managed to switch it off. He wasn't far above the ground, so he managed to land relatively gracefully. There are also 13 more in the One for All, but unlocking them all will take me years of work if Nana was correct. He considered this assessment a challenge. He can do it in 3 years, mark his words. Tell us everything. Mirai's reaction is subdued, but his eyes are gleaming. From the start, Lemillion did so. He started with the dream of One for All being created by none other than All for One himself. How he was standing with the past users on his right by succession. How he saw All for One give Yoichi the first user's name, a power stockpiling quirk. Then asked what they think. I have a comment. Everyone turned to Katsuki, who looked amused. The first user is an Avatar fanboy. And you can't change my mind. At least Mirio isn't the only one in that assessment. Mirio then described the initial dream, the one of the desolate and warped wasteland and of Nana's last moments. All Might broke into tears openly when he said how Nana's last words were her telling All for One that her student would stop him. Gran didn't berate him for it, he is on the verge of crying himself. Then he moved over to the hall where the 19 reside. Of the flaming version of All Might is waiting to be completed by the time he died, of how the remaining rocks were filled but by people that remained invisible to Mirio. And about Nana in the 19th rock, rising from it to talk with Lemillion. Mirio narrated her words about 19 past holders that he will eventually be able to converse with, and 14 quirks stored in the One for All that he will inherit. starting from her own, that he was going to have on him when he wakes up. On how Nana joked about Lemillion being All Might's secret love child, only to end up shouting threateningly at someone she called Lariat who apparently told her to hurry up. Mirai recognized the hero name of the Black Whip hero, one of the past holders they know of thanks to Echidna. Then things turned complicated. Lemillion is finally going to fight the first of the many hurdles. The past holders have some expertise on the field of quirks. When Karma touched me to break my legs in Hosu, they immediately found out that Mirio takes a deep breath. He was sandbagging. He variouses 40% or so of his power against everyone. His power at full power is greater than my own stockpile. Izuku, even without his hordes of quirks, could probably beat All Might even in his current power being maxed. That's what Nana said. It's as if the bomb exploded. The mood whiplash is intense. That kid is what? Gran Torino, still with tears welling in his eyes, shouted. Detective Tsukachi is horrified. Night Eye is unreadable. All Might is torn between emotions, shock, amazement and horror. Apparently that's what they learned. One for all and all for one are two sides of the same coin. They saw through his memories and felt sorry for what he went through. So they decided that he should be arrested instead of killed. I think that it has something to do with him saving anyone he can. Him only targeting other monsters in society. Making sure to keep innocent people out of his antics. And only stealing quirks from the unworthy. They're not happy with it, but they are grateful for him saving me in Hosu. They voted 18-2 that I should keep him in the bottom of priorities and worry about the fixing the country. Also, his speech about the balance also got them thinking, so he is now to be treated as a friendly villain instead of demon lord. They said that? All Might seems shocked by the idea. Apparently they have some, and I quote, mixed feelings about seeing another all-for-one user not being an unstoppable and deeply malicious force of nature. Lemillion replied. Also, if another of Nana's random outbursts is any indication, the first user Yoichi is giddy to see what his nephew is doing. She called him a reverse Brocon. He tries to not laugh. He fails. She also told me to watch Karma and act if I saw him follow in his predecessor's footsteps. From this alone I take the fact that they don't seem particularly concerned with All for One Junior. Because apparently one for all and heroism are things he will defend himself. To them he is a fanatic anti-hero/anti-villain cocktail. An SN amusing one. Apparently 2 centuries gets boring, and seeing him kick as on live streams is entertaining to no end. Don't seem concerned? Gran Torino is furious by this. That kid is going to become a monster like his All for One. We have to stop him right now no matter what. Tashinori, don't tell me you're buying that. Well, be my guest. Katsuki finally spoke. Everyone turned to him. You weren't present in the meeting, so let me brief you, Gran Torino-sensei. Everyone tried not to flinch at Katsuki Bakugo being respectful and polite. Izuku Midoriya and Shimura Shigaraki is, to put it simply, the least psychotic, malevolent, unhinged, selfish and evil villain in this shithole of a country. He is what we call a safety net. He grabbed people that society broke, that could have been the source of deaths of hundreds of thousands of people and heroes, that could have taken down the country and given them a therapy while trying to leash them. He saved that unicorn brat before Overhaul made quirk-destroying warheads and won a war against mankind. He started an academy to start turning villainy from just massacring innocent lives to the shit we see in comics. Newsflash, far less people die in those than real life. I'll take the trade. And don't get me started on the fact that if we actually somehow by some shitty higher power taking pity on our miserable asses we arrest or kill him, what the F will happen then? Let me tell you, my dear internship teacher, the League of Villains, the Noma Maker, every single villain that follows that idiot, they will go to Atrocity's open arms. And then we're messed. You get rid of him after Atrocity? We get back to square one. With many supervillains and their organizations running around and heroes unable to deal with that burning pile of shit that will happen when he is gone. The villain emperor and the symbol of evil is, and I hate this just like all of you, honestly probably more necessary than the symbol of peace. Because without him, heroes won't try to burn down the country. There was a heavy silence as his lecture was concluded. He thought about it too, and as painful to admit as it was, Katsuki was right. They need Izuku. Maybe more than he needs them. Mirio sighed and then turned to Gran Torino. Nana also gave me 3 messages to deliver. Mirio said. 1 to Gran Torino, 1 to All Might. And 1 to Karma that I delivered. Though she mentioned that I should probably mention the last one to Gran. Message? All Might asked dumbfounded. To Karma? Yes. Lemillion replies. She told me to apologize to him. Abandoning his mother like she did. And for all the hardships the two of them faced ever since. Everyone looked down at that feeling some degree of sadness. Katsuki was just feeling guilt. A lot of it. As for the message directly to you, she told me to thank you. For everything. Lemillion added quietly. Gran Torino's head perked up. For getting All Might to safety that day. For teaching him and helping him fight after he returned from the US. And for helping me. And also to apologize to you that she couldn't be there with you. It was just too much. Gran Torino broke into tears, which is something that Mirio and Katsuki never even thought that could be possible. Tsukachi and Sir Night Eye held his hands, stopping him from falling off his chair. And, my message? All Might asks. She told you that you're going to meet in person sooner or later. Lemillion said, getting ready to mess up the solemn mood. So you better prepare some sensible explanation about that day. She apparently I saw it all? From the first person's perception. And she have many questions, starting from what the hell Toshi? And then did you brat ever look in the mirror? And apparently her favorite one is, did you learn how to escape a German suplex before you should? All Might paled. Oh, she also said that you better hook up with Ryukyu, because if you pass her like many good women in the past, she will spend the rest of the one for all time hunting you down with a large, as in comically large, frying pan. You have a 1-month time limit to hook her up. She is serious. That was like 4 days ago? I suggest you start planning your lines. All Might fainted. Katsuki cackled. His laughter heard through the block. Yeah, speaking of which. You idiot really should tell your 2 pals about One for All. Katsuki said before pointing at him. Or they will obliterate your ass for not telling them yourself. Mirio paled as the realization dawned on him. He never told them something so important. Nijire is going to kill him. But only after Tamaki strangles him with his tentacles. Then just explain the situation to them after we are done. It's not too late, Mirio. Sir spoke calmly. Mirio looked at him in surprise. You don't mind me telling them, sir? He asked in confusion. He thought his mentor would be against it heavily. Mirio, it's your quirk now. You do with it whatever you please as long as it's not villainous. That includes telling anyone you trust. I advise you to keep your circle of people small. But you still chose whom to tell. It's not my choice to make. Night Eye explained gently. And he means it. Mirio beamed at his mentor before coughing into his fist. Time to go to the part of the stockpile being shared and maybe even the quirks. This one should be fun to test. And his 2 friends and Katsuki would benefit greatly. Tomorrow is the provisional license exam and Mirio wants to do something that will Eraserhead slam his head against the wall in exasperation. Mirio is still petty on the quirk apprehension test thing, damn it. Everyone were having dinner in the dining room. Which might as well be a cafeteria ready to house like 100 people. There are tables that could be moved around and chairs. So everyone were sitting groups. Today they were eating some tacos because apparently Katsuki promised to make them for everyone after the camp, but was too busy to remember. Wow, those are even better than the ones I ate in the States. Mira grinned as she shoved into her mouth while beaming at the chef on her left, who was sandwich led between her and Yui. Itsuka was facing them. Anne May was, who was sent here to live with them after exploding her dorm room and floor, by her right. Yes. They are surprisingly delicious. Itsuka looked at him with sly smile. Can I taste from yours, dearie? Many expected him to sputter and blush, but he just gave her a sympathetic look. Sorry, tough girl, but mine are filled with spicy seasoning. It'll burn your mouth off. And probably shut down your tongue for a while, he replied without skipping a beat. I expected you to at least sputter at the nickname. Itsuka pouted. He shrugged. Tough luck, but not working. This wild cat already took off whatever innocence this relationship had. Nothing could get awkward after her. Katsuki replied casually. Tenya literally choked on his food and Ibra was the one to help him, with his friends laughing their asses off. Does that mean I am going to be your best man, Katsuki? Asked Shoto curiously, tilting his head to the side. Now Katsuki choked. And blushed. His girlfriends weren't any better though. And there was another round of laughter at that. Well, most his girlfriends blushed anyways. That means we can make a baby together, right? Mei Hatsum, Chaos Gremlin, Engine of Disasters, and absolutely zero social awareness asked in excitement. Marry those girls. 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 Mina, Pony, Setsuna, Ochako, to be petty, Saya because it's hilarious, and Tsuyu because she thinks Bakugo looks funny, chanted loudly. I am your best man. 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 Ijiru, Denki, Hanta, Tetsutetsu, Yosetsu, Sen, and then after few seconds Shoto started chanting loudly. to see which of them would be picked up. I don't want to ruin your fun, everyone, but Bakugo has to be 18 years old to marry, announced Tenya. It does nothing to stop the chaos in front of him from continuing on. Not that he was stopping it. In Japan, Tenya added after few seconds, his eyes on the law book that he definitely didn't have few seconds ago. A lot of people question his choice of entertainment, but he doesn't mind. He's learning important things. Very important. In several states in America you can marry earlier with parental and/or judicial approval. Just show up with your parents, All Might who might as well be your uncle by now, and Star and Stripe, no one's going to bat an eye. I can help you get the marriage registration accepted in Japan, Bakugo-kun. After All Might and Star and Stripe saying yes, it's a good idea? Who would even try to say no to that? There was silence in his room. Everyone stared at him in shock and disbelief. Bakugo was too stunned to be mad, embarrassed, or anything really. The rest of the young heroes weren't any better. Even Mei was taken off guard by his suggestion. You fully embraced being the resident school rules Wikipedia and lawyer of our class, didn't you? Momo asked towards Tenya, who promptly shrugs. I am just helping his classmates as a class vice representative should. And if it makes them happy, as a friend I should strive to help. Plus, I am offering a legal suggestion. So there is nothing wrong with it, replied Tenya earnestly. His time with the League of Villains did open his eyes quite a lot, as well as all the horrible backstories and knowledge of how corrupt the law had become. Plus, spending time changed a lot in Tenya. All the times that going by the book would end with people dying, lecture coincided with a practical presentation. If Katsuki didn't break orders to fight in the camp, many students would have died. An island, if they didn't break the orders of All Might, they wouldn't have saved the day. Tenya Ida is still lawful at heart. Breaking the law is distinctly unheroic. That's why he decided to learn everything he could about the legal system in Japan so that he could always present a technically correct excuse of the laws in question when his classmates needed it. And it came to use now. I'll consider it when I blow up atrocities worthless as all the way to Tartarus, defeat my self-proclaimed arch-nemesis. Set the HPSC HQ on fire, then also blow it up while dragging out that witch president in handcuffs to Tartarus herself. Katsuki replied casually. Ah, so you do want to get married? Mina crowed, just to get a deadpan in return. I am a social, not antisocial, idiot. What the hell made you think otherwise? If I didn't, I would have refused the whole dating thing, and you know it. Mina just giggled at that. So now that this is out of the way, let's talk about our exam tomorrow, Ochako said before looking around. You guys believe you're ready? That got her a round of cheers and vocal agreements in return. Of course we are. Katsuki snapped before he looked around him. You are all my friends, people I truly acknowledge as equals and heroes, Lao me, so you better not disappoint me and fail this stupid exam, especially after all the bullshit we went through this semester, am I clear? Everyone cheered at the small speech, feeling even more pumped up than before. Tomorrow is going to be wild. They know that much. And they're fine with it. Katsuki Bakugo. Nerd, I have the exam in 2 hours, we depart in 90 minutes. Katsuki Bakugo. Can I ask for a favor? Usagi Midori. What do you want, Kat-chan? Katsuki Bakugo. I want you to dress your daughters in their most cute or ominous or fantasy-like dresses and send them straight to my class dorm. Usagi Midori. Usagi Midori. I sense a ton of chaos and I need to get a good laugh. Usagi Midori. Alright, I'm in. Usagi Midori. Anything else? Katsuki Bakugo. Do you like cults? Usagi Midori. Not really? Katsuki Bakugo. Good. When everyone woke up that morning, they were quite excited for what was going to happen today. They went through their usual morning workouts for those who wake up quite early, they did some warm-ups and then quickly went to dress up for the day. It's been some time since they started living together, and be fair, they really liked it. It was surprisingly very fun. They were mostly focused on training this summer break to earn their provisional licenses so when they are attacked by villains they could defend themselves. They were waiting for the breakfast to be cooked, so everyone were doing something to distract themselves. Some were just using their phones, scrolling through hero forums to see what's new. Some were watching the television to distract themselves from their nerves. And some were playing cards or board games. The girls were chatting in the corner about something or the other. And the boys wisely decided to not get any closer into that nest of vipers. All in all, it was mostly a time spent to distract themselves slightly. And breakfast was great. That was a bonus. Thank you for the breakfast, Katsuki-kun. Mira said with huge grin as she was murdering her share of the food they were eating. No problem. Katsuki shrugged before looking around. Hey people, everyone looked at him curiously. Interested in messing with literally everyone in the exam and scaring the shit out of them before we even start? The question made everyone look at him in confusion. Alright, I'm game, what do you have in mind? Asked Saya with a smirk. Katsuki gave a shit-eating grin before he laid out his idea. Everyone else after less than 5 minutes were all in, and excited for the idea. This going to be glorious. Today was the day. The day for the provisional license exam. The day where Eraserhead hopefully would be free from his demon children's burden a bit. After all, right after when they pass, when not if, his demon kids could take on Endeavor and pull the win with Bakugo shouting insults for comic relief, they will start going to work studies. Which means that he will be free from those little monsters for at least a little bit. Some of them. Knowing Bakugo's, Uraraka's, and Todoroki's grades, they'll be gone for work studies most of the time. Joy actually. Don't get him wrong. He cares about those brats. Like they were his own. But unfortunately they were the biggest and worst pack of problem children, read demon children, he ever had to deal with, and he wants to expel them from the crap they pull on daily basis, and in the same time he feels pride in their progress. That never happened before. Well, maybe except the big three. But they were a huge group. Not just 3 kids. That was bullshit. How did he get so attached? Vlad King always did. All his students from all his previous years still see him as a third parent, and some with shitty parents or not parents saw him as their only one, and Night Eye apparently got a good bond with 1C and mostly Erasure, which caused him to start glaring a hole through both Eraserhead and the unaffected Bakugo for her hooking up with the Mad Bomber, which honestly is something he doesn't want to deal with. Point is, they were good kids and they will be a nightmare for all villains in the future. Well, villains that didn't graduate from AU but that a can of worms Eraserhead is an opening, and will probably hit the top in either the Lake Light, Rescue, Underground or whatever else they'll try for, but they are a source for the non-stopping headache he was feeling right now for the trouble they were causing, like the time when the monster trio got arrested, or the time when Bakugo and his small harem ended up burning down. What the F brats. A small garage for CRC gatherings and got away with it. Psycho Intelli's intelligence was terrifying and Eraserhead will stay as far away from her as possible. She was an eugenics project of the rats and you can't convince him otherwise. And Bakugo had claimed her as his life partner, so his power was insane now. And don't even get him started on ever since May Hatsum started living with them. The jetpack incident is still fresh in their minds. Oh, or the manly launcher incident, yeah, that one was hilarious a bit, if only because it scared the shit out of Nedzu. But point is, he really is tired of those brats. So now that the day for those hellions to get at least partially out of his hair, he was starting to feel relief. Today couldn't suck more than it already does usually, right? Plus they'll be too nervous to do jack shit. It's going to be a peaceful bus ride. So today our students are getting their provisional licenses, huh? Vlad King mused loudly. His face looked both nostalgic and happy. They grow up so fast, don't you think? It has barely been a semester and here we are, about to send them into the open. You speak like they already earned their provisional licenses, Vlad King. Don't forget that the HPSC had declared that the test will be much harder this year, especially with all the things happening around us, reminded Sir Night Eye before he clicked his tongue. And knowing those bigots, they'll go after our students to sabotage their chances. I have faith in my students, but I don't want to underestimate my enemies either. Vlad King gave him a ode on the shoulder. Relax, man, did you forget who you're talking about? It's the generation of miracles. They won't be taken down that easily. I mean, we were trying to subdue the chaos they are causing. What do you think will happen once we let loose? Eraserhead couldn't agree more. Honestly, he was actually feeling pity on the other schools. If they thought the students were scary in the Interfestival, then they're in for a rude awakening. Night Eye thought about it for a second, as if calculating something in his head before nodding his head in confidence. I agree. When you put it like that, once there is no restraints, it'll be time for the hunt. And those little predators are extremely hungry. It's honestly going to be amusing to watch. Night Eye agreed. What about you, Eraserhead? Any worries on your part? Only one. Eraserhead replied. I'm worried Bakugo might pull something insane today. He was the head of all chaos so far. Other than the ones related to Hatsum anyways, and I don't want to know what he might do today. That kid is not a chaos gremlin, he is the god of all chaos gremlins and I don't want to get stuck in his shenanigans. You're exaggerating, man. Eraserhead shot Vlad a look, as if asking him if he believed in that himself. Vlad just slumped. Okay, he is bad. But you gotta admit, despite all of his shenanigans, can you say you wish he wasn't in your class? He did save the school, or at least helped multiple times. Hosu, the Interfestival, the summer camp. He honestly was a blessing in disguise. Eraserhead couldn't argue with that. I know, and he'll be good hero. Guess I'll just have to survive until he graduates with his friends. We can do it, right? Absolutely. The two nodded in confidence at that. Eraserhead was determined. He can do it. 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 They can do it. All hail our Lord of Heroism and pray for success. A bubbly voice cheered loudly. Eraserhead turned. He wishes he didn't. His eye started to twitch. His face contorted in disbelief. Vlad was gaping at the spectacle in front of him. And Night Eye was staring ahead with a frozen expression. The Hell Generation was walking to them. Dressed in robes except for Shiozaki's small mercies, like it was some messed up cult. And all looking like they were going to a church more than anything. Class 1A were dressed in white robes with white feathers, the hoods looking like unicorns, and even having a fake Eri-like horn on the right side of each hood, with Eri riding on Bakugo's shoulders with a wide happy but embarrassed smile. Class 1B were dressed in dark robes, the hoods looking like the heads of crows, and wearing necklaces with small fake, he hopes, skulls. With Mahoro Shigaraki riding on Monoma's shoulders. With the world's most cocky grin on her face. Class 1C were wearing robes that honestly looked more like sued professor coats, all wearing glasses with red flowers decorating their robes. The hoods were plain red, except for what looked like a wit crown of flowers. A mysterious blonde girl riding on Gara's shoulders, with both of them looking blank and indifferent. But all of them had one thing in common. They all had All Might's face put on the front of their robes. What? Eraserhead couldn't finish. He didn't find the words. What he held Bakugo. Eraserhead knew the kid idolized All Might. Almost worships him, really. But Eraserhead is setting the line here. May all of us pass with the blessings of the symbol of peace sensei and those three young deities, Todoroki said with his hands together and his eyes closed. Eraserhead is so done with these brats. Hail All Might people. And praise Rose little ladies. And let's kick some serious as in get those licenses. Bakugo cheered loudly to everyone. Hail All Might. Everyone cheered loudly, their faces filled with excitement. Eraserhead wants to die. Vlad looks the same. Night Eye looked blank like he didn't know what to think, feel, or say to this madness. Eraserhead relates. If other schools expected the UA students who destroyed the Interfestival to go in happy and plus ultra yelling, they were dead wrong. They were surprised that instead they got a group looking like cultists from some fantasy world descending from the bus. Also no plus ultra, instead they got praise the Angel of Recovery. And any attempts to find the explanation for why two of them, Kirishima and Denki, were carrying a young girl in a sedan chair. It looked like a throne, one decorated with white feathers and, wait, are those unicorns? Were met with short rants about the Angel of Recovery, the great young one who has blessed the UA and their class with her cosmic powers and wisdom. There were also some ominous Latin chants involved. Tokoyami was most likely the one who wrote them. Eri embarrassedly, Eraserhead is 90% sure that she only agreed to this because her demon sister convinced her to follow on this, but happily played along. She gave everyone that looked at her signature angel smile, her face beaming with the light of 1,000 sun. People were instantly dazed by the little girl's cuteness, adorableness, and innocence. And they were metaphorically knocked out when she handed them candy, told them to do their best and to always care for their safety. Because, Eraserhead honestly think Recovery Girl gave her this script, Chio Shizenji will ditch UA for this kid no questions asked, making people see her as a deity? Normal Monday, their lives mattered too. They apparently took the words to heart. At least that was a good thing. Tokoyami looked like he went to heaven. Everyone was as unsettlingly edgy as he was. And his quirk had the time of its life, really. The Shiketsu group left way too quickly, looking like they began to question the one as sanity. Eraserhead related to them on a very deep level. Then the Ketsubutsu group showed up with Ms. Joke, who naturally repeated her pleas for Eraserhead to marry her so that they could build a family filled with joy and happiness. Eraserhead promptly began questioning his own sanity for coming along with it when she asked him that question in private many months ago. Not like he had many reasons to complain, he simply failed to find the answer to the question of why he agreed to it in the first place. But he didn't regret it. She was one of his not many threads left to hang in here and not skydive from the UA main building. Then Ms. Joke left, with her students looking at Class 1A with incredulous, unnerved, and very confused expressions while questioning what the hell are they learning in UA. And everyone now were freaked out by those guys. Everyone were wondering what the hell was the deal with those weirdos. What was wrong with them? And thus, the fame of the Angel of Recovery grew by a small bit. One of the Ketsubutsu girls decided to ask Todoroki for an autograph. He looked surprised by it. And then genuinely happy, and it actually showed on his face, when it turned out that no. It's not about his school festival battle. She was a fan of his conspiracy theories show. Kaminari got to sign her an autograph as well. He looked happy and was maybe only a tiny little bit flirting with her. But the girl surprisingly flirted back. Bakugo surprisingly gave him a pat on the back in celebration for that. Class 1A found themselves standing in a large room full of people attempting to pass the provisional license exam. From there, they were introduced to the person conducting the exam, a man who seemed to favor sleep as much as Shoyuta did, by the name of Yokemaru Mera from the Heroes Public Safety Commission. Yokemaru Mera looked like he was about to fall asleep. Someone has put a plus ultra into the exam preparations, it seems. That, or the HPSC was cutting corners and didn't hire enough workers. Both options were a thing in Class 1A's humble opinion. Because their humble opinion was very low of the HPSC in general. There are 1540 of you here, Mera said, desperately holding on to consciousness. The first stage of the exam is designed to whittle that number down. That much made sense. At least to Yaoyorozu. She figured out the reasoning, and so did the Monster Trio and, in other test locations, Monoma and Erasure. But Mera decided to explain it to those less up-to-date with events happening within the Hero Society. Thanks to events such as Hero Killer Rampages, and the Summer Camp Attack, and the many rampages of the supervillains in the country, and the threat of the League of Villains, Mera continued on. Honestly, it's almost admirable that he is still standing. The image of heroes has been weakened. We're entering the age of an uprise in villainy. We cannot allow people who cannot measure up to that become the heroes to stand up to them. Your failure. Damn, I want to sleep. Would become further cracks in the hero industry as a whole. Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Monoma, Kendo, Erasure and Intelli understood that logic. They simply considered it bogus. And par for the course with HPSC's belief in personal strength. Strong heroes good. Weak heroes bad. Sure, it made a superficial amount of sense. But what about not destroying anything in their path heroes? What about actually decent human beings off work heroes? What about working together and not hounding achievements for fame heroes? What about maybe community service once in a while heroes? In the Monster Trio's humble opinion, a single clip from Endeavor's past training with Shoto would have done more damage to the heroics as a whole if posted online than any amount of unranked heroes losing fights with villains. At least it was going to lower the potential casualty rates among the new heroes. That much was good. Everything else was questionable. Which meant, in the least polite way possible to say it, that it was bullshit. There was more than mass destruction heroes. After all, did it really help them? They saw how capable a quirkless kid is as a villain. Why couldn't they just take that lesson and learn it? The HPSC has committed an ultimate mistake. Eraserhead understood that soon after he seated himself on the tribune, right next to Ms. Joke, the Shiketsu teacher, and the Angel of Recovery herself, with several more teachers in the hearing range. It was a mistake so horrifying that Eraserhead almost cried at what was going to happen now. Only 100 people will pass. 3 points, 1 ball. Who scores the third hit gets a kill. The more kills you score before you are killed or the exam time ends, the higher chance of passing. As the 100 students with the most kills will get into the second phase of the exam. Oh no. Vlad Dad, what the F people? Only 100 will pass. Yeah. Vlad Dad, our kids are so killing it and it's not funny. Dad for 20, I know Vlad, I'm sitting here right now and I am almost crying from horror myself. This isn't going to end well. Night Dad, this the understatement of the century. Eraserhead. I'm so done with today. And we haven't even started. Vlad Dad, how did the debut go with you? Vlad Dad, my group scared everyone shitless. By apparently telling everyone about making a deal with the Demon Lord of Evil, and now they are gifted with 0.25% of his power by having his child blessing them with her presence. Vlad Dad, ugh. Night Dad, well, something similar happened with me. The only difference is that Eve, the girl's name, was utterly dead in the inside, which made her speech the even more terrifying to everyone else. And considering the throne with blood on it and vampire aesthetic, I really hope other schools don't try to start praying to karma to get similar success. Dad for 20, I'm so done with these kids. And Eri only spoke and gave lectures about taking care of their health and safety with that horrifyingly powerful and adorable smile. And she gave out candy to everyone. I'm done with this. Eraserhead? The Shiketsu teacher asked. Eraserhead remembers him as the Shadow. He is honestly a rather boring looking guy. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? This is going to be a massacre. He groaned, slumping in his seat. If they did it so that you pass by scoring a set number of kills and only the first 100 passes, it would be alright. But now? Eraserhead shudders. My class is going to go on a rampage. Oh dear. Uncle Kakin isn't holding back, is he? This is going to become ugly. I hope Papa accepts them heaven after this. Eri mumbled, stopping her date with a strawberry ice cream that Eraserhead bought for her. Well, I hope my uncle don't claim their souls too harshly. Eraserhead couldn't believe how much of bullshit today was. Eri was seriously seeing her uncle as the Shinigami? And her dad is supposedly God. Does that make her sisters the queens of hell or something? What? The Shiketsu teacher looked unconvinced. The other teachers in the hearing range seemed to look like. Eraserhead was for some reason looking down on them. Well, if only they knew. The Interfestival guys. But without hiding. It's an open war. Emmy sighed loudly. She made sure her class stayed the hell away from those kids. Everyone winced at the reminder before one of the teachers spoke. They're just first years. Maybe they're better than normal first years. But there are much more experienced students in here. The teacher reasoned. Eraserhead doesn't remember his name. The most interesting thing about him is that Emmy once told Shoyuta that he looks like a time-traveling Adolf Hitler who shaved his mustache off to travel incognito. Eraserhead compared their pictures and, well, he can no longer unsee it. Dynamite and the others found themselves standing in a large room full of people attempting to pass the provisional license exam. From there, they were introduced to the person conducting the exam, a man who seemed to favor sleep as Shoyuta did by the name of Mara from the Heroes Public Safety Commission. It was here he announced that out of the total 1,540 examinees, only 100 would pass the first test, ruthlessly cutting down the 50% pass rate to barely 6.5%. This caused a lot of muttering in the crowd of students, but Mara ignored it as he began to explain the test. After we open, we'll pass out the targets and balls, and then we'll start in 1 minute after all targets and balls have been passed out, announced Mara. While a few students questioned what he meant, it became clear when the room suddenly began to shake, the walls and ceiling opening up to reveal the whole arena that had been set up for them. Just like USJ, there were a variety of terrains, allowing students to quickly judge where they would work most effectively. Yes. Dynamite yelled in ecstasy as the walls undid themselves. They have 10 minutes to move to a position. Mara doesn't want people so close to each other to suddenly start firing up their quirks at each other. It's murder time. DE. Some of the nearby examinees look vaguely concerned by it. Alright people. Time to split up into the designated groups. Remember, we shouldn't let our guard down. So be careful. This is a battle to survive, not dash. Creati started but was cut off. Alright people, listen the F up. All those losers are practically a bunch of point dummies. We butcher them to the mother last. Not a single one surveys, am I mother clear? We survived death so many times, those mediocre are not even a snack before lunch. So go there. Grab those balls. And choke them on it until they lose. Or die. Everyone cheered loudly. Their faces filled with excitement and determination. The will to pass burning bright in their eyes. Seeing them so fired up, fired Katsuki up in return more than he already was. Now to get more serious. Alright guys. Time to split up. Grinned Charge Bolt as he walked off. Wait, you're not staying? Grape Juice yelled in surprise. Sorry guys, some of my new moves are. How should I put it? Too dangerous to use when friends are around. Plus I've practiced with all might. I'm confident, said Charge Bolt casually as he waved them goodbye. See you on the other side. Temper started walking off himself while stating that, in fact, it was the same with him. He can't use wide-scale attacks if his friends are around. Communicators, Ponytail, ordered Dynamite while looking at their resident creation girl, to which Creati quickly obeyed, creating several of them at once, passing them to everyone. Catch, shouted Dynamite, throwing one to Shoto and another one towards Denki, both of which caught them. What's going on guys? Asked Cellophane as Creati quickly passed a few more communicators around. Think about it. Everybody already knows our quirks here, answered Ochako as the group began to run. They all quickly realized that the Interfestival, which was broadcasted to all over the world, allowed the students of other schools to study what quirk they had. This event will become the Battle of Schools. That means they'll start thinking of which school to go for first. With all of our quirks already known, trailed off Ochako, allowing all of them to come to the same conclusion. The first test start. Immediately, the class of 1A found themselves suddenly besieged from all directions. They were the target of the UA crushing. Dynamite grinned widely at that as he started to cackle. Yes. Let's go. Omake, Mahoro's cult. The students weren't sure what to expect from the UA students that came for the provisional license exam, mostly for them to be students with excited attitude and yelling plus ultra while grinning widely. They were surprised that instead they got a group looking like cultists from some fantasy world descending from the bus. Also no plus ultra, instead they got praise the demon princess. And any attempts to find the explanation for why two of them, Sen and Yosetsu, were carrying a young girl in a sedan chair, it looked like a throne, one decorated with black crow feathers and, wait, are those skulls? They look real. Were met with short rants about the dreaded Queen of Hell, the horrifying young ones who has told everyone about making a deal with the demon lord of evil, and now these faithful followers of hers are gifted with 0.25% of his power by having his child blessing them with her presence. There were also some ominous Latin chants involved. Kurwara was most likely the one who wrote them. Mahoro happily played along with a wide cocky grin. She gave everyone that looked at her signature demonic grin. Her face showed like a devil born straight from hell. People were instantly intimidated by the little girl's horrifying grin and terrifying expression. And they were literally knocked out when she declared that she was the child of God himself before summoning creatures from thin air to prove her point. Vlad King is so done with this bullshit. Ah. Yes, mortals. Fear me, the great monster Queen Echidna, the daughter of the Emperor of Japan, the living deity of evil that all evil people worship before going to bed, who blessed me with 1% of his power, and I in return blessed them with 0.25%, which is enough to annihilate you for good. Echidna declared as a dragon materialized from thin air and roared loudly. Then unleashed dark flakes from its mouth to emphasize the point. Many students stared at each other, then at their teachers before they booked it out, running to their buses and driving off. Only half. Man, I hoped I could get rid of more than that. Mahoro whined before pouting heavily while crossing her arms. Oh, trust me, you got rid of half the competition. We couldn't ask for more, really? Phantom Thief assured her with a theatrical bow while Echidna nodded at him appraisingly. Vlad King was watching from behind and slapped his forehead. Today couldn't end fast enough, it seems. Dynamite and the others found themselves standing in a large room full of people attempting to pass the provisional license exam. From there, they were introduced to the person conducting the exam, a man who seemed to favor sleep as Shoyuta did by the name of Mara from the Heroes Public Safety Commission. It was here he announced that out of the total 1,540 examinees, only 100 would pass the first test, ruthlessly cutting down the 50% pass rate to barely 6.5%. This caused a lot of muttering in the crowd of students, but Mara ignored it as he began to explain the test. After we open, we'll pass out the targets and balls, and then we'll start in 1 minute after all targets and balls have been passed out, announced Mara. While a few students questioned what he meant, it became clear when the room suddenly began to shake, the walls and ceiling opening up to reveal the whole arena that had been set up for them. Just like USJ, there were a variety of terrains, allowing students to quickly judge where they would work most effectively. Yes. Dynamite yelled in ecstasy as the walls undid themselves. They have 10 minutes to move to a position. Mara doesn't want people so close to each other to suddenly start firing up their quirks at each other. It's murder time. DE. Some of the nearby examinees look vaguely concerned by it. Alright people. Time to split up into the designated groups. Remember, we shouldn't let our guard down. So be careful. This is a battle to survive, not dash. Creati started but was cut off. Alright people, listen the F up. All those losers are practically a bunch of point dummies. We butcher them to the mother last. Not a single one surveys, am I mother clear? We survived death so many times, those mediocre are not even a snack before lunch. So go there. Grab those balls. And choke them on it until they lose. Or die. Everyone cheered loudly. Their faces filled with excitement and determination. The will to pass burning bright in their eyes. Seeing them so fired up, fired Katsuki up in return more than he already was. Now to get more serious. Alright guys. Time to split up. Grinned Chargebolt as he walked off. Wait, you're not staying? Grape Juice yelled in surprise. Sorry guys, some of my new moves are, how should I put it, too dangerous to use when friends are around. Plus I've practiced with all might. I'm confident, said Chargebolt casually as he waved them goodbye. See you on the other side. Temper started walking off himself while stating that, in fact, it was the same with him. He can't use wide-scale attacks if his friends are around. Communicators, Ponytail, ordered Dynamite while looking at their resident creation girl, to which Creati quickly obeyed, creating several of them at once, passing them to everyone. Catch, shouted Dynamite, throwing one to Shoto and another one towards Denki, both of which caught them. What's going on, guys? Asked Cellophane as Creati quickly passed a few more communicators around. Think about it. Everybody already knows our quirks here, answered Ochako as the group began to run. They all quickly realized that the Interfestival, which was broadcasted to all over the world, allowed the students of other schools to study what quirk they had. This event will become the battle of schools. That means they'll start thinking of which school to go for first. With all of our quirks already known, trailed off Ochako, allowing all of them to come to the same conclusion. The first test start. Immediately, the class of 1A found themselves suddenly besieged from all directions. They were the target of the UA crushing. Dynamite grinned widely at that as he started to cackle. Yes. Let's go. He cheered loudly in excitement. Everyone around him rolled their eyes in amusement at his pumped attitude, which in return made feel pumped up. Just as the test started, most of the 1A students found themselves besieged by many other students from other high schools, with Ketsubutsu Academy leading the charge. No. What the hell are these idiots doing? Ms. Joke panicked seeing her class leading up the charge against Eraserhead's class. Are they suicidal? Those little monsters will eliminate them quickly. Eraserhead just sighed in sympathy before shrugging his shoulders at his close friend, Reed, wife, and patting her shoulder. They probably want to avenge what happened in the Interfestival. After all, they lost pretty badly to my class. Eri-chan just sighed at that loudly in exasperation. Everyone else looked at her in surprise as she started to speak. My papa always told me that pride comes before the fall. If those students of yours can't let go of a personal grudge, then they probably don't deserve to get a license and risk people's lives in the future. Ms. Joke. Ms. Joke just groaned at that. You're right. You're right. If they didn't listen to me, then it's their fault, not mine, but she was still salty about it. It was then that all the students from everywhere around them started throwing balls at their direction in order to illuminate them with the power of numbers. If a nail sticks out, then I'll hammer it down, shouted Shindo as he threw his ball at the general direction of 1A, which was swiftly followed by a barrage of balls from all those joining in to crush UA. Katsuki went into the front and jumped high into the air with an explosion before aiming his right palm forward. A few sparks of orange lightning flared around his right arm before he set off of an explosion, the shockwave powerful enough to send all the balls back into its throwers with a much greater momentum. His classmates stared at him in awe as he landed on the ground, before he turned to them with a glare. Put your heads back into the game, idiots, he snapped. That was enough to get them back on track. The other 1A members were also using their new moves to avoid or deflect the balls. The fruit of their grueling training and tips from a certain white-haired demon lord, paying back. Uraraka flew high above them all, using her pseudo-flight ability with telekinesis/zero gravity to dodge any incoming attacks with amazing speed and agility. Dark Shadow reared up and started to throw them away, protection fumigage from being hit with the balls. Mina, Hanta, and Mineta found ways to wield their quirks like whips, effectively knocking away all the balls or grabbing them for themselves. Momo protected herself, Tsuyu with shields that she surrounded the two of them with. Ida ran through the hailstorm and didn't get hit with impressive speed, not getting hit once by any of the stray balls. The students from other schools were finding themselves to be quickly getting frustrated with how untouched Class 1A are. Ms. Joke watched in amazement before turning to Eraserhead. It's impressive how your class had already gained super moves of their own and had them figured out so quickly. You should be proud. Upon seeing the cheeriness in Ms. Joke's voice, Eri groaned loudly. Not as impressive as how many times they came to the infirmary while experimenting with their quirks. If my hair wasn't white before, it would have been now. Eri shot Eraserhead a cold glare. And the teacher stiffened under her gaze. Aren't you their teacher? Why didn't you make sure they were not pushing themselves too hard? Did my quirk make you people complacent this much? Eraserhead flinched under her gaze. Shit, like father like daughter, huh? Those unsettling red eyes shined with anger directed at Eraserhead. I can't watch over all of them, and if they don't push themselves they won't improve. Eri just sighed. I asked the wrong person. You're the guy who wouldn't take a day off even if you broke every single bone in your body. How would you even pull that off? In another universe. Shoyuta Aizawa sneezed. He looked around before wondering who was talking about him. He then shook his head. He had a class to teach. Even if that stupid Nomu broke all of his bones, he won't let it stop him. He could still talk after all. Back to this universe. Tokoyami pulled out his own ultimate move, covering himself with Dark Shadow like it was an armor. Dark Shadow swiped at a blonde girl named Tatame Nakagame. Her top half seemed to disappear at first, then her head appeared above her hips, as she used her quirk telescopic, which startled Tokoyami and Dark Shadow greatly. Meanwhile in the U.A. All Might smiled as he was studying his lesson plans for the next semester. To be honest, he was very confident that his students could make this work. The results of everyone's training was clear to him, and they would use it to get through anything. In the stands, Ms. Joke pointed out that people got the impression that, due to how the test was set up, attacking first would lead to victory. However, that wasn't actually true. Eraserhead agreed and said that teamwork and information gathering would be more important when a huge number of people like this were battling it out. Down in the arena, 1A stood strong as the onslaught tapered off. With the students refusing to be eliminated, Dynamite called on everyone present to move forward like this. Everyone shouted agreement and stood confidently beside or behind him. And with that they started pushing forward. Shindo scowled at seeing this before sighing. Tisk should have expected that UA wouldn't be taken down so easily. But we won't be put off for long. A boy named Shiki Makabe, who could make things really hard by needing them but his quirk it didn't work on living things, used his quirk on some of the target balls and threw them to another boy. The boy was named Itajiro Totiki, whose quirk was named Boomerang, and it allowed him to throw object at any trajectory he wished, even if it was underground. He demonstrated this by locking on to the UA students and throwing the balls so that they went underground. The students looked down at the ground nervously, wondering where the balls would come up. Uraraka, who was in the air, quickly tapped herself and used her quirk to make herself much heavier before she dove down, pink lightning exploding from her body as she prepared an axe kick. Meteor smash. Uraraka smashed into the ground at full force, her weight and momentum mixed with her super strength being too much for the ground to withstand. The hit was more than powerful enough to break up the ground in front of them. The displacement caused the balls to fly up into the air before they headed for Mineta. Mina quickly saved him from them by slinging a wall of acid into the air. Hey, thanks Ishido. Cool move as well. Didn't know you learned how to do this too, said Mineta with a thumbs up as he grinned at Mina. Mina grinned back. Hey, you could say a lot of nasty stuff about Bakugo's little brother. But not that he sucks with analyzing quirks and coming up with ideas. Shindo scowled seeing how ineffective their attempts to overwhelm UA are. The students seem to be fully capable more than he remembers them, despite them not having a warper and being way more outnumbered than before. Shindo now fully realized that 1A had grown a lot since the Interfestival. I wish to inform everyone that nobody had passed yet. I repeat, no one had passed yet, but I would tell you over the speaker once people did, Mara announced before yawning loudly. Hearing this, Yairosa's mind ran through why things were at a stalemate. Everyone was still trying to gather information about each other's weak points so they wouldn't waste any of their shots. But that meant things would speed up soon. And unfortunately for everyone, that's exactly what they are waiting for. Shindo, seeing that he gathered enough information, grinned. He warned his classmates, then put his palms on the ground and used his quirk. A shockwave emerged from his hands, one that split the ground apart even more than Uraraka's had. The 1A kids were sent flying, much to their everyone else's joy. To them, now the students were cornered and it was time for the hunt. Now they could win. If only they knew how wrong they were. Katsuki scoffed as he finished up the bragging idiot that was from Shiketsu High School. He didn't even need to try that hard as he blasted the purple-hair idiot that he, as usual, never bothered to learn his name. As the other examinees were finally set free, one of them panicked upon seeing UA that he directed his quirk into the ground, causing an explosion as well as a chain reaction that caused the bridge they were all standing on to crumble. I'll kill him, shouted Katsuki in anger as he quickly angled his explosion so he could land onto the ground without any problems, rolling behind some debris. Gathering himself together while cursing a storm, Katsuki had been ready to dive out when a familiar voice called out to him. Yo, Baku bro, called out Ijiru as he slid next to Katsuki before grinning. Glad I managed to find you. What's the plan? The plan is I go out and murder them all, growled Katsuki, his fingers already wriggling in excitement. Ijiru nodded as he silently grabbed a ball, his hand slowly moving towards Katsuki's target. His facial expression seemed to change as he got closer and closer. Suddenly, Katsuki turned around, slapping the ball out while also grabbing Ijiru by his shoulder guards. Then put Ijiru into a headlock while muffling his mouth with his hands. Shouted a muffled Ijiru in shock before Katsuki pulled away. His next sentence, however, explained everything. Take off that shitty disguise. I know it's you, I'm not dumb. I already met you once, and that's enough for me to be able to recognize you everywhere, ordered Katsuki with a glare. Ijiru blinked a few times before his features suddenly began to melt. Soon, the fake Ijiru melted into none other than Himiko Toga, the villain vampire. The best infiltrator in the country. Hee, how did you know I wasn't your friend? Asked Himiko with an amused grin. Beach, you think I can't tell who you are in disguise? Snorted Katsuki. It doesn't matter what you do, I can easily tell. Himiko was slightly awed and scared that somehow, Katsuki could instinctively tell who she was even with her quirk transform. Her quirk allowed her to copy whomever's blood she drank down to the tiniest detail. The only other person whom she could never fool was Izuku, so this was a new experience to her. Even veteran heroes like the UA teachers couldn't tell it was her. You're just like him, she whispered to herself with a pout. So, what brings you here? Asked Katsuki. It can't be to just guard the pipsqueak in the stands, is it? You have a SN agenda? Maybe, shrugged Himiko while grinning teasingly. You know how much of a papa Deku-kun is? Would it be weird for him to send me here to look after his baby girl? Sounds like his nerdy is alright, snorted Katsuki before scowling. Now spill the beans, Beach, or I will turn you over to the authorities. Why are you actually here? You'll have to force it out of me, grinned Himiko. She pulled out a knife before she took a stance close to him. He also prepared himself just in case. The air was tense between the two as the breeze blew gently between them. Then suddenly, a stream of acid came shooting at Himiko. Himiko backflipped, dodging the stream of acid trying to chase her before rounding a corner of a building and disappearing from sight. Bye-bye, Uncle Kachan. Make sure my baby girl is properly fed today. Baku bro, shouted the real Ijiru as he stopped in front of him with Mina landing behind him. Who was that? And was she naked that whole time? Nothing to be concerned about, grunted Katsuki, eyeing Ijiru before noticing one of his targets was lit, meaning he had been hit. You got jabbed somewhere? Yeah, how'd you know? Asked Ijiru looking surprised. One moment when I landed there didn't seem to be anyone, the next moment, Vampire for some reason jumped at me, then stabbed me with something while hitting my target. I couldn't even sense her. That explains how that crazy chick got some of his blood, noted Katsuki with a frown. She probably could conceal her presence, he remembers seeing that technique somewhere. But he wasn't sure where. Don't mention her to anyone or they will cancel the exam. She's here to make sure that Unicorn Brat is safe. So she's not our problem to worry, ordered Katsuki with a frown. Red Riot blinked before nodding. He trusts Katsuki and that's enough for him. Guys, hate to interrupt, but we're surrounded, noted Mina, causing the boys to look around to see they were, indeed, surrounded. Looks like all the small fries decided to come out to give us an easier time killing them than trying to track them down. Grinned Katsuki as small explosions crackled in his hands. Some of them started to hesitate, seeing Katsuki's face grinning maniacally. However, it was too late for them to back off now. With a roar they all charged in. A few minutes later, Katsuki, Ijiru, and Mina were walking out of that fight, having dealt with them pretty quickly. Time to deal with more small fries. Denki decided that he did the right thing by going on his own. Don't get him wrong, but with his friends he could find up shocking them with his electricity too. And they could cause them to fail. But here in the forest? Where he was alone. He could cut loose no problem. Looking for your friends, buddy? Shouted somebody from above. Denki looked up to see some students in ninja uniforms grinning down at him. Or were they? He couldn't tell with the mask. They were also multicolored. Now, he isn't the smartest, but weren't ninjas supposed to be hard to spot? Because these guys were pretty good at standing out. He was also surrounded from all directions by the guys in the branches. This should be fun. So, where's the punchline? Asked Chargebolt with a grin. The ninja uniforms, the colors and all. Are you supposed to be some cheap copy of Power Rangers or something? There was apparently the wrong response. Because the ninja guys activated their quirks and jumped down at him with battle cries. Lightning armor. Chargebolt's body was encased with electricity forming what seemed like a cowl or an aura that covered him. Arcs of lightning danced around his body and his hair spiked up suddenly. With a grin, the blonde electrical hero jumped out of harm's way as one of the guys descended on his spot, and punched it with enough force to crack the ground. A Chargebolt saw Uravity do much better with ease. He ducked under what looked like large discs spinning in the air and charging at him quickly. Or well, quickly to most people. Chargebolt saw everything happening in slow motion. A guy tried to stab him from behind, but he easily ducked under his sword arms and tapped him on the knee. Crackle. The ninja uniformed guy yelled in pain as he was electrocuted. Denki made sure to not overdo it with his attack. 1 down, 9 to go. Chargebolt called out to the guys. That seems to be only making them madder. One of the guys picked up some rocks and started tossing them at him. Don't get cocky, you Pikachu ripoff wannabe. He snapped as he started throwing the rocks. Chargebolt jumped back and started evading the rocks, while making sure to look around him. The discs charged at him again while the rest of the guys either kept their distance or were still on the trees. Well, this should work. Hey. Take this, you idiots. Charge Bolt grinned widely as he shot 2 small discs at the disc guy and the one throwing the rocks. They naturally ducked before grinning at cockily. Huh. Is that he best you could do, you idiot? The disc guy mocked. Charge Bolt grinned widely at that. Crackle. So that's how it feels like to be smarter than others sometimes. Well, I like it, declared Charge Bolt as he aimed his hands forward. Sparks ignited in his hands before he fired 2 bolts of lightning. The 2 bolts traveled in the air, and through the 2 students just to be absorbed by the discs Charge Bolt fired. 3 down, 7 to go. Charge Bolt declared as he jumped up into the trees. Crack 'em. Charge Bolt used his lightning-enhanced speed to blitz between the Seigen students. He turned out to be too fast for them as less than a minute later they were knocked out. Welp, that happened, Charge Bolt said as he pulled out his own ball about to eliminate them when a familiar voice called out for him. You mind leaving me some Kaminari-chan ribbit? Asked Froppy as she hopped to his side. Charge Bolt gave her a look of surprise before asking what she was doing here and why she wasn't with everyone else. To which Froppy explained to him that, in fact, they got separated and that everyone else are doing their own hunting as groups now. But Froppy found herself alone. I see, that makes sense. So let's finish them off and go rest up, he said as he turned around and started walking off. Froppy ribbited in agreement before she moved to him quickly, about to hit one of his targets with her own ball with a grin. Smack. Suddenly, Charge Bolt turned around, slapping the ball out of Froppy's hand while wrapping his other arm around her waist. MMFF? Shouted a muffled Froppy in shock before Charge Bolt pulled away. Then he spoke. Could you please turn off your quirk so I could look at your beautiful face? I know it's you, sweet pie, teased Charge Bolt good naturally. Froppy blinked a few times before her body suddenly was enveloped with multicolored mist. Soon the fake Froppy was by none other than Kami Odashimi. How did you know I ain't your homie, asked Kami, grinning teasingly. How could you just keys a girl without asking first? What if she didn't want it? Are you a creep, dude? Doubtful. I said we go to rest. If you were Froppy you'd smack me and sat that we agreed to take down as many students as possible or Dynamite Bro will kick our collective asses. He has a bet with Phantom Thief. And it ain't pretty, explained Charge Bolt with a smirk as he flicked her forehead. Kami pouted. You didn't text me that this morning, you savage. How was I supposed to know? She snipped, to which he raised his hands in a placating gesture. My bad, babe, I was too nervous. Plus he leaned closer to her, just know. You're pretty special. I felt that ever since we met. Kami blushed at that, remembering him saying that quite a while ago. Flashback. Kami was running through the halls of the stadium after being separated from her friends and classmates. She didn't know what to do, especially that the whole place was in shambles, and communications weren't working yet. Hey pretty? Are you lost? A guy that looks like a shark shouted to her and she flinched. As he stepped closer to her, she stepped back, ready to use her quirk to make some illusions with glamour to escape. But it wasn't needed as a lightning bolt shot forward from behind her and slammed into the guy, before shitting forward, ramming the shark in a wall, effectively knocking him out. She took a lot at her savior to see a blonde guy from the UA group, looking at her with a teasing smirk. Well, I'll be damned, I met a lot of cuties in the past. But you're definitely special, he said before tossing her an earpiece. Take this, we have our own network for the students to navigate. He turned to leave but she stopped him. Wait, he turned to him and she tossed him a small paper. That's my digits, Blondie. Hit me up when this is all done. He stared at her before giving a huge, goofy grin. You betcha, my fair lady, he said with an overly extravagant bow before he literally bolted off. Cute was all she could think at the time. End flashback. Ever since then they've been texting and talking, then the summer camp disaster happened. And they stopped for a bit. But Distill called back until he picked up. All guys be saying then your special line. Why should I trust you, she asked. Consider those guys my gift to you, but now I must be back to the hunt. He turned before giving her a thumbs up. Until we meet again, my love. And by the way, I love your costume, babe. And he flashed. She had few seconds to process that before she stomped her foot down. He was doing the mysterious hard-to-win guy crap on purpose, wasn't he? Worst thing is that it's working. Gah. What? Mara blinked a few times at the current point ranking display. What the F? It summarized what was happening pretty well actually. What the F? Did the 1A monsters seriously annihilate 300 people already? Most of the teachers on the tribune were staring blankly, either at the stadium or Eraserhead. He doesn't like the latter. He is only slightly more okay with the former though. What? Why is his class like this? Sure, they'll be wonderful heroes and will look splendid in his future resume, but why? They are having fun. He spent so much time trying to make them understand that being heroes is dangerous and often grueling, but they grew so strong so fast that they are having fun. And he can't just tell them to stop, because it's not like they are underestimating their opponents. They are simply strong enough to not have to care about them. And bulldoze through every resistance while throwing jokes around. Eraserhead, the Seigen teacher that's incognito time-traveling Adolf Hitler started. What the hell are you teaching them? His students' plan for the exam was a secret. Their apparent plan is to make fun with that while messing up with everyone else wasn't. And Eraserhead had a role to play in it, however he detested that. They promised him a lot of coffee. That's the question to be asked to her, said Eraserhead with a sigh, while pointing towards the little girl sitting next to him. The Seigen teacher looked at him like he wasn't sure if Aizawa was making fun of him or not. But Ms. Joke simply nodded with a solemn look on her face. And Eri, for once instead of looking like an angel, gave them a patient, kind, but still mature look filled with wisdom. Which might or might not have officially scared the shit out of Eraserhead. Emmy was in on that. Of course she wasn't sure what the joke was about, but she hopped on the bandwagon without a second of hesitation. Emmy Fukukata was like that. So, the teacher really isn't sure how to react to this. The other teachers behind him appear to be confused as well. What did you teach them? Not me, dear sir, I am merely a messenger of a greater power. Eri replied. Her face is calm, yet somehow incredibly serious. And maybe a bit unsettling. That honor belongs to my beloved father, the leader of the Shigaraki clan. And the strongest and lost wise of them all. The teachers appeared to be taken aback by this introduction. Eraserhead wasn't any better though. And I haven't taught them anything, dear sir. Eri continues. That honor belongs to my great father. UA is delivering him periodic tributes in exchange for sharing his knowledge and power with its students. She paused before looking at them one by one. Then she continued. My father isn't just an emperor of evil. He is a living god. A man of power, knowledge, wisdom and compassion. He saw potential in the UA and blessed them with his divine mercy. This is a rather odd way of saying my dad is an absolute geek and would throw any amount of information about quirks and training because we actually ask. Odd but technically correct. Also, Aizawa is going to find whoever wrote those lines for her. It's Tokoyami or the Dark Shadow, isn't it? He is going to do something nasty about it. Eraserhead really wants to be elsewhere. Alas, instead he gets to see the teachers from other schools getting persuaded by this bribed angel, with the help of the problem children, that UA is worshipping some goddamn Cthulhu and getting dark powers through those deals. If Shiketsu, they all know how competitive they are towards the UA, starts sacrificing virgins to get their own great old one, Eraserhead is going to expel his entire class. He has to draw a line somewhere. Why did you do this, Bakugo? Is it really worth the laughter? Then again, in that kid's twisted mind it might actually be worth it. It's not like he fears expulsion. He would laugh, flip them off and start bombing HPSC president's properties for shits and giggles. Your great father? Shiketsu's teacher mouths, clearly in a daze. Eri uses that as an occasion to drive the nail deeper. Yes. She nodded scarcely. And he feels like he is in the presence of a sage of the sorts. He is powerful enough to level cities with a gesture. People build shrines to him, and the entire society ives in fear of his retribution. But he is a wise man. He decided to leave this world for his progeny to shape. That would be me and my siblings, whom are with the two other blessed classes. She paused, sighed tiredly and then tilted her head a bit. But even then me and my siblings are on an eternal debate. Eri said in disappointment. I believe in mercy, in the good in humans. In being T guiding hand for them in the darkness. My sister Echidna believes in being a punisher, where she rules hell, and takes her pleasure from the screams of sinners. My other sister is neutral and content with increasing her knowledge and wisdom, but never to share it. My brothers are more interested in sending the sinners to my sister's burning pits than trying to help them see a better path. And it pains me that we just can't seem to agree. Now Eraserhead is as baffled as everyone around him. But honestly he was starting to actually believe this, and oh shoulda Aizawa don't fall for this. I wish one day my siblings would listen to me and treat the mortals like the helpless beings in need for guidance that they are instead of the irredeemable monsters they view them as, she sighed calmly before turning back to watch. What the hell? Mumbled the shadow with a blank expression. Eraserhead thinks this summarizes their thought on this pretty well. An ongoing battle between several schools was promptly interrupted when Inasa Yurashi appeared at the rooftop of the adjacent building. Together with a massive wind that has promptly torn almost all balls from the students' hands, while granting him their undisputed attention. "Everyone's fighting," Yurashi said with a wide grin while the whirlwind above him was full of the capture balls. "Everyone's fired up. I love it." Some of the students begin to recognize him as that kid who battled the UA monsters and didn't turn to mushed potato. But it was too late to run. "Let me partake in your hot blood-edness. Please and thank you." The rain of capture balls decimated his opponents in one fell swoop, earning him 134 kills. And it also made Mara's jaw drop. Further at the display, Tenya Ito wasn't part of the secret world domination master classes of Nedzu, but he was smart and had a gift for tactics. Something you get from being part of a hero family and legacy. So while not a genius, he was still very good. Perhaps, in a way, like All Might. He had Mineta deploy his balls around the area. That kid could bounce off them for high-speed three-dimensional movement, resembling Gran Torino's relentless beating up of Bakugo in the summer camp quite well. Tenya then promptly lured other students into the killing zone. If they managed to hold their ground against Mineta, he had speed, not strength. They were left vulnerable to Tenya suddenly running through them at top speed. He had enough spatial awareness now to not accidentally step into Mineta's balls. He also had enough social awareness to realize how horrible this sentence sounded. Tenya Ito was growing up, and his classmates were proud for that. Nevertheless, this fight was a one-sided massacre. Like most of those involving 1A that day, Shoto Todoroki was almost unstoppable when he was only using his ice. Now he was also using his fire, which threw the word almost from the sentence. He was promptly freezing anyone who came close. And if someone proved resistant to low temperatures, he engaged with his flames. He scored on his own 78 kills before he was starting to get slightly tired. He wasn't in for the competition. If Bakugo and I didn't tell him to eliminate as many as he could as a huge FU to the commission, he wouldn't have bothered. He then ran into Vampire, who promptly invited him into his mother's birthday party in 2 days. He should ask Bakugo and I and Uraraka and I for permission. Mara blinked at his screen. His mouth was on the floor. He was aware of that. It's just that he didn't know how to react. "What the hell am I witnessing?" asked one of the judges besides him. He didn't know either. "Ahahahahaha." Psycho Inilai cackled loudly and manically as she was sitting on a chair, on a rooftop in the highest building of the city part of the exam, drinking high-quality tea with none other than Momo Yaoyorozu. "Working together was the best idea, my dear friend Yaoyorozu. With my mind and your resources and my women power, nobody could stop us. Behind the two of them, the city could be seen exploding on multiple places. But in an organized way. Which, in Mara's opinion, what the F? Yes, my friend. I was a bit skeptical when you sent me an invitation through Bakugo. But I trust him enough to give it a try. I can't say I do regret it," nodded Momo Yaoyorozu, also sitting down and drinking tea. Psycho held her like speaking to someone before smiling, in a way that would haunt Mara's nightmares for decades, and nodded. "Unleash the final phase." And the final phase turns out to be exploding the center building with sleep gas after they left everyone into said building with their controlled explosions. "Ahaha." The two young women cackled together as they clanged their teacups together. Mara learned to fear the smart ones even more. Eraserhead unknowingly is in the same boat. 2 minutes later, after the grand finale by Psycho and Momo, Eraserhead was reminded that Ochako Uraraka is of the growing 1A Heavy Hitters Club. Some students made a horrifyingly bad call. They saw her be friendly with Todoroki before the exam, so they tried to taunt her about her de facto brother's supposedly pathetic show about conspiracy theories and how he looks like a statue with a mouth more than a person. Ochako Uraraka got pissed and shouted something back. Another one decided to be borderline suicidal by bringing up her other friend. And taunted her back with some variants of, "Why don't you go have a three-way with that Pomeranian and Canadian flag?" Eraserhead could practically feel the murder intent from the audience. And that's before Ochako threw a building at them. Small one, yes. But she simply touched it, reversed its gravity, tore it from the ground and then redirected its gravity again towards the offending group. Eraserhead didn't know that she could do that. Aizawa Shoyuta realized that women are scary. Especially the ones that are practically mama bears. Don't argue, she adopted Todoroki and Bakugo by now, same with them back to her. Yokemaru Mara could scarcely believe the results in front of him. Sure, Yue and Shiketsu typically dominated those exams, but they were more or less equal while doing so. This time not so much. This was made even harsher by the fact that Shiketsu sent its second-year class, while UA sent first years. 17 UA students scored 764 kills in total. Almost half of the participants were knocked out by them. 18 Shiketsu students, in the meantime, eliminated only 212 participants. The third school was Ketsubutsu, whose 12 students, third years though, eliminated 159 students. What the hell was that? What the hell did the rat do to his students? It was impossible. It was all absolutely, patently impossible. HPSC president is going to shit bricks when she hears about it, isn't she? Shiketsu was firmly their enemies as well, despite being in her eternal struggle against Nedzu. But even if they were on its side, Shiketsu was thoroughly outmatched and crushed. Ketsubutsu was keeping its distance from both sides, that much was great, but even if it moved over to the HPSC side as well, it wouldn't be even nearly enough to balance that out. He is yet to learn that 1B and 1C achieved similar outcomes in their own exams, although to a lesser degree. Especially 1C, despite struggling against Shiketsu, they still were in first place on their exam site. Alright, F this, Mara. There is still the second phase of the exam. Maybe they'll F something up? Omake, reaction to the cult by the Shigaraki family. Demon Lord, why didn't my baby girls come to visit Izuku? Demon Nerd, sorry dad. Uncle Kat-chan apparently reserved them for something. Ice Angel, oh? Green Beauty? Oh Izuku, I'm so happy you guys are slowly working things out. Handyman, I still don't like him. Hell Devil, only a bit. Mini Maruko, does it have to do with the public shit talk in the sports festival on Endeavor? Twice. Hell Devil, yes. Mini Maruko, honesty is a virtue. Demon Lord, back on track. Demon Lord, why was I banned from my time with Little Angels? Demon Nerd, apparently Kat-chan asked me to dress them up in ominous/adorable/fantasy dressed and drop them by his dorm for a playdate? Hell Devil. Ice Angel. Green Beauty. Handyman. Demon Lord, suspicious. Mini Maruko. Is that really what he told you? A playdate. Demon Nerd, yes? Demon Nerd. Demon Nerd, what did Kat-chan do? Shivering. Demon Lord, I have good feeling. Hell Devil, same here. Handyman, oh. Mini Maruko. He had Eri, who was dressed up as a unicorn princess carried on a throne, while Class 1A are dressed in cult robes that seems to be worshipping her. Mini Maruko, so 1B and 1C probably are doing the same with Mahoro-chan and Eve-chan. Demon Lord, I need to see the tapes. Handyman, I take it back, I like that Bomberanian. Ahahaha. Hell Devil, lol. Demon Nerd, catching you bastard. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo grinned widely. Why do I feel like Izuku is having existential crisis? I did the cult thing just for that, he said in amusement. What, did Eraserhead expect he lost his mind? As if he did this to F with his little brother. What older brother worth their salt doesn't? The members of 1A were quick to pass, not only because of the upgrades provided by May and the other support course, but also for the fact that they were able to maintain communication with each other thanks to Momo creating the communicators. They didn't only pass, but they absolutely killed it in the results. Their kills were at the number of 700 a sum. That was more than the other schools combined. Well, except for Yurashi from what they heard. And CI, who teamed up with Momo for a grand-scale operation and crushing 312 contestants. Everyone around the stadium learned to fear the two genius heroines in training after seeing them or hearing them cackling manically while drinking some tea together. Soon they were all in the anteroom, quickly resting and replenishing their strength while also describing the battles they had fought. Alright people, listen up, started Katsuki, causing everyone to look at him in curiosity. The blind bomber looked at them with his signature bored expression before his face melted into a huge feral animal-like grin. Great job, we wiped out most of the fodder. And took most of the kills with it. Shiketsu had barely third of what we scored, and I bet all the other schools are dying in their envy. So when we get home we're celebrating like a goddamn 1999 in Las Vegas. He raised his fist up and his classmates started to cheer. They all looked happy and excited after seeing and hearing their grumpy and usually almost done with it all classmates so pumped. Class 1A started conversing with each other, as well as trying to relax a little before the second stage of the exam. Momo could be seen on one of the booths eating a large share of food. She didn't technically need it, but appearances must be kept, with the other girls sitting with her. Katsuki was sitting with Ijiru, Denki, Hanta and Shoto in their own booth chatting together. Katsuki was a bit disappointed that Shoto didn't score above the hundreds, but he shrugged it off when Shoto told him that he wanted to save his strength for the next phase of the exam. Meanwhile, as they were talking, Denki glanced around before noticing Kami. She was standing with her classmates as they chatted and discussed the exam. She was just standing there awkwardly and pouting to herself. Denki still remembers how she mimicked Tsu really well to even the rib biting and tried to sneak up on him to hit his targets. To be honest, the only reason he even suspected that it actually was Cammy and not Tsu is because of the small tick she had. Every time she got excited, she would slyly smile to herself and purse her lips slightly. Not to mention that look in her eyes. Whoever said that the eyes are the window to the soul was bats hit crazy, but pretty accurate, hummed Denki to himself as Cammy seemed to refuse to look at his direction. Shrugging, Denki decided to kick back and see what the next test would be about. "You said something, bro?" asked Hanta in curiosity as he heard Denki mumble. Denki looked at him in surprise before shrugging. "I don't know, did I?" "It doesn't really matter," he chuckled to himself quietly. He didn't want to tell anyone about Cammy, not yet anyways, but he will eventually. The reason was more that the girls will become an intolerable pain in his as if they found out he has a girlfriend that he rarely sees in person. The whole summer camp thing, dorms, and now exams stagnated his progress, but he could always ask Bakugo for advice. They will become a living nightmare to him. And don't get him started with the teasing. Bakubro is still dealing with it now. And his girlfriends aren't really subtle. Kodai gave him a morning hug in front of all of them. And Erasure 2 days ago fought with Kendo to sit. He looked ready to jump through the window, in his lap, with showing their affection to him. Point is, he isn't telling anyone. Not yet anyways. If he delayed for too long he'll get his ass kicked though. "Oh really? What was that about the eyes and the soul again?" asked Shoto while tilting his head in curiosity. Denki blinked at him before shrugging. "Something I watched in the TV. It says that he eyes are the gate to the soul. What do you say, Baku bro?" Denki skillfully changed the conversation into Katsuki's direction, who shrugged in response. Whoever said that was nuts, but pretty accurate in their deduction. Katsuki confirmed with no hint of hesitation in his voice. A wistful smile on his face, which looked a bit awkward on him of all people. "Man, you make us feel single, man." "Stop it," whined Ijiru with a pout, causing Katsuki to smirk and punch his arm playfully. "Then man the F up and ask Raccoon Eyes out, you moron. Or I swear I'll do it for you," urged Katsuki, the smirk on his face turning from cocky to mischievous amusement quickly. Ijiru sputtered a bit before his face turned into an identical color to his hair, amusing everyone else in the table besides him. What? IJ just, but, dude, we're just friends. I swear, stuttered Ijiru, to which Katsuki deadpanned with a glare. "Stop being a coward. And ask her the F out or I'll do it for you." Ijiru opened his mouth. "Moron, I've been around you and the romance freak enough to tell you have a crush on each other. So ask her out already, because apparently she's as good in understanding her own feeling as she is bad in schoolwork." "Wait, it's not obvious they like each other?" asked Shoto curiously, tilting his head to the side in confusion. Everyone else looked at him in surprise. They blushed deeply around each other. Ashido is very touchy with Kirishima, he stutters around her, and he values her opinion deeply, plus he went through the effort of being a training dummy for all of us just to impress her. Isn't this what a boy in love does? There was a long pause after that. Then Katsuki hooked his arm around Shoto's shoulders with a wide, overjoyed and proud grin. "Hell yes, icy hot, you're learning?" He laughed before smirking at Ijiru. "See? Even the most socially unaware person in our year noticed. So stop being a coward and get yo it." Ijiru just poured with a blush and nodded. When she'd put it into words, Ijiru realized that in fact, he was trying his damn hardest to impress Mina. So he should do his best. After all, Mina deserves the best. "Damn, me and Todoroki are left in the dust," whined Hanta. Denki just gave him a shit-eating grin in response. "Don't you have a thing, Himawari-chan, buddy? I've seen you stare at her when she is in the garden tending to the flowers," teased Denki. Hanta sputtered and blushed in response. Katsuki watched them bicker with a small bittersweet smile. "I wish I was a better person in the past, maybe then Izuku would be here with us, a hero as well. But then again, isn't this what regrets are about? Having mistakes you couldn't fix? Because it was too late now for that. Best he could do is try to defeat him, which best of luck for them in that, and help him get rehabilitation. Yeah, pretty sure he would take over the prison before his first session, he is like that." Meanwhile, in the teacher's tribune, said teachers were staring at Eraserhead with disbelief. "Okay, that's it. You guys made a deal with a devil that even Nedzu bows down to, and you can't convince me otherwise," declared the incognito Adolf Hitler with a groan. Eraserhead would have deadpanned a response, but Eri Shigaraki beat him to it, and answered with a calm, collected voice dripping with wisdom. "Which where the F did she learn to do that?" And a patient expression. "You are mistaken, mortal human Nedzu. And the Yue did not box to a devil, they bowed to a deity, the strongest bring to ever be and will ever be on this earth. And if you wish for similar success for your students, you should express your worship to the Lord of both darkness and power. Deku Shigaraki. The man who could level cities with a gesture, the man who can overthrow governments or install him at his leisure, the man with enough intelligence and wisdom to make people like Nedza feel like fools in comparison. You cannot defeat a god, only pray for his divine mercy. And wish for his gifts to be so generously given to you and your people. Everyone stared blankly at the little unicorn. Some of them too baffled by the vocabulary she expressed to say anything. Eraserhead is done with this shit. After the 100th examinee passed, the rest of the examinees were quickly evacuated within minutes. Boom, 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 boom. Right as the last one exited, the surrounding area that was once the battleground promptly exploded, creating a disaster area for the rescue test. An announcement came up, explaining about the test and how the Help Us Company, or the HUC, would be disguising themselves as normal injured victims scattered throughout the battlefield. The point system was explained and a 10-minute warning so people could finish using the restroom, etc. Yaoyorozu, whispered Tenya in worry as he stared at the screen. Yeah, this might have been modeled after the HPSC HQ attack, nodded Momo with determination. Back then, the casualties were in dozens of thousands. Karma annihilated everything surrounding that empire of bureaucratic corruption to the point rescue efforts were in vain, breathed out Tenya. He still remembers watching the TV screen with his family. The casualties was estimated with around 100,000 people in total. Soldiers, heroes, bureaucrats, police that tried to intervene. They were all slaughtered. Tenya never felt so much fear before, and it was only rivaled by the summer camp attack. We'll have to do our best, Ida-kun, stated Momo before looking around her. She remembers the rescue lectures Izuku gave her. She will use it to the fullest. So she waved at Ochako to come before speaking. We'll have to plan this out. Ochako, can you make sure each one of our classmates gets a communicator? Asked Momo as she handed Ochako the communicators. Ochako nodded with a smile, taking the communicators from Momo. Should we continue as a group? Asked Tenya with a thoughtful look. Momo frowned in consideration, trying to think of a reason why they shouldn't when Shoji piped into the conversation, causing Momo to look at him in curiosity. I've been hearing some chatter, but it looks like people are planning to split up into small groups. Perhaps we should do the same to cover more area. That is a splendid idea, Shoji, acknowledged Momo. This is a rescue operation, and most of the examinees here are older, and thus more experienced than us all. They may have had simulations closely related to this and its proper procedures while we were more focused on how to treat a rescue victim. There is a map here, declared Tenya as he pulled a map of the battlefield from somewhere, gesturing to each different location. We can plan who should go where based on our abilities and quirk, hummed Ochako, a notebook appearing from thin air into her hand. Where did she get that? Thought everyone in surprise. They soon made quick plans and spread the word, passing communicators around to their classmates. Katsuki frowned as they were making plans, remembering that air teachers in fact only focused on the combat part of the exam, and didn't teach them a damn thing about rescue operations. And considering how they stressed getting their licenses, it felt like a neglect on their part. He will have serious words with the teachers and principal later. Meanwhile, every single staff member including the principal felt a shiver go down their spines. They were also starting to hear boss music for some reason. Excuse me, Bakugo, greeted Nagamasa Mora, the leader and class representative of the Shiketsu group, whose hair covered his whole body. Did you see Shishikura, whose eyes looked like slits? Katsuki didn't recognize the name, but he did remember beating up someone with slits for eyes wearing a Shiketsu hat. Figuring that it was him, Katsuki scoffed before replying that he did. That's what I thought, sighed Nagamasa, then shook his head. I think he probably acted rudely. He must have offended you in some way. He does have a tendency to impose his own values upon others, and so he probably couldn't help himself after seeing you, since you're pretty famous. I myself, along with my classmates, would like to build a good relationship with Yue. So I do apologize on his behalf. Although his apology seemed heartfelt, the students of 1A couldn't help being suspicious. Yue and Shiketsu were technically rival schools after all. Just as they all turned to leave, Inesa came into them, looking as excited and boisterous as they remembered him. Hello there, my friends from Yue. I didn't see you since the Inter-Festival ended, greeted Inesa with a grin that quickly turned to a solemn expression. I am also so sorry for everything that happened to you. And I am deeply sorry for your loss. He bowed very fervently that he ended up smashing his forehead against the floor. Art. The 1A students shook their heads in amusement at his antics, and they felt touched by how genuine he was. Pull your head up, big guy, barked Katsuki. A hero doesn't bow his head down, so pull up yours like a proud hero should. And as for the summer camp? The apocalypse have hell to pay for that, I can swear it to you. I won't let those get away with killing my people. If you actually feel sorry, then let's work together to pull through this exam, get our licenses and start hunting those down. As Katsuki spoke those words, he offered Inasa his hand with his signature feral a grin in place. Well, to say Inasa was moved would be a huge understatement. As Inasa was about to respond something to Katsuki's words. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone in the stadium, heroes and students and judges alike, were very startled when there was a second set of explosions all over the stadium in many different locations. Then the intercom system flared to life as someone started talking, and everyone felt a shiver go down their spines at the robotic but somehow malicious-sounding voice. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, I am Hellfire, I represent the apocalypse and came today for one and only objective. To flood this place in blood. The security system is already off. The communications are down. And all the exits are sealed. The HUC workers are going to be under our mercy now in few minutes. And so are you, young men and women. I advise you to just accept your fate and die. It would be way less trouble for us. You cannot hope to win this battle. Now with that out of the way. Goodbye and thank you. Katsuki snarled as he tugged at his gloves tightly and checked his equipment. Speaking of the devils, they really wish to be arrested, don't they? He growled as he looked around him. Everyone else looked somewhat at least scared of what was happening. Well, those that weren't from his class, even Mineta, looked more in for blood than they usually scared. That was really something. All right, people, he shouted, gaining the attention of everyone around him. They all looked at him with some confusion and worry. This is not a drill. You heard the F, we are stuck here, so if we wish to survive, let alone win, we have to work together. So here is what's going to happen. We are going to split into groups with both rescue specialists and fighters to defend them. Me and anyone who is confident in their strength will go to fight the big boss. Ponytail will make communicators for everyone in here. We will coordinate our movements and try to save as many people as we could while repelling the enemy. Does everyone have a problem with the general plan? Nobody said anything. Alright then let's show those damn villains that they messed with the wrong people. They got to planning right away. And just as they finished planning, in the record time of 3 minutes no less, multiple portals opened around the stadium areas where many people started coming through. No nomus though. That was a very small mercy in their opinion. The students ran into formations with determined expressions. This won't be pretty. But they will win. Shoyuta Aizawa, or Eraserhead, really hates his life. He came for exam. To watch the progress of his kids, just to see the place get attacked by terrorists. Again. Why's his life like this? He knew what he signed up for when he became a pro hero. And it sure as hell wasn't this. This was a bullshit of the highest caliber. He looked around him as he jumped to his feet just to see that the teachers were doing something similar. But what scared the shit out of him was that Eri jumped to her feet. Kid, stay with us. We can protect Eraserhead couldn't finish his sentence as Eri for some reason manifested large Pegasus wings from her back. It cut through her dress, but she didn't seem to care much. I took a copy of the overhaul. I can save lives. I can heal people. I can save them, she declared to no one in particular before she flapped her wings and rushed off. Rushed off just as portals started opening around his stadium's areas. Deku-kun is going to kill us. Ms. Joke gave a nervous laugh as they started running. Understatement of his century. If anything happens to that kid, they can all say Japan goodbye. But he will worry about that later. Villains got in their way as they descended into the stadium, and the battle began. IQ scowled as she watched through her makeshift command post in the city side of the stadium. It was absolute chaos now. You wonder how she got there? Well, flashback. God damn it, sighed Psycho as she was planning quickly. She had many plans, especially that everyone quickly explained their quirks. But the problem is that she couldn't oversee what was happening everywhere without a proper place. I wish I could get to the main tower in the cityscape. It was already modeled as a security room for the whole stadium. Momo sighed at that, feeling as dejected. But then someone came and stepped them in the shoulder, causing everyone preparing to look at the girl in confusion. I think I can help, she chirped. But before anyone could ask what that means, her figure started melting off, startling everyone. She was then replaced by none other than Vampire in her red bodysuit. A villain? Some people shouted. They were ready to attack, but Psycho stood up from her chair and looked at the blonde vampire. How can you help? I'm not in the mood to go with ethics. I am more into survival and saving lives. Psycho stated before looking around. What about you? Gonna reject help from an A rank? Almost S ranked? No one said anything. Well, I can do this. As Vampire said the sentence, her figure started into none other Karma himself. Well, I don't have his insane power and speed and I can't use his quirks, but I can be your personal taxi around the stadium. I even created an electromagnetic field that will let your communicators work. IQ was now believing there was God, and it had white hair and red eyes. Perfect. Any chance you can summon someone for me? Psycho asked with hope in her eyes. And flashback. And here Psycho was in the tower with none other than Mei Hatsum with her, who was flipping through the security system and using the cameras that was everywhere, so the judges could see everything happening, of course, to give IQ a good understanding of the situation. Said situation was grim, but manageable. The main strike force are engaging the main villain. Unfortunately, he seems to have a very powerful fire quirk. Underestimating him seems like a bad idea. Mei reported with a frown. How's the rescue efforts going? IQ asked with a frown. Was going in. A strange smoothness, or more like the extra help was very appreciated. The teams are doing great. Vampire using twice quirk Yo clone everyone including the monster trio, Charge Bolt, Red Riot, Gale Force and other strong combatants made sure that the rescue teams are well protected, explained Mei before she sweat dropped. Plus, the Pegasus flying at top speed and snitching the civil with her white feathers is great help. Whoever taught her deserves a gold medal. IQ really hates the idea of letting a little girl engage in something like this, but beggars can't be choosers. And IQ hates to be from the former, so she will add rain hell on these villains. Any luck contacting the authorities? She asked hopefully. It would be great. You have all might strum the place right now. Nope, whoever Technopath quirk user is there, they are obviously boosted with trigger. I can't hack their defenses. Even if I had taken all my hacking babies from my workshop quickly before that summoning quirk ripped me from place, it wouldn't have mattered. We are on our own. IQ cursed. This situation was far from ideal. But it was far from the worst case scenario as well. They were still fighting back after all. Hope is lost only when you can no longer fight. How's it working in repelling the villains from the different areas? Asked IQ with a frown. Her mind racing through different plans in a split second. She couldn't believe how stronger her quirk gotten from those few metaquirks Vampire offered her. She didn't even know they were a thing. But somehow a power-up metaquirk, a mechanism metaquirk and a cost-efficiency metaquirk mixed into her quirk made it all he more powerful. Now, a single pill was enough to make her quirk not only increase her intelligence, but her brain functions going to a level similar to Nedzu. And she was using it to the fullest. Send Grand, a Charge Bolt clone and Gale Force clone to the river area. I have an wicked idea. Well, wicked for the enemies that is, she grinned. Mei Hatsum cackled before she called the trio. 10 seconds of explanation. The trip were grinning widely. Atrocity never considered himself to be a patient or collected person. But it seems he was doing pretty well right now in those two things, considering he wasn't raging like a mad bull right now. They are violent coughing repelling he attack, he snarled at the screen while switching. Viper, who was working since his throne, was right in the middle of her lab. In their very huge base, hummed in confusion. His base was in a place where nobody could hope to find him. Oh? And how is that possible? I mean, knowing the list of students, the civilians in danger, and the fact that there was very little pros on the form of teachers, it should have been a massacre. How are they fighting back? Viper asked in confusion. She looked very nonchalant right now. Atrocity knows that she enjoys seeing him fail, and he will kill her the first chance he gets, but now he'll let her live. She only served Garaki and all for one, but Garaki the most oddly enough, and Atrocity couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he sees that Hid Apprentice was now his obedient, if snarky and sarcastic, slave. Garaki would probably break crying. It would be glorious to watch. But that was for the future. They how got their rooms back partially. They can't call the outside world, but they can communicate with each other. And considering the perfect coordination, I could swear they have someone of Ned's caliber in Brains department working for them, Atrocity explained. And boy, what a scary idea that was. A new Nedzuyo work with the one that's already a pain in Atrocity's ass. That would be a mess. Viper twitched for a bit before giving him a startled look. Yeah, he could relate. Now he just needs a mini Night Eye and the heroes score a bingo. Okay, that's a bit scary. What makes you say that? She asked wearily. And he sighed, which was a bad idea, as he started coughing again. Because students are decimating my men left and right, the rescue operations are going almost without a hitch, and the few pros in the scene sure actually bulldozing through my men, he explained irritatedly. Viper gave him a quizzical look. What about Hellfire? He is my greatest masterpiece so far. He should have been done burning he placed down by now. What's taking him for long? Don't tell me Eraserhead took him down, she panicked. Atrocity scoffed before switching to another Calera feed. Showing a bulky figure dress in a dark bodysuit and a dark helmet/gas mask covering his head fully with said head on fire having a hard time again whirlwinds, flying rocks and rubble being controlled midair, ice glaciers shooting at him, bolts of lightning and mother explosions from Dynamite himself. The biggest pain in Atrocities as who is somehow in the Sail League is Lemillion and Carla and All Might and Nedzu and Sir Night-Eye. Atrocity wishes the boy died in the summer camp, but he lived. And he will continue to push him off until Atrocity killed him. Yeah, your greatest masterpiece is being dealt with by first-year students. First years. With powerful quirks but kids nonetheless. What do you have to say for yourself? He asked with a sneer. Hellfire could fight a top hero or a supervillain and win. That's all I can give you. If they are still alive then it's the heroes being good, not the villain being weak, was her simple reply. Atrocity clicked her tongue. He hated when that subhuman beach was right. And right now she is. He naturally hates it. He switched the camera feed to see freaking Vampire of all people cutting through his men, literally cutting through them with her knives. She was definitely the reason why this happened. She must have transformed to Carla and donated quirks, or worse, made copies of herself and she is acting as a taxi. He put warp scramblers around the stadium, to make sure that nobody would warp out or in until .it was over. But now it was turning out to be a cage for his men. He switched the camera feed again just in time to see some of his men holding her weapons at some HUC workers, just for them to be snatched away by a passing Pegasus. A closer look showed that it was Eri Shigaraki. The rewind child. Ugh, the perfect healer. What the hell else? Somehow my supervillains are going to be defeated too? He growled while changing the camera feed. His men were invading the river area next to the forest, but unfortunately their attack was stopped as the ground under them spilt and was filled with water from said river. Then there was a whirlwind that made the water fly in the air like rain, and finally, a kid exploded the place with lightning, letting he water conduct it, and electrocuting his men to submission. He switched Anger Mai to another Calera just to see the rescue operations going without a hitch, the HUC workers being carried out on the backs of the students. With a field hospital working where either the real unicorn or her clone was working on healing people, she was just sitting there, closing her eyes, with her feathers flying around, glowing with light and healing both civilians and students. He then saw a muscular ripoff with identical quirk rampaging. He was going to attack some students, but then he was jumped at by Eraserhead and Red Riot. He was defeated in one hit. Then Vampire in Kurogiri's form appeared and took him away. Wow. This isn't going accordingly at all. Hopefully Hellfire will just burn the whole stadium down and be done with it, mused Viper with a smirk. Atrocity snarled. He was getting more and more pissed. And this beach wasn't helping the matter in the slightest. Which is exactly what she wants. The beach. Hellfire shot another stream of burning hot flames at the students, but Temper easily created an ice wall to block the attack. The flames were powerful, very powerful, but the students weren't giving up. Gale Force threw his hand forward, a whirlwind going forward pushing the flames back, and forcing Hellfire to step back. Boom. Dynamite took his chance then. He used his quirk to shoot forward towards his opponent. Hellfire reacted and turned to him, throwing his hand in his direction, but Dynamite used an explosion to shot himself above and then behind Hellfire quickly. Kaboom. Hellfire was sent flying backwards. As he flew back, he shot flames from his back and stoked himself midair before he started releasing fires from his feet to fly in the air. You kids are good. I'll give you that, but not nearly as good enough to defeat me, said Hellfire as he shot a fire blast at them. Fwash. Smash. Wish. Uravity jumped forward and threw a full powered-up kick, with her new iron saws keeping her feet somewhat sturdy. A powerful blast of wind shot forward and overpowered the flames before shooting at Hellfire. Smash. Fwash. Bam. Uravity unified her gravity before kicking backwards, shooting forward at the dodging Hellfire and then increased her gravity to go even faster thanks to her momentum and increased weight. Hellfire saw her charging at him and shot a jet of flakes at her, but she used her telekinesis to move out of the way and still kick him from the side at full force. Smash. Bam. Bang. Hellfire slammed into the ground at full power and created a crater on the ground. It hurt and he could feel his ribs fracture for sure, which sucks. Bang. Fwash. He stood up just to jump back with a jet of flames barely avoiding a thick bolt of lightning that hit where he's standing. He looked to see Charge Bolt grinning at him and aiming his left that's already gathering electricity for another attack. Hellfire aimed his hand to attack but someone threw something at him. He looked and his eyes widened seeing a flashbang and a grenade. Click. Bang. Kaboom. There was a clicking sound, then the flashbang and grenade exploded in the same time, creating a blinding light and an explosion. Hellfire managed to barely dodge the explosion, but he flashbang did a number on him, giving Temper a good chance to encase him in an ice glacier. Boom. SHRR. The glacier was evaporated by a blast of fire that encased the whole glacier and turned it to steam in a second. Crack'em. Kaboom. Fwash. Right as Hellfire got the chance to take a breath, letting me smoke decimate, he was surrounded from their directions by Dynamite, Charge Bolt and Uravity, two boys going for punches and a girl going for a kick. And he wasn't able to summon his flames quick enough after suck a large scale attack. Smash. 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 Hellfire tried to block that attacks. Tried being the key word as he was overpowered by an explosive punch, an electric blasting punch and a super-powered kick from the three hero teens. Slam. Bam. Hellfire slammed into the ground a fair distance away but only after rolling for few seconds on the ground. His impact with the ground kicked up a large cloud of dust. As the dust settled down, Hellfire stood up, with his helmet completely broken. The helmet fell off, displaying his face to everyone around him. And there were gasps of shock. Temper started at the person in front of in shock. His eyes widened and a both horrified and stunned expression came into him. Hellfire had spiky gravity-defying red hair and turquoise eyes with fair skin and few scars on his face. Enjoy Todoroki stared at the students before smiling at Temper. Aren't you going to say hello? Rude as ever I see Shoto. Enji said as he dusted himself up. Hellfire shot another stream of burning hot flames at the students, but Temper easily created an ice wall to block the attack. The flames were powerful, very powerful, but the students weren't giving up. Gale Force threw his hand forward, a whirlwind going forward pushing the flames back, and forcing Hellfire to step back. Boom. Dynamite took his chance then. He used his quirk to shoot forward towards his opponent. Hellfire reacted and turned to him, throwing his hand in his direction, but Dynamite used an explosion to shot himself above and then behind Hellfire quickly. Kaboom. Hellfire was sent flying backwards. As he flew back, he shot flames from his back and stoked himself midair before he started releasing fires from his feet to fly in the air. You kids are good. I'll give you that, but not nearly as good enough to defeat me, said Hellfire as he shot a fire blast at them. Fwash. Smash. Wish. Uravity jumped forward and threw a full powered-up kick, with her new iron soles keeping her feet somewhat sturdy. A powerful blast of wind shot forward and overpowered the flames before shooting at Hellfire. Smash. Fwash. Bam. Uravity unified her gravity before kicking backwards, shooting forward at the dodging Hellfire and then increased her gravity to go even faster thanks to her momentum and increased weight. Hellfire saw her charging at him and shot a jet of flakes at her, but she used her telekinesis to move out of the way and still kick him from the side at full force. Smash. Bam. Bang. Hellfire slammed into the ground at full power and created a crater on the ground. It hurt and he could feel his ribs fracture for sure, which sucks. Bang. Fwash. He stood up just to jump back with a jet of flames barely avoiding a thick bolt of lightning that hit where he's standing. He looked to see Charge Bolt grinning at him and aiming his left that's already gathering electricity for another attack. Hellfire aimed his hand to attack but someone threw something at him. He looked and his eyes widened seeing a flashbang and a grenade. Click. Bang. Kaboom. There was a clicking sound, then the flashbang and grenade exploded in the same time, creating a blinding light and an explosion. Hellfire managed to barely dodge the explosion, but he flashbang did a number on him, giving Temper a good chance to encase him in an ice glacier. Boom. SHRR. The glacier was evaporated by a blast of fire that encased the whole glacier and turned it to steam in a second. Crack'em. Kaboom. Fwash. Right as Hellfire got the chance to take a breath, letting me smoke decimate, he was surrounded from their directions by Dynamite, Charge Bolt and Uravity, two boys going for punches and a girl going for a kick. And he wasn't able to summon his flames quick enough after suck a large-scale attack. Smash. 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 Hellfire tried to block that attacks. Tried being the key word as he was overpowered by an explosive punch, an electric blasting punch and a super-powered kick from the three hero teens. Slam. Bam. Hellfire slammed into the ground a fair distance away but only after rolling for few seconds on the ground. His impact with the ground kicked up a large cloud of dust. As the dust settled down, Hellfire stood up, with his helmet completely broken. The helmet fell off, displaying his face to everyone around him. And there were gasps of shock. Temper started at the person in front of in shock. His eyes widened and a both horrified and stunned expression came into him. Hellfire had spiky gravity-defying red hair and turquoise eyes with fair skin and few scars on his face. Enjoy Todoroki stared at the students before smiling at Temper. Aren't you going to say hello? Rude as ever I see. Shoto. Enji said as he dusted himself up and stood back up. There was a shocked silence that followed soon after Enji spoke. The first-year students were speechless to what they were seeing right in front of them, despite the truth being pretty obvious. Endeavor? Temper breathed out in shock. His usually blank send-aloof expression was replaced by a look of disbelief instead. How? How is that possible? I thought vengeance killed you? Temper shook his head. No, it couldn't be. He couldn't believe it. If Endeavor was alive he wouldn't have joined the villains. If you survived then why are you with the villains? Why are you one of them? And most importantly, why are you working for that scumbag atrocity? Temper's face changed into that of utter rage at the last question. He couldn't understand. If Endeavor was alive, then why didn't he come back? Sure, Tuyanai destroyed his image, or whatever is left of it, in front of the whole world, but he was never a coward, unless you count abandoning his ambition and throwing at his son. To join the villains became of that. Even if Shoto hated him, he still didn't want to fight him. Dynamite growled as he stepped forward. His face was twisted into a furious snarl, his eyes glaring daggers at the former number 2 hero. Endeavor, you piece of shit. What the hell are you doing with these shitty villains, huh? Did your miserable ass fall so low you decided to go full-time villain instead of a huge idiot? Enji just glanced at Dynamite before frowning. Ah, if it isn't the explosive brat and UA's golden boy. Surprised to see you here but not really. Surprised by all the things you did since the Hosu aftermath. Started a rehab course for young villains and vigilantes? Became a part of that rat's inner circle? Made an arch-nemesis out of that Dark Knight wannabe? If I didn't see that other blonde from the big three, I would have thought you were All Might's secret love child with Maruko. The red eyes and bratty attitude couldn't be mistaken, he said while crossing his arms over his chest, giving Dynamite a considering look. Everyone looked at him before looking at Temper, who looked pretty blank at the moment. Sorry for saying this, Shoto, but unfortunately it seems you do have some family resemblance. The conspiracy theories are on both your blood said Gale Force loudly while gliding in the air with his winds. You know shit, Sweat dropped Charge Bolt as he looked between the two of them. The hell does that mean? Surprisingly it's Uravity who snapped. Shoto-kun is nothing like that two-handed kilograms of flaming garbage. Don't go around throwing words you know nothing about. Well, technically half of me is literally from Endeavor, so. Temper shrugged, causing Uravity to pout in his direction. Just because you have his genes doesn't make you like him. We already had that talk, idiot. Dynamite reminded with a groan. I know, I haven't forgotten. But you told me to accept my lineage instead of reject it. I hate Endeavor, but I am not ashamed of the power that came from him. It's just that power. Temper shrugged casually. That was extremely wholesome and manly. It's truly admirable of you, shouted Gale Force, with what could only be described as manly tears coming out of his eyes, which greatly resembled a certain manly trio. I feel like you forgot that we are fighting brats. You can do that whole bonding thing when you get to the Pure Lands or whatever, declared Hellfire as he stepped forward. Considering that you now know who I am, I don't see the point of holding back my skills and techniques any further. Before anyone could question what that meant, Hellfire blasted himself forward towards Gale Force, who widened his eyes in surprise at the speed which Hellfire was approaching him. The students were greatly shocked by the sudden increase in power and speed Hellfire was displaying. Then again, he was formerly the strongest hero after All Might, so it was to be expected. Shit. He is way too fast. Panicked Gale Force as Hellfire reached him with his right arm cocked back and blazing. The monster trio could only stare in shock, unable to react as Hellfire closed the distance in few seconds. 1 down 4 to go, shouted Hellfire as he threw his fist forward with a victorious smirk. Crack 'em. A lightning bolt shot between Gale Force and Hellfire at the last second, forcing Hellfire to blast backwards. The redhead looked to the side in annoyance to see Charge Bolt grinning widely with his hands already stretched and held together, forming what might as well look like a gun with his index and middle fingers of each hand aimed at Hellfire. Not today, Beach, yelled Charge Bolt as he shot another lightning bolt at Hellfire, who twisted his body to the right, shooting to the far side from Gale Force. Everyone else let out a sigh of relief at that, before Gale Force gave Charge Bolt a wide grin and a thumbs up. Thank you so much, my friend. I will do my best to pay back my debt to you. Good job, Denki-kun. Uravity yelled from her position while also giving Charge Bolt a thumbs up of her own. Charge Bolt grinned at that and nodded happily. He was on cloud 9 now that he could fully control his electricity in all directions, especially without the need for support gear. Flashback. Charge Bolt-san. IQ started as she looked at the blonde with a serious expression. You will be with Dynamite, Temper, Uravity and Gale Force. The 4 of you will be working on subduing the main villain. I can't think of a better idea now since Eraserhead will be running all over the place to deal with heavy hitters. Charge Bolt gave her a surprised look, he pointing at himself before his eyes widened and he started panicking. Me? But I can't do that. Yeah, I learned how to fight without exploding the place with electricity, but I don't have any long-range attacks. What if I by mistake attack one of my friends? Vampire in Karma's form came to them with a questioning look. And happens to be the problem? She asked with the male voice of her husband. Everyone decided to not mention how weird and uncomfortable it was to see the number 1 villain act girly. Charge Bolt looked at her before groaning. Nothing, it's just that I have a strong electric quirk, but unfortunately I can't control the discharge. I could shock my friends by mistake, so to sum up, I suck in team battles? Vampire gave a confused look. Why don't you shoot electricity from your hands? She asked confused. My quirk doesn't work like that, believe me, I tried so many times, it's frustrating but that's how it is. I am great at creating electricity but suck at controlling it. Vampire hummed before beaming, once again seeing the number 1 villain act so girly and cutesy was just wrong, and stretching her hand. Okay, I'll fix the problem. Crackle, 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 crackle. Wah dashed before Charge Bolt could finish, she grabbed the top of his head, activating her beloved's quirk, and then sucking his quirk into hers. Few seconds later she returned it, leaving him dazed. What the hell did you do to him? Dynamite snapped threateningly, his hands popping up with small explosions as he glared at Vampire in suspicion. Vampire giggled. Nothing, Uncle Kachon, I just gave him a quirk that let him shoot electricity from his hands, and a quirk that controls its trajectory and one that lets him shape it. So to sum up, he can control lightning. Although he might need 3 or 4 minutes to recuperate, she explained with a sweet smile. Charge Bolt stared at her in disbelief, before he grinned widely and looked at IQ. Okay, I will do as you say. I guess the problem was solved, he said with a salute. End flashback. Hellfire glared at Charge Bolt as he evaded the lightning attacks the electric quirk user was shooting at him, but it was getting harder now that the kid was focusing solely on him without worrying about hitting his comrades. Boom. Screw this. With a burst of flames, the previous number 2 hero shot high in the air, going on the trajectory of an arc at Charge Bolt with his arm extended. The blonde electric hero in training widened his eyes in surprise as he saw the red-headed villain charge at him in full speed, with the rest of his friends trying to interfere. Slam. Crash. Smash. Crack'em. Fwish. Clang. Hellfire slammed into the ground, crashing with enough force to shatter the ground, his whole body blazing. He slammed his fist forward, blasting everything in front of him with fierce flames. Charge Bolt barely managed to dodge the attack as he slid down under Hellfire's arm before kicking him in the back at full power. Hellfire was pushed back from the strength of the lightning-enhanced punch, but he spun around and blasted forward towards Charge Bolt with his fist ready for an attack. Clang. Charge Bolt created a lightning sword on a hurry, blocking the flaming fist of Hellfire, who used the steel gauntlets around his arms to block the sword. Clang. Clang. Flick. Schlank. Slick. Clang. Charge Bolt pulled his sword back, before threw another attack with it, an attack to which Hellfire blocked, but the blonde didn't light up as he kept swinging his sword with an attack after another at the villain. The villain started getting pushed back by the strength of the attack. The hits to his gauntlets having enough brute force to force him back slightly, and with each hit he was pushed back a little. Damn, this guy is built like a tank despite having a fire quirk. I can barely bush him at all. And I am using my full strength at that, thought Charge Bolt with a scowl as he kept throwing attacks left and right. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he will keep trying. Humph, that's it, this brat is good, but I'm done wasting my time, thought Hellfire as he dodged a vertical slash from the lightning user and threw his hand forward. Fweh. A huge stream of fire shot from Hellfire's left hand, so big that Charge Bolt was forced to jump upwards as high as he could. Charge Bolt looked at Hellfire and his eyes widened in horror when he saw the red-headed smirking at him with his other hand aimed at him. Shit. I can't move in midair. He forced me into a corner, thought Charge Bolt angrily as he crossed his arms ready for the attack. Hopefully the thick cloak of lightning will soften the attack for him. Flash fire fist, jet burn. Fuwa-ashja. Fwoosh. Crash. Fwash. A blast of fire shot from Hellfire's fist, The heat of the attack could easily be felt around the stadium, and caused everyone to start sweating profusely. Just then a powerful gust of wind, more powerful than Hellfire had ever seen, blasted from his left to his right, weakening and slowing his attack more than he would have liked, and of course pushed him to the side. It didn't stop there, as a huge wall of ice came in between Hellfire and Charge Bolt, protecting the young hero in training from the flame attack. The heat blast skilled into the thick ice barrier, causing a lot of steam to rise and melting through the barrier, but the wall kept increasing its thickness as if regenerating. As that happened, Uravity flew by as fast as possible, snatching Charge Bolt from his spot midair quickly and jumping off. Uraraka. I've never been more grateful to being grabbed by a pretty girl in my life, grinned Charge Bolt as they landed a safe distance away. Uravity deadpanned at his playfulness before smiling widely. At least we know you're fine. Be careful whether this is the real guy, a clone or an imposter. He has the strength of Endeavor, and less of his limits apparently. Charge Bolt cocked his head to the side in confusion. Less of his limits? He repeated in confusion. Yeah, so far Hellfire threw many Flashfire Fists, 3 Jet Burns, 2 Hell Curtains, a Hellstorm, and that's without him blasting around quite a lot. He didn't overheat, Endeavor would have by now. So this guy is somewhat modified, multi-quirked or something, she explained as she stood up. Charge Bolt frowned. Well, as Bakubro says, if they can't be beaten, beat them harder, much harder until they can't go on. Uravity rolled her eyes before sighing. Sounds like our resident Bomberanian, all right. Let's go help him, declared Uravity loudly as she negated her gravity and jumped forward, seeing Dynamite, Gale Force and Temper keeping Hellfire on the defensive. A couple minutes ago. As Uravity snatched Charge Bolt quickly from behind the ice wall, Temper and Gale Force were teaming up on keeping Hellfire in place, which they were doing effectively. But Hellfire had enough of the winds and his body started blazing with flames. The heat around him increasing exponentially as fires burst around him. Hellfire Storm. Flash. SSSHHHHHHHHHH. Hellfire went on and started to create a powerful flaming whirlwind that should be able to burn opponents within its range. The flaming whirlwind dispelled the tornado that engulfed Hellfire while melting the ice wall, but as that happened, Hellfire noticed that the electric kid was gone. TCH, I'll give it to those kids, their cooperativeness is worth a medal. But it won't matter anymore, they'll tire far before I do. Hellfire thought as he dispelled the firestorm. Boom, 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 boom. The unmistakable sound of explosions reached Hellfire just in time as he ducked. Avoiding being kicked in the face by Dynamite, whose he passed by him, he aimed his hands in a special form. Bang. AP shot, head cannon. Dynamite then fired an explosion through the circle of his left hand, which created a concentrated blast beam. As the concentrated blast traveled, Hellfire dodged the attack, but noted how it shattered the earth where he was before, exploding with enough force and heat to scorch the earth. Better not get hit by that. It's like my jet burn but as a bullet, frowned Hellfire. Dynamite didn't lose his momentum from missing though, in fact that only fired him up to work harder. Boom, 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 bang, boom, 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 bang, boom, 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 bang, boom, 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 bang. Dynamite kept shooting around in all directions while dodging the fire blasts Hellfire kept shooting at him. He made sure to keep a safe distance where he could react to the blasts accordingly and change directions quick enough. Meanwhile, he kept shooting his AP shots at the villain with very little success. Unfortunately, his safe distance was also giving the villain enough to react to the attacks somewhat. The two kept at their current situation for a minute before a huge ice blast charged straight at Hellfire. Dynamite used an explosion to dodge upwards, but his direction and speed and width of attack was well timed that it trapped Hellfire inside, not to mention the whirlwind that attacked him in the last second. Crash. The flame villain was trapped in the ice glacier, and just for dessert, Charge Bolt quickly fired a powerful lightning bolt at the ice, which still counted as water, conducting the electricity and shocking the villain inside. There was silence for few seconds as nothing happened, the breeze blowing by gently and the sounds of fighting and explosions in the distance being the only sound right now. So, is he down? Asked Charge Bolt wearily as he looked at the ice glacier trapping Hellfire. I highly doubt that, frowned Temper slightly as he narrowed his eyes at the ice glacier. Crack. Suddenly, the glacier cracked, causing the students to tense in preparation for the upcoming attack. Crack, 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 crack. Oh shit, groaned Dynamite as the glacier got more more cracks in it by his second. The rest not much better as they prepared themselves for the second round. Crack, 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 boom, Suddenly the glacier was blown up from the inside by a powerful explosion of fires. So powerful that the glacier was instantly evaporated into nothingness without any shrapnels in the air. The heat instantly rose in the stadium, as the huge and extremely wide pillar of flames engulfed a good 30 meters square and rose high in the air. From the fire, Hellfire came out with an indifferent expression on his face, looking at the 5 students with an unamused glare. You thought that will be enough to trap me? Then you are wrong, boomed Hellfire as he walked forward. The students tensed even more. Good touch with the electric shock, though you can never overdo it in battle. But as you see, even then they wasn't enough. What does it take to put this guy down? Asked Uravati angrily to no one as she glared at the walking Hellfire hatefully. I expected better from you though, Shoto, continued Hellfire as he kept walking forward calmly. After all the training I put you through, that pitiful attempt is the best you can do? And that's without mentioning that you've been only using your ice against me. Are you still on that rebellious phase of yours? Before his friends could snap something very nasty, Temper stepped forward with an unreadable expression. I'm not rebellious. I do what I want. Fire isn't effective against you and you know her, and for the training? It would be nice if you finally acknowledged it as torture. His face steeled up. It would be nice if you acknowledged your sins, the things you did to my mother, siblings, Tuya, and most importantly me. Hellfire stopped and smiled at him. Oh, please stop acting so childish. We both know that her pics are extremely dangerous. I was doing you a favor with that training. Plus, I was kind enough to provide your mother and siblings with a place to stay and food, despite them being failures, and her no longer being of use to me. And for Tuya? That boy was just a mistake. I still regret him being back, or to be more precise, him being never gone. There was a long silence as everyone stared at Hellfire in disbelief, horror, and disgust. Finally, after a few seconds, Temper spoke up, his voice shaking. Why you're N and not M my father, are you? Temper asked while stepping back. Oh? The red-haired villain tilted his head a bit, staring at Temper questioningly. What gave me away? As if Temper is falling for that. My father was a madman. He was neglective to my siblings, trained me to hell and back since I could remember, locked my mother in a mental hospital after pouring hot water on my face. But he never beat up my siblings. He never spoke about my mother like a breeding machine, and he sure as hell didn't talk to my siblings like they should be happy he does anything for them. He just never spent time with them. Temper growled. Tuya? He mourned his death. He would visit his shrine once a month. He always told me to not just achieve his goals, but theirs. Even if he didn't say it in public. So here's someone looking like him, using his quirk and spitting on the small bits that might even count as redeeming qualities he had. I won't forgive you. His friends stared at him in surprise before Hellfire started to laugh manically, startling them greatly. I wonder, started Dynamite as he looked Hellfire with narrowed eyes. Who the hell are you then? The Not Endeavor smiled mockingly. Then his facial features started shifting slowly. The mouth was still there, but everything else, even the clothes, are changing. The eyes where they shouldn't be. The Not Endeavor on front of them was now a monster both on the inside and on the outside. He is only vaguely humanoid. I'm Dr. Viper's greatest masterpiece, declared the Not Endeavor loudly. Even the voice was now very distorted and inhuman. A vat-grown clone of Endeavor. Strengthened and altered by the same technology that gave birth to my long-lost brother, number 6. You may call me number 10. Or, which is way more apt, Revenant. A ghost existing to exact vengeance on those that killed him. I would have started with the Paranormal Liberation Front. But I can't seem to find them. So until then I will toy with you heroes. Sweet mother of all might, uttered Chargebolt quietly as he stepped back in both horror and disgust. Congratulations, Dr. Viper, whoever the F you are. You have just elevated yourself to being an existential threat to Japan. Thus you are getting blown up all the way up to the Earth's orbit as soon as possible, declared Dynamite as he stepped forward. Revenant grinned widely before spreading his arms. The arms blazed with fire before it shot to the sides, traveling forward and creating huge and extremely tall and thick walls of fire that created a huge circle, trapping the students with Revenant. Ready for the second round, children? He asked mockingly as he stepped forward. The students prepared themselves. They will crush him no matter the price. Yakumaru Mara decided that today was the second shittiest day in his life. Which was impressive considering that the shittiest day of his life was definitely the day Karma-sama, the ever-terrifying, worshipped and absolutely powerful and fearsome demon lord of evil, destroyed the former HPSC headquarters. Yakumaru was hilariously and miraculously saved from the whole fiasco by taking a day off. He was a low man on the chain, and wouldn't head the Hero Commission unless 90% of the HPSC was erased from existence. So to sum up, his chances were pretty good, considering that Karma proved to have a hate and was still searching for their new headquarters address to kill the current president, who was terrified shitless and refused to share the knowledge with literally anyone. Nobody goes in or out and the internet connection is secure. Like that would keep her safe. Mara watched the live stream. And he was praying to the guy and his almighty father every single day in hopes of keeping his life. That guy gave him some serious trauma, but today was getting in second place honestly. Because they were attacked, the upper open part was surrounded with some invisible barrier and soldiers were running around left and right. Yeah, Mara thinks that Judge number 2, he didn't bother learning his name, but he somehow looked like Albert Einstein who shaved his mustache and grabbed his in a ponytail. Mara compared the pics and he can no longer unseen it, summarized their thoughts pretty well. "We're under attack," Judge number 3 exclaimed. And yeah, no shit, Sherlock Holmes. Mara grabbed his alarm button and punched the security code before triggering the alarm. But nothing happened. Shit. The alarms are off, he cursed. He grabbed his phone and attempted to call for the police and heroes, but the line didn't work. "We are all gonna die," yelled Judge 4 frantically. Mara really wants to punch him in the face. Honestly, when does he not want to punch his coworkers in the face? He was never a fan of the HPSC president and her policies. He made suggestions over the years but nothing seemed to work. Probably that's why he was kept low in the succession chain. "Well, apparently, unless we manage to find some safe place," said Mara in annoyance. It was then that someone appeared by the window, and Mara for a second thought he saw an actual angel in front of him. Long white hair, red eyes, pale skin, long Pegasus wings and a small horn. Yup, an angel. Or the daughter of the worst devil alive. The same thing technically, but who cares? "Well, you're in luck I noticed you. You should have ran to the rescue area instead of sitting here like ducks," the angel declared as a single white feather from her wings went for each of them, grabbing them. From the backs of their collars and lifting them up in the air. Mara started to question if Hawks had a kid, then remembered that she is the daughter of the guy who has every quirk you could imagine. What are the chances of him having something similar to fierce wings? Pretty high actually. Welp, time to go. "I hope you don't have shaky stomachs because this will be a shaky flight," the angel stated. They were about to ask what she meant, but then they had to hold in their stomachs as they flew at high speeds. The flight was barely a minute and they reached what looked like a makeshift hospital. Mara was actually pretty impressed. He saw Momo Yaoyorozu. You can't mistake her with a costume like that, creating necessities and medicine items while some other students ran around trying to give first aid. The Alakanern put Maris and the judges down before spreading her feathers to all the injured HUC members, students and anyone that was injured. She closed her eyes, put her hands together like she was praying, then after a second her horn grew and started glowing with golden light, a golden light that soon covered the feathers and by default the injured. Mara watched in fascination as she started healing people in few seconds, and in bulk as well. This kid could become the greatest recovery hero in history in few years. "The president will lose it once she hears about this," Judge number 2 uttered in amazement. A thick vein popped on Mara's forehead before he grabbed the guy in a headlock. "If you tell the president about this, she will try to kidnap her and then we are all dead. So shut up or they will never find your body," said Mara with a threatening tone of voice. The judges nodded at that quietly. Right as the unicorn was done, she flew away quickly, her feathers obediently following her. "What's the situation?" IQ asked in concern as she lost contact with the main fighters. "Not good. Revenant guy had literally locked them in flame ring. The fight seems pretty intense too. May didn't look cheerful. And that was a bad sign. But on the bright side, we have successfully neutralized all the supervillains. Eraserhead, Vampire as Kurogiri and some combatants are SN excellent team." IQ nodded in approval. "If Eraserhead is free, please send him to the fight happening with Revenant. I am getting increasingly worried by that Nomu," understatement of the century. That thing was the most horrifying abomination she had seen in her life, and congratulations Dr. Viper, Psycho just upped you into the top of her list. And she will work her damn hardest to catch you, and rat you out to the villain emperor. She definitely doesn't deserve to be sent to jail. Same with Atrocity, that guy should just be killed. "We can't, Eraserhead is healing, it will take a bit, especially that Rewind is starting to run out of juice," replied May with a frown. IQ cursed in her head. "What about Vampire? Quirk exhaustion. Transforming into multiple people and using multiple quirks is pretty exhausting it seems." IQ scowled deeply at the news. "Great. Just great. That's exactly what she needed. Their greatest asset was spent. And the main villain was still kicking and their main combatants are trapped. What should she do?" Have you managed to get the communications back on track? Asked IQ calmly, but in fact she was feeling desperate. Trying, I really am. But it's not as easy as I would have liked to think, May said, feeling worried for her friend stuck with that Nomo. Ding. Suddenly the communications were restored, causing IQ and May to widen their eyes in surprise as they looked at the screen in joy. Consider this a thank you from the League members for being nice to Prism and Heartjack. The voice of La Brava cheered. We already called the cops and pros, but unfortunately we will be done with it before they arrive. IQ did not have a problem with, in fact. Is that all you can do? Asked Revenant mockingly as he stepped forward. The students had some burns on them, they were sweating profusely and exhaustion was settling in hard. Dynamite gave a heated glare as he shakily stood up. He gave a deviant look as he prepared to charge again. I see. Then you will die braver than most. Revenant sneered as he shot a jet burn at Dynamite. As the attack was about to reach the blonde bomber, it was intercepted. Crash. Bang. Fwoosh. Kaboom. A large wall of ice appeared in front of Dynamite, protecting him. A stream of blue incinerating flames shot at the jet burn, overpowering it and traveling towards Revenant. Revenant dodged the attack before looking on in surprise. Then he scowled seeing the new arrival. In front of the kid stood none other than Dobby, in his usual leather trench coat and black clothing, his white hair in full display as he glared daggers at Revenant. Well, if it isn't the faulty product? Fancy seeing you here, scoffed Revenant as he looked at Dobby. Wow, and here I thought I couldn't hate someone more than Endeavor. What the F are you supposed to be? Asked David as he looked at Revenant questioningly. A Nomu clone made by Atrocity's evil doctor. It's powerful to you and I. Be careful, grunted Temper. Dobby just scoffed. Don't worry, baby brother. I got this. Dobby cracked his knuckles. I always wanted to take a swing at Endeavor, but honestly, this thing is far better. You think you can fight me, kid? Revenant asked mockingly. Dobby just grinned widely. Fight you? No, idiot. I want to kill you. Fwoosh. And with that, orange and blue flames clashed against each other, lighting the arena in an amazing show of literal fireworks. I wonder, started Dynamite as he looked Hellfire with narrowed eyes. Who the hell are you then? The not Endeavor smiled mockingly. Then his facial features started shifting slowly. The mouth was still there, but everything else, even the clothes, are changing. The eyes where they shouldn't be. The not Endeavor on front of them was now a monster both on the inside and on the outside. He is only vaguely humanoid. I'm Dr. Viper's greatest masterpiece, declared the not Endeavor loudly. Even the voice was now very distorted and inhuman. A vat-grown clone of Endeavor. Strengthened and altered by the same technology that gave birth to my long-lost brother, number 6. You may call me number 10. Or, which is way more apt, Revenant. A ghost existing to exact vengeance on those that killed him. I would have started with the Paranormal Liberation Front. But I can't seem to find them. So until then I will toy with you heroes. Sweet mother of all might, uttered Chargebolt quietly as he stepped back in both horror and disgust. Congratulations, Dr. Viper, whoever the F you are. You have just elevated yourself to being an existential threat to Japan. Thus you are getting blown up all the way up to the Earth's orbit as soon as possible, declared Dynamite as he stepped forward. Revenant grinned widely before spreading his arms. The arms blazed with fire before it shot to the sides, traveling forward and creating huge and extremely tall and thick walls of fire that created a huge circle, trapping the students with Revenant. Ready for the second round, children? He asked mockingly as he stepped forward. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the fire prison turned blue and increased in heat horribly. The students prepared themselves for the fight. They will crush him no matter the price. They refuse to lose to someone like this monster. Crackle, 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 crackle. Orange lightning exploded out of Dynamite's body, similar to what Uravity had going with her, but instead of arcs of statics around her, it was as if his skin was popping up with small bursts of electricity. His friends were startled for a second before giving him looks full of so many questions he doesn't know how to even start answering them properly. Yeah, he gets it. He has some explanation to do later for them. He won't tell them that's about one for all, of course, but he will conjure something up. As for now, kaboom. Die. Dynamite shot a chain of compressed built-up explosion from his palms, quickly propelling himself towards Hellfire. His explosions much stronger than before thanks to the boost of One for All. He was using 15%, this was 15. Dynamite feels like he could hold a steel beam one-handed, giving him more speed than usual. Revenant shot a blast of fire at him, but Dynamite narrowly dodged the attack before changing directions. His reflexes also enhanced, giving him an edge over Hellfire more than before. AP shot, head cannon, boom, fwash, kaboom. Dynamite unleashed his super move from the circle of his hand straight at Revenant, the attack traveling to him at much greater speeds than normal. The abomination of a villain proved to be at least remotely similar to Endeavor in skills as he propelled himself to the side, barely avoiding the explosion. As the attack landed on the ground, the explosion shook the earth of the stadium and sent rubble flying. Dust and smoke filled the spot around it for few seconds. Fwoosh, kaboom, kaboom, fwash, bang. Soon after, the two blasted out of the smoke before they went at it again, unleashing blasts of fire and ignitions at each other. Revenant made sure to stay away from the kid, to be blindsided by an ice glacier bigger than any before. He barely melted it with a Hellfire Storm before jumping upwards, which was a tactical mistake forgetting his multiple opponents. A blast of wind pushed him back before it started spinning around him in a tornado, which usually shouldn't be a problem, if it weren't for the rocks flying it, apparently weightless, not massless, so he shouldn't be hit by it. Hellfire Storm? Yes, a tornado of fire was enough to melt through the rocks, but right as he did so, he saw Dynamite spinning madly in the air before he threw something at him. He threw someone at him. Shooting star, Jupiter smash. Smash. Slam. Boom. The kick that Revenant received will probably haunt his nightmares, if he managed to survive this fight, for a long time. As Uravity impacted his chest, right as he cancelled his attack no less, he felt like he was hit with a meteor from only her white. She sent him crashing through the ground, and he probably would have died if it weren't for him being built to be extremely durable. Atrocity didn't equip him with any shock absorption or nullification quirks. Just hyper regeneration, and they was it. Not even a pain blocker. This attack hurt like hell, and right as he took the full force of the impact, she was backing off with a series of backflips. He stood up, barely, just to blast himself upwards and avoid the explosion attack sent at him by Dynamite. Kaboom. The ground shattered again. Uravity passed by the rubble quickly, touching any pieces and negating their gravity, creating one of her newest super moves and setting it for usage. But before Revenant could notice that, however, he was blasted by a powerful blast of wind pressuring him to make back. The attack was backed up by flames from Temper, lightning bolts from Charge Bolt, and finally small bullets from Dynamite AP machine gun. Honestly, if it weren't for his hyper regeneration and heat resistance, he would have been killed by now. Hell Curtain. Fweesh. A huge wall of flames engulfed the front of Revenant, shielding him from the attack before he blasted far backwards. Unfortunately, Dynamite followed him with his enhanced speed, along with Uravity following closely behind before they both threw attacks at him. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the types of attacks. Fwash. Dynamite and Uravity kicked at his direction with the same amount of power somehow, orange sparks and pink lightning covering or crackling around them respectively. The two kicks created enough wind pressure to make him lose his footing mid-flight and be pushed back without control. Pushed back into a trap. Crackle. 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 Lightning blade. Charge Bolt slipped behind Revenant unnoticed, using his speed before he unleashed his arguably second strongest super move so far. His right hand was coated in lighting even more than his full body, coated so much that the hand wasn't visible with the sphere of electricity, condensed so much the color of yellow electricity turned to white lightning. Stab. Before Revenant could turn around and attack, Charge Bolt successfully stabbed his right hand into Revenant's chest. Charge Bolt won't treat this thing as human, it was a monster no better than other Nomas. Crackle. Crackle. Krawaekle. As he stabbed the abomination, lightning bolt exploded out of the monster's body as it was electrocuted. Ing! Screeched Revenant loudly as the lightning user kept increasing the voltage beyond his normal limits. Thankfully he doesn't go stupid anymore thanks to a special support item. So he would just worry about being spent up. After few seconds of electricity crackling and exploding everywhere from Revenant, the monster gone still and dead quiet. Is it dead? Because honestly this thing proved to be very persistent. And spiteful. Almost impressively so, asked Uravity cautiously as she stepped forward along with Dynamite. Hey, dunce face, check the pulse while you're still grabbing it like that, ordered Dynamite while looking at the abomination carefully. I can't, I'm sure I stabbed its heart. As in literally. And I can't feel it trying to regenerate. I think I burned it from the inside with my lightning. Charge Bolt took a deep breath. Which is good because honestly I'm spent, I put my plus ultra into this attack. The three students sighed in relief at that, believing that it's truly over. Uravity smiled at Charge Bolt and was about to tell him to let go then, it's like, screamed Charge Bolt in agony as multiple rivets broke out from Revenant's back, stabbing him in the side, shoulder, thing and stomach. Dynamite and Uravity jumped back, but not fast enough to avoid the blasts of fire her shot st them. They narrowly dodged, but not without sustaining some nasty burns. Kaminari! Shouted Uravity in temper, who recklessly blasted himself forward along with Gale Force attempting to strike and free their friend. Get back here, you morons! Screamed Dynamite as he blasted forward towards the two. The three of them reached Revenant, just for him to grin unleash a powerful blast of fire in all directions. The three managed to dodge it without getting killed, but got very nasty burns from the attack. At the very least, Dynamite managed to snatch the electric quirk user before he was burned by the attack. Guys, are you okay? Asked Uravity in concern as she went to their side. Growled Dynamite as he looked at Charge Bolt's state. He was severely injured and bleeding, Centrios connection to IQ. He needs medical attention immediately. Uravity gasped in horror. We can see that, but we are surrounded by those blue flames. Me and Temper tried to put them off, but we couldn't, explained Gale Force with a scowl. Is that all you can do? Asked Revenant mockingly as he stepped forward, his wounds already healed. The students in front of him had some burns on them, they were sweating profusely and exhaustion was settling in hard. And worst of all, one of them was in need of medical attention immediately. Dynamite gave a heated glare as he shakily stood up on his feet, the small act taking so much effort. He gave a deviant look to Revenant as he prepared to charge again. I see. Then you will die braver than most, BRT. Revenant sneered as he shot a jet burn at Dynamite. As the attack was about to reach the blonde bomber, it was intercepted. Crash. Bang. Fwoosh. Kaboom. A large wall of ice appeared in front of Dynamite protecting him. A stream of blue incinerating flames shot at the jet burn, overpowering it and traveling towards Revenant. Revenant dodged the attack before looking on in surprise. Then he scowled seeing the new arrival. In front of the kid stood none other than Dobby, in his usual leather trench coat and black clothing, his white hair in full display as he glared daggers at Revenant. Well, if it isn't the faulty product? Fancy seeing you here. Scoffed Revenant as he looked at Dobby. Wow, and here I thought I couldn't hate someone more than Endeavor. What the F are you supposed to be? Asked David as he looked at Revenant questioningly. A Nomu clone made by Atrocity's evil doctor. It's powerful to you and I. Be careful. Grunted Temper. Dobby just scoffed. Don't worry, baby brother. I got this. I already made a dent in that firewall, so take your injured buddy away. Eri-chan is healing people left and right. Dobby cracked his knuckles. I always wanted to take a swing at Endeavor, but honestly, this thing is far better. You think you can fight me, kid? Revenant asked mockingly. Dobby just grinned widely. Fight you? No, idiot. I want to kill you. Fwoosh. And with that, orange and blue flames clashed against each other, lighting the arena in an amazing show of literal fireworks. Dobby shot forward at Revenant, who charged at him as well, the two moving in the air while resembling human rockets. In the last second, Dobby changed directions while coating his body with blue flames, then aimed his hands forward, shooting a powerful blast of fire at Revenant. Revenant responded in kind, shooting his own flames at Dobby's. Two attacks collided with each other, creating a powerful explosion of heat. From the middle of the flames, Dobby shot forward and kicked Revenant in the face, before slamming his foot on the ground, creating a huge glacier of ice. Ugh! Right as Revenant was encased in the ice, Dobby crossed his arms before firing a powerful blast of fire, a prominence burn but still powerful enough to shoot the monster back. Is that all you can do? I honestly know Get Endeavor would have given me a better fight, snapped Dobby with a grin as he chased after Revenant. Don't you look down on me, you brat! Shouted Revenant as he stopped midair and then blitzed towards Dobby before throwing a lariat. Dobby ducked under the attack quickly before touching Revenant, encasing him in ice. Revenant fell down but melted the ice off, just to receive a powerful blast of blue fire, stopping his regeneration. Then he crashed on the ground, blue fire too hot for him to regenerate, giving him previous injuries to deal with. Well, I think that's all, shrugged Dobby carelessly before he looked at Revenant carelessly. I genuinely expected more. Revenant only got up before crossing his arms, preparing himself for his final and ultimate attack, gathering the heat to unleash it all at once. Dobby raised a brow before a manic grin spread across his face, and then he took a positing mirroring that of Revenant's. Prominence burn. Kaboom. The two attacks collided with each other. It was honestly not even a competition. The blue ray of flames engulfed the red one instantly. Thankfully Dabi had enough control to not destroy the stadium or the city ahead. Well, Mera, after watching this whole mess play out, seeing the students work together, had only one thing to do. The president will probably have his head later for that or outright fire him. But honestly, he stopped giving AF a while ago. It was just wanting a position. But honestly, it might not exist in the future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, started Mera while addressing the crowd in front of him. The police are still working on shoving the impressive number of villains away into armored trucks and cars, but he now could speak as the question of students was over officially. First of all, I am deeply sorry about the attack that happened when it was supposed to be a very secure exam. And honestly, he actually was. But not as sorry as the fact that none of his companions were dead. He threatened them to not say shit about Rewind, how cute she already picked a hero name, to the HPSC. He doesn't trust them. Threats could only take you too far. Especially that Mera was a low man on the ladder of positions. So they could just tell her while explaining the need for secrecy, and he would be none the wiser. The crowd of students just grunted or waved it off or shrugged. Wow, they have that much faith in the government? Then again, did he blame them? And for all it's worth, it only did us one good thing. I saw how truly capable you are. And after a long talk with my colleagues, Mera shot his co-workers a glare as one of them was going to speak. He could swear he heard snickering. Wow. We have found that actually 670 of you deserve your licenses, not just 100. So move forward and look your names in the board so we could take your info, a picture, and give your own provisional certificates. He smiled at them. You sure as hell earned after this crazy day, kids. There were cheers in the crowd. The board displayed the names of the students, and even though most of the students there were eliminated, Mera decided that they were good enough in rescue. Those kids actually grabbed him and started tossing him in the air. Nice of them, but he just wants to go to bed, damn it. You're not as much of an ass as the HPSC's average. Eraserhead surprisingly is the one to say that to him. If anything, you don't give me an HPSC servant vibes. Are you sure you work for them? Yes. It must be confusing. He just shrugged in response. Never bought the president's bullshit. I just want to get paid for working exams correctly, feed my cat, and sleep. Is that too much to ask? Mera groaned loudly. He really didn't know what did he sign for at first. But I was stuck with idiots. Suicidal idiots with wishes of painful, gruesome deaths for antagonizing the wrong guys. He didn't expect Eraserhead to give him a pat on the back, but hey, at least someone else looks as sleep-deprived and done with everything. Good to know he wasn't the only one. The HPSC president will be royally pissed off by this. Eraserhead decided to point out the obvious. Mera just gave him a careless shrug. And that's a normal Monday then. She wasn't not pissed off ever since the Green Rabbit debuted. Now, she's living in constant terror. Which makes up my day. Mera said matter-of-factly. But if I'm fired, ask Nedzu to help me get a job. I probably need it. Eraserhead stared at him for a second. Mera was confused for exactly 3 seconds before it clicked. Don't worry, I'm not telling the president shit about your adorable Alakanun. I don't have a death wish. And if I did, would pick a much less painful death. Mera said. Eraserhead stared at him quizzically. Why the F are you working for the HPSC? Mera chuckled. When karma inevitably burns down the new headquarters and kills the president, and most likely 90% of the workers, I will be the new president. And maybe make some serious changes in policies. Because I'm not with Nedzu, Karma, and the likes. Eraserhead patted him on the shoulder. Good luck then, I'm rooting for you. Now that was unexpected. But the good way. Maybe life wasn't that bad for Yakumaru Mera in the end. UA staff chat room. Eraserhead, I announced Bakugo unleashed the apocalypse moment. Code Orange. Principal, what happened? All Might, oh no, not again. Snipe, they passed the exam, right? Eraserhead, oh they totally did, it was a massacre. Eraserhead, the first stage was a free-for-all between 1540 participants and 1A scored more than 700 kills. All Might, of course they did. Vlad King, 1B got 500 kills. And they took down Ed Shot. Vlad King just, oh. Vlad King, what the hell is Shigaraki teaching our students? All Might. Principal, oh dear. Sir Naitai, 1C got 443 kills. And they managed to take down Crust. Principal, OH, dear. Eraserhead, well this is great but not the point. Eraserhead, Class 1A through some disguises and acting, managed to persuade at least several hero schools in this country that UA made a deal with some unspeakable eldritch abomination from outer space in order to get more powerful. Eraserhead, also Eri Shigaraki is now known throughout the country as the Great Young One. daughter of some the living god of all mortals and the unquestionable lord of quirks that is worshipped throughout the world, and could level cities with a move of their hand, and is currently sharing their knowledge and power with UA students in exchange for periodic tributes through his offsprings. Eraserhead, oh. And also apparently that Eri Shigaraki is an angel trying to guide mankind away from the path of evil and grant them a salvation to hopefully earn the mercy of her father, while Mahoro Shigaraki is announced as the queen of hell who gains her power and entertainment from the screams and agony of the sinners who committed atrocities against the innocents or disobeyed the Lord's order. Eraserhead. Eve Shigaraki is also apparently a wise deity whose purpose in life is to gain knowledge and wisdom but not seeing mortals worth the effort to share it. Her brothers are more of living incarnations of evil unhinged malicious punishers whose duty in life is to get rid of the truly irredeemable and they take pleasure in it. Eraserhead. And the angel is sad that she couldn't show her siblings that we mortals are nothing but poor clueless creatures in the need of guidance. That's an exact quote. Eraserhead. Opinions? All Might. Principle. Vlad King. 1B did the exact same thing. Also, Mahoro Shigaraki had literally convinced everyone that she owns hell itself and that they should behave, while scaring off half the examinees before the test even started. WTF. Lest she will just add them to the symphony of screams and suffering she listens to when she is particularly bored. Sir Naitai, same here with young Eve, who absolute terrified everyone around her with her cold dead voice, empty soulless eyes and tone that somehow was filled with wisdom and knowledge like she lived for thousands of years. She literally made them believe that, in fact, Karma was a god who could grant any amount of power to the deserving of his divine mercy and blessings. Technically true, which is unfortunate, but more like the villainous than religious way, and they should already start praying so they might not be casted into Mahoro's entertainment house called Hell. Present Mike. Ectoplasm. All Might. Principle. Eraserhead. Vlad King. Present Mike. Midnight. Cementos. Recovery Girl. Eraserhead, I don't want to know. Vlad King, same. Sir Naitai, not my business. Present Mike. YIH. Principal, if the other schools fall for something like that, they deserve everything that will happen to them now. Shigaraki won't be happy as well. I can somehow hear him scream. Snipe. Which is something for us to at least be cheered up by, almost as if the whole thing was done for that particular purpose. Vlad King. All Might. Present Mike. Midnight. Sir Naitai. Sir Naitai, you don't really think Bakugo-kun would let alone actually indulges in psychological warfare, do you folks? Principal. Principal? Ahahahahahahahahahahahahahaha. All Might, I don't want to know what you mean by that, Nedzu. Eraserhead, ignorance is bliss. Vlad King, so what about the second portion? Eraserhead, you didn't hear? We were attacked, damn it. The bastard atrocity sent a squad of his people, multiple supervillain clones and Mother Zombie Endeavor after us. Eraserhead, the monster trio Gale Force Chargebolt took care of the zombie after a very long and agonizing battle, but the fodders and the supervillains were a nightmare to deal with. And I mean with extra help. All Might, what? Principal, what? Vlad King, what? Present Mike, what? Eraserhead, we are alive, we don't have casualties, even those from the HUC are fine. Eri Shigaraki proved how valuable she is by spreading Pegasus wings and then blitzing through the fights, picking up the injured and healing them by going hawks on us. In a good way. Karma trained her well. It's actually wounding my pride as a teacher, but I won't complain about the results. Eraserhead, her feathers could heal from distance too. Holy shit. Holy shit. She heals people in hundreds. Principal, oh dear. Vlad King, holy hell, that's so cool. Sir Naitai, Shigaraki-san is going to brag about this for a while, isn't he? All Might, do we blame him though? His sweet little girl saved. Eraserhead? Eraserhead, 156 people. And healed many students too. All Might, see? We can't blame him for bragging, can we? Hell, I know I would. Ectoplasm, yeah. Midnight, fair enough. Power loader, too true, being able to fly around and heal people from a distance? Multiple people at once? The commission will shit bricks when they hear about this. Ectoplasm, and attempt to kidnap her. Snipe, and risk Shigaraki-san practically and undoubtedly going HPSC HQ destruction/annihilation 2.0 on their miserable assays? No way. Vlad King, don't be overconfident. They would. They are suicidal dumbass led by a suicidal psychopath/sociopath/whatever else with huge delusions of grandeur. Sir Naitai, please don't jinx it. Principal, explanation about the zombie? Eraserhead. A Nomu that somehow was using some shape-shifting to look like the real Enji Todoroki. The facial expression and all, although at first he didn't pretend to be Endeavor, instead he wore a helmet and used the codename Hellfire. Midnight, how original. Snipe. Atrocity is atrocious at everything. Eraserhead. Yes, as stated, the students mentioned fought him, then a big reveal bullshit, then shockingly Todoroki was able to realize it's a fake. All Might, how? Eraserhead. Shrugs to quote Todoroki, Endeavor was a madman, but never actively enjoyed what he did, so he could tell Hellfire was a fake. Eraserhead. Then it changed forms into a disgusting, disturbing Nomu cloned of Endeavor, with few extra quirks. Eraserhead, he called himself. Revenant. Who seemed to have a murder against vengeance, would have been nice if they took each other out. All Might, I dare to disagree. But whatever floats your boat. Midnight, All Might handsome, you absolute gentleman, you are the only one here to do so. Snipe, yeah. Power Loader, same. Ectoplasm, sorry. Cementos, apologies. Recovery Girl, I also disagree. Vlad King, okay, two people disagree. Principal, expected though. Eraserhead, you want me to invite Bakugo so he could give you a shit talk about morals? Principal, I understood my lesson and shall behave. Midnight, still hard to process that someone can actually beat Nedzu in a conversation. Principal, unfortunately I gave Bakugo-kun all the ammo necessary myself. Eraserhead, but he's the only one with a technically clean slate and moral uptightness to speak up. Vlad King, and the biggest, most shoved set of balls in human history. Don't forget that. Even the witch thinks twice in those talks she makes. Midnight, oh how could I forget Fufufu. Power Loader. Midnight no, May will do something super nasty to you if you touch her personal baby maker in any way. And by nasty I mean that we will never know what happened to you type of nasty. The type that involves a lot of existential pain and suffering. Vlad King, I have a feeling Yui and Itsuka will join if not be way ahead of Hatsum and do something nasty themselves. Women are possessively terrifying. Sir Naitai, you are underestimating Mira. She lived in the States and is the daughter of a high-ranking military officer. She knows better than anyone how to get rid of someone. And she has contacts that honestly impresses me. She would be the most terrifying. Midnight. Existential fear. Principal, Midnight already learned her lesson, but I'm not going to be outdone. You forgot about his distant relationship with a certain hypergenius? Eraserhead, I preach that she is terrifying as hell. Sir Naitai, Mira told me that your distant student had taken down a foreign criminal syndicate with nothing but a laptop because she was bored when her parents took her to a meeting as a learning experience. She took down a criminal organization because she was bored. Midnight, existential dread. Recovery Girl, oh dear. Principal, so this is what parental pride feels like, huh? Well, no wonder you folks adopt your students metaphorically, and if you could, you would go for literally, because the feeling is quite refreshing. Vlad King, oh great, Nedzu awakened his parental instincts, we are all doomed. Eraserhead, we were doomed the second the next principal of UA smashed her lips on the king of explosions and chaos gremlins everywhere. Now we only try to salvage whatever we can. Sir Naitai, back to your report? Eraserhead, the kids fought, the other students did the rescue, and Eli used the security room and had Hatsum hack the security system to get the ability to coordinate with everyone else. Power Loader, so that's where Hatsum disappeared. She went to the bathroom and never came back. How? Eraserhead, vampire infiltrated the exam. Vlad King. All Might. Power Loader. Ectoplasm. Snipe. Cementos. Recovery Girl, oh dear. Principal what? Eraserhead. Did you think Karma will leave his daughter unprotected? All Might, why does he have to be so paranoid? Eraserhead, we were attacked All Might. All Might. Crap baskets. Vlad King, excellent summary of the country. Midnight, mood. Present Mike but correct. Eraserhead, she can use the powers of whose blood she drinks if you remember correctly. Ectoplasm, like she burst my eardrums with mixed quirk. Present Mike, I am so sorry she played the part of injured victim spectacularly. Then she gad hypnosis jumped me. Her crying was so Google. Midnight we know. Eraserhead, and we know that Karma is her exclusive and favored blood bag. Principal. You don't mean. Eraserhead, she summoned Hatsum, was a living portal taxi, a one-man army, and also donated few quirks, she didn't take them back either. Sir Naitai, what? All Might, really? Eraserhead. Psycho and Eli now owns a quirk as powerful, if not stronger to be honest. She seems to be on the same level, despite lack of experience, as Nezu's quirk now. It's not just intelligence boost anymore, it's now enhancement of all her brain functions, processing information, calculations, memory and such. Sir Naitai, how is that possible? Shigaraki admitted that he doesn't have nor does he have an interest, which honestly is just a huge relief. He already is terrifying, in acquiring an intelligence quirk. Where did he, well vampire but you get what I mean, get quirks to power up an intelligence quirk? Eraserhead, something called metaquirks? What the hell are those? Principal, Omi, those actually exist. And Karma has them. Principal, All Might. Did Nezu just swear? Vlad King, why am I having existential dread all of a sudden? Present Mike, Mommy come pick up, I'm so scared. Recovery Girl, talk to us Nezu. What are metaquirks? Principal, metaquirks are quirks on their own are useless because they influence a quirk, but you can't have a second quirk, can you? So there is a possibility that thousands of people in Japan, if not hundreds of thousands, have metaquirks instead of being quirkless. Eraserhead. Shit, and a man stealing quirk that the owners don't even know that exists while swapping with something the bearers could actually use? Sir Naitai, disgustingly brilliant. Power loader, that sums up what Deku Shigaraki is. But with more mental issues. Midnight, so? Eraserhead. Right, let's ignore those existential crises now and move on. IQ, hero name of Intelli-san, got a power-upped metaquirk that increased the power of her quirk, a mechanism-altering metaquirk, and cost-efficiency metaquirk. So to sum up, she made a hard-to-use Class 4 intelligence quirk into an overpowered Class V with quirks that no one would usually want. All Might, my god. That's dangerous. Sir Naitai, now I understand better the whole sandbagging thing. And I wish I didn't. Principal, I always feared metaquirks for the potential they have with someone like All for One. And now someone as bad if not worse got them. Vlad King, good thing he likes us then. Ectoplasm, small mercies I guess. Power loader, and back to the attack? Eraserhead. We rounded up the villains but were cut off from the outside world. Then the League appeared, Dobby finished off Revenant, and probably had the time of his life doing it, while Reaper, Stain, Twice and Razors practically bulldozed through whatever trashy resistance the apocalypse offered before disappearing. All Might great. Eraserhead. Karma also wants to come to a war meeting because apparently he has things he wishes to speak about. Sir Naitai. Oh. Present Mike, yup. Midnight, what is it this time? Vlad King, nothing good. Recovery Girl, then I shall prepare myself for a private parent-teacher conference. I have a lot to say about Eri Deary. Power loader, at least someone's happy. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to DekuVerse for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.